Henchmen Eat Waffles by Robert Sater. Copyright 2021, Robert Sater. All rights removed. Damn it. All rights reserved. The characters and events portrayed in this book are fictitious. Any similarity to real persons, living or dead, is coincidental and not intended by the author. To Mom and Dad, for your infinite support and patience. And we got a official, unofficial soundtrack. Go on the old YouTubes or the Spotifys. You type in Henchmen Eat Waffles, official, unofficial soundtrack. Heck, maybe if you just type in Henchmen Eat Waffles, it might pop up. I don't know, and do with it what you will. It was intended for the book. Maybe you could have it playing in the background while you're listening to this, if you have the means. Henchman. Noun. Derogatory. A faithful follower or political supporter, especially one prepared to engage in crime or dishonest practices by way of service. Alright, one last note before we get started. Sometimes when I'm pronouncing my Q's or my C's, it gets a little whistly. So I kind of whistle a lot in this book. Count the number of times I whistle, and you get a prize. Alright, let's get into it.
Henchmen Eat Waffles, written by Robert Sater, narrated by Robert Sater.
To Mom and Dad, for your infinite support and patience. And we got a official, unofficial soundtrack. Go on the old YouTubes or the Spotifys. You type in Henchmen Eat Waffles, official, unofficial soundtrack. Heck, maybe if you just type in Henchmen Eat Waffles, it might pop up. I don't know, and do with it what you will. It was intended for the book. Maybe you could have it playing in the background while you're listening to this, if you have the means. Henchman. Noun. Derogatory. A faithful follower or political supporter, especially one prepared to engage in crime or dishonest practices by way of service. Alright, one last note before we get started. Sometimes when I'm pronouncing my Q's or my C's, it gets a little whistly. So I kind of whistle a lot in this book. Count the number of times I whistle, and you get a prize. Alright, let's get into it. Chapter 1. The Sea is a Cruel Mister.
Do you think banana peels are really as slippery as cartoons make them out to be?
Jeb asked his car passenger. No way, Tommy immediately responded, though I've never tested that theory out. I can see them being fairly hazardous on an already slippery floor, one that was just waxed, for instance. Jeb furrowed his brow.
But why banana peels? Why not, I don't know, hamburger patties?
Tommy threw his hands up toward the roof. Why is the sky blue? Where do squirrels go at night? Why does my mouth bleed every single time I eat a bowl of Crap and Crunch? In a modest tone, Jeb responded.
I feel like those first two questions are easily answered by science.
What I'm getting at, Tommy interrupted, before he forgot what it was he was getting at, is that there are things that happen for a reason, and we just don't know that reason. He looked at his friend for a few seconds, until Jeb turned his head away and faced forward. Tommy followed suit, and they both sat in silence. The day's weather was fairly decent, with only a few clouds lingering above.
What if the first cartoonist to draw banana peels as near-deadly traps did so because their family was straight up murdered by a dude in a banana costume?
Jeb surmised aloud, stabbing the air in front of him with a razor-sharp make-believe banana. A single "heh" was expelled from Tommy's lungs. That would be awesome! I mean, horrifying. But it would explain why a cartoonist would depict them in such a lethal fashion. Jeb began strapping something to his head.
Strawberries would never betray me like bananas would. Strawberries for life.
He threw up an indistinguishable gang sign with a free hand. Are you ready to do some damage? Tommy asked from behind a black knitted ski mask. Jeb nodded, and his own face covering, a plastic bootleg Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Halloween mask, slid down a bit, obscuring his vision. He was ready, or he would be once his friend tightened the mask's head strap for him. From the two car seats in Jeb's subcompact 1994 Subaru Justy, the pair of misfits looked upon their target, Throne Room Senior Living, an old folks' home for low-key, retired supervillains to live out the remainder of their days in relative peace and quiet. Villainy is a dangerous and oftentimes illegal job whose participants don't always live long enough to see retirement. But for Velcro City's evildoers who avoid the spandex-laden bringers of justice, malfunctioning homemade razor blade grenades, and the bank account gripping vice that is the Internal Revenue Service, Throne Room Senior Living opens its doors and antechambers to provide a final respite. For the final hour of their Tuesday morning, Tommy and Jeb had bagged roadside trash near Vestigial Creek, a waterway flowing through the northeastern section of the city. The act was no community service, but was Phase 1 of the duo's master plan to give the retired villains of Throne Room one last reason to shake their easily bruised fists before death. But even though the two mid-20-somethings gained karma from cleaning up Vestigial Creek's polluted riparian atmosphere, they were about to lose nature's good graces once Phase 2 was enacted. The heinous, geriatric tenants of Throne Room Senior Living, now living without their henchmen, spent their retirement in undeserved peace and quiet. Footnote number 1. Only one resident of Throne Room Senior Living currently coexists with their henchmen, and not by choice. Guitar, a musical axe-plucking pirate who steals melodies, became fused with her merry crew when she lifted a riff from jazz musician Miles Davis. Davis, being the wizard that he was, trumpeted a spell that fused the shipmates together into a cohesive, smelly, shanty-singing, rum-slinging unit of thievery. There were some real living legends within the facility, terrors of times past now rendered irrelevant. And although so many once famous villainous individuals existed in the same space, zero villainy and little excitement was to be found at Throne Room Senior Living. The residents were forgotten, and Jeb and Tommy felt sorry for them. And for that reason, Phase 2 would begin. The trunk of the Subaru Justy swung open, exposing the 2 full garbage bags to the nefarious air. The boys' boots hit the parking lot cement as they emerged from the car and made their way toward the taillights. Some seniors could be seen through the large living room window, upright and hobbling around, probably had been doing so for hours already. With the geriatrics as an audience, Jeb and Tommy proceeded to dump out the contents of their bags onto the grass. "Suck dentures, villains!" Tommy hollered. And in the decorative water fountain,
"You can't arch your back, let alone a hero,"
Jeb wailed. Over the rhubarb garden, "Do you think that'll rile 'em up?" Tommy asked. And over the wooden bench dedicated to Throne Room founder and original villain, Charles Ponzi. In a satisfied tone, Jeb muttered,
"Yeah, we should expect an angry threat or ray gun shot or something real soon."
The boys scattered the last bits of refuse and tossed the bags, too, into the air before looking toward the large glass window into Throne Room. Inside the building, denture-occupied jaws dropped into bowls of fiber-rich amalgam of wheat, and tennis ball-tipped walkers began rattling furiously as residents witnessed the trashing of their space by one masked hooligan and one confused trick-or-treater. As the friends ran away, Jeb glanced for a final time over his shoulder to see who might be cursing them through the window. His eyes widened as he recognized Killiman-Taro, the Taro-hurling villain. The retired man, looking decrepit but alive in the year 2020, pointed a shaking but intimidating finger at them and quickly retreated from sight. Jeb made it to the tiny red Subaru and jumped inside. Tommy made a failed, flailing attempt to slide over the hood, somersaulting over a terribly old and dirty snack bag that had housed 3D Doritos 2 decades prior.
"You're getting better,"
Jeb commended as his friend clambered in. Tommy grinned. "I felt so cool! We should invest in parachute pants to increase our ass's slick factor." The minuscule Justy engine meagerly bumbled to life as the ignition was switched. Jeb navigated the car from its appropriate spot in the parking lot to the garbage-blanketed lawn, throttling around a water fountain lawn feature that now housed a soggy coloring book titled The Fundamentals of Libertarianism. The Justy's rear tires peeled out on the moist grass, then led the friends toward a flower bed.
"Dude, I saw Killiman-Taro in there,"
Jeb animatedly announced. Tommy removed the ski mask from his face and beamed at his bestie. "No way! That guy is awesome!" He craned his neck past Jeb to look toward the building. "Oh my god, there he is!" he exclaimed, pointing toward the entrance of the throne room. Jeb rolled down his driver's side window.
"Mr. Mantaro, we're huge fans of yours,"
he shouted while driving over a bed of tulips. The old man gave no verbal response, but lifted his arm, which happened to look a lot like a miniature bazooka.
Since when did Kilomantaro have a hand cannon attachment?
Jeb asked his accomplice. Tommy nearly pissed himself with excitement.
Only since Prang Mensis cut his forearm off with her Joan of Arc arming sword, super ironic, back in '83. He then got that cannon grafted to his elbow and started shooting Taro with near-deadly force. I heard he was forced into early retirement when his arm misfired and nearly killed Mark Hamill.
How did I not know that? That's so badass!
And you call yourself
A blurred brown object zoomed through the open window, over the steering wheel, and pelted Tommy in the throat. Jeb examined the yam-like object after it bounced off the car console and landed safely in a somewhat sticky cup holder.
What in the what? He shot a Taro at you!
Tears streamed down Tommy's cheeks as he clutched his neck. After a mangled couple of coughs, he lifted his head, and Jeb could see a smile stretched across his face. Kilomantaro chuckled to himself as the little red car scooted away. Footsteps shuffled behind him, and a crotchety male voice belligerently asked,
What was that all about?
"We've been arched," Kilomantaro's baritone voice responded.
What? I've never been arched. I do the arching. Who's got it out for us?
A light wisp of smoke listed out from the cannon arm's barrel. "They look like some punk teenagers."
You've got to be shitting me,
the man gasped.
"I shot one in the throat."
Kilomantaro turned around to show off his grin in empty, Taro-less chamber, but the other man was already walking back inside the building.
I'm going to get my suit and bookcase,
He shouted over his shoulder.
Go fetch Diego. We ride within the hour.
Tommy and Jeb gazed upon the large, familiar square waffle ornament perched above the entrance to Mama Odine's Waffle House. A constant stream of syrup poured onto the metallic mascot as it sat upright in a chair. Its anthropomorphic head was cast back underneath the sugary waterfall, while a pair of strangely human legs and arms stretched out in a welcoming but disturbing manner, ushering in hungry guests to partake in a similar saccharine fate. Jeb, with Tommy in tow, still nursing a bruised throat, pushed open the glass door to the restaurant. Out of habit, they turned right and passed by 3 booths to get to their usual spot that was perfectly situated within eyeshot of any location throughout the diner, meaning coffee mugs never ran low when even the most unobservant waiter peered about the place and looked for needed refills. Tommy's injured vocal cords let out a soft "gugh" that pulled Jeb out of his mindless routine and stopped him from automatically sliding into their well-worn spot. He looked up and was startled by 5 adults in identical black outfits crammed into a single booth like sinners in a pew. The untypical uniform on each of the homogeneous blokes featured a black cowl, tunic, and pants. Contrasting the dark attire were white boots, gloves, a belt, and a small, jawless skull mask that covered only half of the face. 2 of the group looked up from their waffles and briefly returned Jeb's stare before Tommy pushed his friend along and into the next booth. The waitress hurried over and poured the 2 some coffee. Abiding by his life hack of tipping before he's eaten to receive better service, Tommy fished out $6 from his official churn-style wallet and handed them over. Jeb puckered his lips while shuffling through some quizzical thoughts concerning those people in the booth behind him. While his brain churned, he found himself staring at his friend's leather, villain-themed wallet. It was finely crafted. Its stitching alone was a genuine marvel of pre-industrial age manufacturing. But for fans of classic villainy, the real draw of the item was the thread image of Churnstyle's ever-frowning, bearded face and his bloody-knuckled fists. The guy had been an Amish supervillain in the 70s who spent his days riding his bay horse, Canterbury, through the subway tunnels below Velcro City's ever-gentrifying metropolis. City officials collecting the day's coins from the turnstiles were his main targets, and when he and Canterbury galloped up onto the platform, those on the receiving end of his fists rode the carriage to Paintown. It was a one-way trip. But before Jeb could order a 3-stack of Mama Odine's signature pastry flour waffles, and forgetfully neglect to ask for strawberries, a harpoon shot through his seat and sprayed blood and cushion fluff across Tommy's face. A blubbering Tommy and horror-struck Jeb took immediate evasive maneuvers and crawled under the table. They both peered out into the aisle and saw a muscly weirdo clad torso to toe in fishing gear while a stovepipe hat sat atop his veiny head. The maniacal angler yelled in their direction. Had Jeb eaten anything earlier, he may have emptied his bowels right there, beneath the table of his favorite diner. The clamor of white rubbery boots on linoleum and black polyester pants sliding against vinyl upholstery from the booth one over filled the diner as the crammed-together group in Tommy and Jeb's favorite spot attempted to emerge from their tight seating arrangement in unison. Before any of them escaped, another harpoon whizzed through the air and skewered one of the masked fellows in his leg. This harpoon, however, had a rope attached to its end. The poor guy with the spear in his calf started screaming in pain. Seconds later, he was yanked off his feet by a quick tug on the rope from the fisherman. By this point, everyone in Mama Odine's had lost their collective minds and had been or began running amok through the kitchen and out the back door. Tommy stood up, deciding to follow everyone else, but as he did was knocked back onto the table under which Jeb still hid. Jeb poked his head up to see if his friend was alright and became alarmed upon seeing the dude with the harpoon in his leg sprawled on top of Tommy. The human projectile had a small knife sticking out of what was probably, definitely, one of his lungs.
Dude, what the shit?
Tommy groaned.
Help me move this guy!
Jeb jumped into action, wrenching the sad sap off Tommy and dropping him onto the seat. While Tommy regained his composure, Jeb looked back at the situation, still going terribly violent behind them. The fisherman had his foot on the throat of one of the black-clad booth dwellers. His terrifyingly mighty hands had grabbed a lackey by their trachea and hoisted them up so that their legs dangled uselessly above the tiled floor. One of the booth dwellers, who had earlier looked into Jeb's eyes, ran up to and began pounding their closed fists against the fisherman's rigid, deck-swabbing muscles. The angler ignored the insignificant mosquito and reached for the longshoreman's hook on his belt, its oak handle neatly tucked into his palm as it had done thousands of times before. The curved bit of steel crashed forward and entered the choking victim's forehead.
I am Honest Ahab,
The angry angler harangued the dangling gangbanger.
and I am here for revenge.
Amid the deathly howls and clangs of Ahab's large steel hook against a maxillabone, a new challenger popped up from behind the counter and entered the fray. He wore similar attire to the steadily growing pile of corpses in Honest Ahab's wake, but his visibly higher quality gear fit him better, and he wore it better.
I think it's me who you're looking for, Captain Hooker.
The new guy teased. Honest Ahab looked pissed. He crushed the throat of the guy under his boot and stuck a small fillet knife right in the useless fist-pounder's heaving chest.
Necropancer,
He growled.
0 score and, half of 1 year ago, you defiled your last corpse. Today, at last, I'll have my revenge for what you did to your little porpoise-penetrating partner, Charlie. I did the world's water mammals a favor. Do you know how hard it is to pants a dead, cryogenically frozen dolphin-human hybrid when their body is stored in SeaWorld's high-security underwater cemetery? The Henchmen and I had to do some Ocean's 11 shit. 5 of my employees died pulling it off. Pun intended. Shut it. You shut up. He was the greatest marine biologist I ever knew. And you liked the way his ventral fin felt against your molars. I get it. Just own it. You're dead.
Honest Ahab dropped the near-lifeless, twitching husk of a henchman to the ground and slowly walked toward this necropancer fellow. Tommy and Jeb were frozen in place.
Dude,
Tommy whispered.
these guys are supervillains. This is so cool.
The henchman with the harpoon in his leg coughed. Jeb and Tommy looked back at him and watched him violently hack up red fluid that spiraled down his chin.
We should probably GTFO though.
Jeb admitted.
Oh, totally.
They sprinted for the entrance and pushed open the door. Tommy immediately turned right. The light shining across Velcro City's downtown scene hit Jeb's eyes. He raised his arm to block the sun and looked around, trying to remember where he had parked the Justy. But before he could recall, an ear-splitting crash and physical explosion of 1,000 glass shards took flight in front of him, followed by a head-over-heels, pants around his ankles, Honest Ahab, who flew right into Tommy, crushing him to the pavement. Jeb recoiled in horror.
Why does this keep happening?
Tommy whined from underneath the large fisherman. Jeb crouched down to push the unconscious Ahab off Tommy, but the angler weighed like 100 pounds more than the last guy. Belligerent, Tommy was struggling to heave the monstrosity of a human off himself.
His junk is touching me, and it's huge! Help!
Relax, it's probably just his fishing rod. I thought I saw that on him.
Jeb!
Right, sorry.
They managed to push Honest Ahab off Tommy and flip him on his back.
Holy shit, you weren't kidding! That white whale is massive!
Tommy clambered to his feet without further help, as Jeb was paralyzed in horrific awe.
That thing is so big, I bet that he's an honorary member of the yacht club.
Jesus Christ, gross! Let's just get out of here!
Tommy was covered in small, bloody scrapes and had glass shards stuck in his head. His friend looked back into the restaurant, but Necropancer was nowhere to be seen. The duo stepped over Honest Ahab and raced along the sidewalk to the corner, taking a right turn and bolting for the little red Subaru still 2 blocks away. As they stomped down the street, the occasional glass piece fell from Tommy's scalp and broke into smaller pieces on the pavement. Tommy suddenly stopped in his tracks. Jeb's forehead slammed into the back of his friend's head and was lacerated by a protruding piece of glass.
Ow!
They both yelped in pain.
Why'd you stop?
Jeb moaned, caressing his punctured noggin. Tommy pressed the crosswalk button.
It's not our turn to cross!
Seriously? Right now?
Jeb smashed the crosswalk button as if it were an internet video up thumb, all the while glaring at his lawful friend.
Yes, seriously. People who don't obey traffic laws are like number 3 on my shit list. And hitting the button more than once doesn't do anything.
Jeb slapped the button again.
What? You're okay with dumping trash on private property, but when it comes to jaywalking, the lowest of crimes, might I add, you're suddenly a model citizen?
He smacked the button hard.
That was so much different.
Tommy shot back.
We removed plastic from nature and made it the problem of some assholes. We're chaotic good reverse Robin Hoods.
There are no cars on this street. Just that sedan stopped across from us, waiting to turn left. If we wait for the light, he'll have to wait for us while we cross.
Tommy furrowed his brow. His friend knew he hated making others wait on him. He looked right, left, and right again.
Okay, let's do it.
But in that instant the light changed and the car turning left didn't wait, peeling out and cutting across the intersection, missing Tommy and Jeb's feet by a foot.
Alright, that guy's on my shit list. BZF 1571, BZF 1571, BZF 1571.
Scowling, Jeb was in on it now too.
Ooh, if we arch him as villains, we should say to him, "You cut us off, so now we're gonna cut you off." And then snip off a fingertip or something.
Oh, for sure,
Tommy said, smiling. They hurried across the intersection and saw the Subaru Justy a mere block away. Jeb's stomach dropped as he noticed a police officer looming over the car, talking into her radio.
Dude, there's a cop over there checking my plates. We forgot to cover my license plate when we dumped the trash.
We were supposed to cover them? I thought you just, didn't care because of the pointlessness of life or something.
We wore masks, masking our identities.
He quietly but aggressively whispered at his pal.
No, I get it. I see it now. We fucked up.
Tommy responded, nodding his head. The officer grabbed her radio and leaned into it. Then she abruptly looked into the boy's direction and took off in a dead sprint toward them.
Oh shit, tits! She's coming right for us!
Jeb felt a tug on his arm pull him away from the street. Tommy was dragging him into the alley behind them.
Get in!
He snapped as he thrust open a dumpster lid. Jeb jumped in, with Tommy following right behind. They listened in silence as the footsteps of the officer grew louder. The smack of soles on concrete rattled around in this metal hideout and kicked their way into Jeb's head. He was tumbling headfirst into a bath of soil. A dozen guns were aimed at him, and he screamed his sorrowful guilt into the tips of their microphones. They pointed at him, angry fingers loaded and thumbs cocked, waiting to blow his innocence into the wind. Lead ripped through his chest, springing far too many leaks and cloaking the ground in large pools of life. Up past his neck, he waded in the river Styx to be carried off, but the boat never arrived.
I think she's gone,
Tommy whispered with a great sigh of relief. Jeb stared into the darkness and shook his head.
Jesus, that was close. She must have been running toward the scene at Mama Odine's.
Yeah, no shit,
Tommy replied with mirth. Jeb removed an intrusive beer bottle lodged between his butt cheeks.
Speaking of shit, you didn't fill your pants, did you?
What? Of course not.
His friend explained with disgust.
We're in a dumpster. It smells like shit by default. Maybe you should check your own pants.
Believe me, I did. I wasn't sure I didn't shit myself just then.
Yeah, sorry about that.
A voice apologized from the opposite end of the dumpster.
My guy Howard kicked the bucket in my arms a minute ago and, loosened his bowels as he went. I was giving a touching eulogy until you jackasses showed up.
Chapter 2. Highway to the Splash Zone. All was silent in the dumpster, as its two newest inhabitants fell into a state of shock, brought on by the knowledge that they were sitting inches away from another dumpster dweller, as well as a dead body, apparently, in the same dark garbage bin.
Guess I'd better get a move on then,
the faceless voice blurted out. Light returned to Jeb's and Tommy's eyes as the dumpster lid was flung open.
Arg, my retina!
Howled Tommy. Still in total disbelief, Jeb sat, or continued sitting, unable to react to what was happening. When the light stopped forcing their eyes shut and they could see straight, a slender but fit man in a sleek and black, tight-fitting onesie with a hood and white skull mask stood tall before them, surveying his surroundings. The boys looked down beside his formerly white, blood-soaked boots to see another man in similar garb lying motionless and covered in a mixture of fluids, and the broken pieces of a world's best stepdad mug. Deathly red wounds on the body's right thigh and lung area were trickling human juice onto a pile of unsold, none-of-your-beeswax candles of unidentifiable scents.
Hey, you're that necropancer guy!
Tommy blurted out before Jeb could put it all together.
Holy shit, your dead friend was on top of me earlier! That Ahab maniac threw him right at me!
Necropancer looked down.
You two were there? Fucking hell, talk about a bad day to be my employee. I leave for like 90 seconds to put on Kenny Chesney's You Had Me From Hello on the jukebox. The Henchmen hated that song. Cracks me up every fucking time. And when I turn around, my grits and biscuits are asunder, and my workforce has gone belly up.
Jeb was still dumbfounded, his agape mouth and raised eyebrows reflecting inner confusion at the entire situation.
The song was kind of an inside joke,
Necropancer continued.
I guess it dies today along with those pretty little idiots.
Tommy spoke up again.
Why are you called Necropancer?
When I was a teenager, I was bitten by a radioactive pair of pants, and now I'm cursed with the eternal task of pantsing those who have recently perished. Also, my parents are dead, and they left me a ton of cash and circus peanuts.
Is any of that true?
Tommy asked with narrowed eyes. Necropancer half turned away.
A gentleman never asks, a supervillain never tells.
Unsatisfied with the answer, but ready to move on to his next question, Tommy scratched his glass-coated head and gestured at the dead henchman.
So, are you going to remove his pants?
A frown formed on the tall supervillain in black.
First of all, I respect my own henchman, Howard especially, enough to not use my gift on them after they've been taken by the cold hands of the vile goddess. Secondly,
a wet, bubbling sound erupted from Howard's trousers and continued for about 4 seconds before subsiding. Everyone avoided looking at the deceased henchman and attempted to pretend like the post-mortem flatulence never happened.
Secondly,
the slopping in Howard's trousers started up again. Plop, 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 plop went the intestinal borborygmus, subtly breaching the liquidy surface like a trawl motor chopping through a stagnant Louisiana swamp. The acrid smell was really beginning to permeate the container. Necropancer waited for it to stop once more, which it eventually did. Tommy looked at Necropancer. Jeb looked at Tommy. Necropancer looked at Jeb. Tommy looked at Jeb. Jeb looked at Necropancer. Tommy looked at Howard. Howard's motionless pupils looked at nothing in particular. Necropancer looked at Howard from the corner of his eye.
Secondly,
explosive butt queefs ripped through Howard's black polyester pants and sprayed brown chunks in a 4-inch radius as if it were Sunday, 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 and monster trucks were rip-roaring around the Velcro City Echo Dome to the fanfare of alcoholics and people who lied to themselves about their alcoholic status.
All your henchmen died,
Jeb said plainly with a look of understanding.
You have no more.
Astute observation, shit for brains.
He swung his head to look at Tommy.
Are you this idiot's sponsor or something?
Dude, you're acting like a total dick right now.
Tommy shot back. Necropancer pointed at Jeb but remained focused on Tommy.
You wait until that little bastard dies in your arms, then you can tell me how to act.
Listen,
Jeb blurted in exasperation.
we are the answer to your lack of henchmen.
How do you figure that? Does your ass fire projectiles, huh? Is that why you stuck that beer bottle up your butt? A little ammunition for your next big arch?
Necropancer snorted.
Oh man, you saw that? It was a total accident.
Necropancer crossed his arms and grinned.
Oh yeah, I'd already been in here, again just so we're clear, giving the finest eulogy any mortal has ever heard. So my eyes were adjusted to the dark well enough to see your ass envelop half that bottle.
I don't need this reprimand from someone who pulls people's pants down.
Dead people's pants down.
The villain corrected. Jeb swung a leg over the side of the rusted metal container.
Tommy, let's get out of here.
Dude,
Tommy's voice called out over Jeb's shoulder.
I've been out of there. I'm not about to hang out in Howard's splash zone and contract pink eye.
Jeb jerked his head around and saw his friend standing about 20 feet away in his blue jeans and violet sweater, and what looked to be Cool Ranch tortilla chips plastered to his left knee. Hobbling out of the container and landing ungracefully on his feet, Jeb tugged at the posterior seams of his tan chinos and walked with Tommy out of the alley. Necropancer, still standing in the garbage container, carefully tugged on a shiny green fishing hook in his left earlobe.
Note to self, don't stick all the henchmen in one diner booth. Fuck!
He yelped as the hook tore through his ear. Jeb and Tommy made their way back to the Justy and climbed in. Tommy resisted the urge to eat one and brushed the chips off his pants before he entered.
You're welcome, crows,
he thought. They sat in silence for a few seconds. Tommy attempted to say something, but the words came out garbled. He cleared his throat and tried again, but this time he was interrupted by the wail of police sirens behind them. With wide eyes and clenched ass cheeks, Jeb watched the mirrors. The police cars came into view, and when they didn't slow down, it was apparent they were making their way to the scene at Mama Odine's. Jeb flicked his turn signal and entered the roadway, steering the vehicle further downtown.
What's the plan, Jeb?
Jeb stared out at the diner as he drove past.
I don't know about you, but I'm still starving.
His passenger's stomach growled in response.
The voices in my gut still demand waffles.
Jeb nodded in approval.
Flippers Flappy Jacks it is then.
The drive was quiet, with the only interruptions coming from the chums' grumbling tum-tums. Tommy looked out the window. He noticed the familiar road to Hamsack Community College where he and Jeb had attended classes years prior. Go yellow-bellied marmots! Art and business had been Jeb's focus, while Tommy's interests took the form of social work and music. That Associate of Arts degree landed Tommy in the Velcro City Zoo, cleaning feces from the bonobo pit part-time. He thought of Whitney, a girl he met at the cashier's office on campus. With his financial situation constantly up in the air, he saw her quite a lot. When he'd finally mustered the nerve to ask her out, she actually said yes. An inexpensive date at Burrito Gong and the subsequent shared experience of diarrhea afterward secured their relationship. It was the happiest he'd ever been. A knock on the hood of the car jolted Tommy from his trance. His friend stood outside, looking in with a smile on his face.
Come back to me, boy wonder,
he called from the other side of the glass. They reunited on the sidewalk, and Jeb eyed his friend.
You all right?
Tommy nodded.
Just hungry for waffles.
Jeb found the emotional fortitude to ask.
Were you thinking about Whitney?
He received no response.
Do you maybe want to talk?
Do you want to talk about your hallucinations?
Tommy retorted, raising his voice slightly. Jeb bobbed his head and looked down.
Let's go see about some waffles then, eh?
And he opened the large wooden door to Flipper's.
Did they do some remodeling? I don't remember it being so dark.
Jeb pondered aloud. Tommy noticed a sharp dirk stabbed through the eye socket of a human skull to a wooden beam above their heads.
I thought this was a family diner,
he whispered back.
Welcome! Is it just the two of you today?
A voice from deeper inside the establishment rang out.
I think we have the wrong place,
Jeb responded.
We're looking for Flippers Flappy Jacks.
A short, slender man with a horizontal scar across his eyes and the bridge of his nose popped up from behind the bar. He wore an aqua bandana around his head and a black and white striped t-shirt. Gray tendrils sprouted from his nostrils and added to the bushy mustache that blanketed his upper lip.
Ah, Flipper's closed down about a month ago. I bought the place and turned it into what you see before you. We still keep the name for shits and giggles.
The friends looked around again, noticing a couple of newspaper clippings on the walls and some kind of photographic memorabilia. A patron at the bar, the only other soul in the joint, finished the remnants of a beer, stood up, and tromped directly toward them. He was a gigantic fellow with all kinds of hair about him, including an animal fur-laced jacket covering what the boys assumed were massive chest, arm, and shoulder muscles. He stopped just short of Tommy and sniffed the air.
You don't smell familiar.
Tommy nervously glanced at Jeb. The patron circled the pair and sniffed some more.
But you reek of death,
he growled from behind them. The weight of his girthy, raw power burdened the wooden floorboards and made them bow and wail in response.
I think we were just about to leave,
Jeb whimpered. His palms were sweaty, and he could feel the stranger's breath on his neck.
I think you were,
the large man reaffirmed them.
Nonsense,
the barkeep called out.
You're more than welcome to eat here, provided you understand that
this is a bar for unique individuals,
the big guy interrupted aggressively.
Who are you?
Looking some more at the wild memorabilia and sparse but familiar decorations, Tommy took a guess.
Is this a villain bar?
The big guy snorted, neither confirming nor denying the question.
A villain bar?
Squeaked Jeb.
Well, I mean, we're part-time henchmen, kind of between villains at the moment, but we do freelance work.
This was mostly a lie. The closest Jeb or Tommy had ever come to working for a villain was when Jeb had held open the door at his Dippin' Donuts for the then head of the Environmental Protection Agency, Scott Pruitt, and his quantifiably high, taxpayer-funded security detail. Pruitt and his agents not only racked up an expensive order on his government black card, but also consumed the store's entire supply of Rocky Road donut holes. The hairy behemoth towering over them didn't look impressed.
But I think we'll find some waffles down the road. Sorry for the trouble.
Nonsense,
the barkeeper barked again.
What Sergio here neglected to mention is that, yes, while we are a villain bar, we specialize in waffles. Well, I specialize in waffles anyway. Come sit down, young henchman.
The big man named Sergio exhaled sharply and walked away from them, pushing open a door leading to a smoking area out the back. Jeb and Tommy let out sighs of relief and approached the smiling man at the bar.
Don't worry about Sergio. He is just wary of new people. In this business, you never know who'll walk through them doors.
One of the mustached man's nostrils sniffed the boy's caustic aroma ever so slightly. His smile dampened for just a second before it returned to covering his face.
I know Sergio can be intimidating, and,
He broke eye contact with Jeb.
The bathroom's that-a-way.
He pointed behind them to the left.
No judgment.
Okay, thanks,
replied Jeb. Tommy leaned over to him.
He thinks you crapped your pants.
Jeb's face flushed.
That guy didn't make me shit my pants. That's from, something else.
The barkeeper waved a hand.
You don't have to explain nothing. Henchin's not an easy life. We've all been there.
I didn't shit myself, that's all I'm saying.
Jeb swore.
But I would like to powder my nose.
He turned on his heels.
And I'll have 3 of your finest squares.
Tommy took a seat at the bar.
I'll also have 3 squares.
I cook 'em big in Belgian here,
the barkeeper said without losing his grin.
Oh.
Tommy spun around on his stool until he was pointed to where his friend had walked.
They only serve Belgian,
he started to say, but Jeb had already closed the bathroom door.
1 each then, I suppose.
Coming right up.
The bathroom looked like it had been painted semi-recently. It was an uplifting blue color, and even though these villains had been running the place for only a month, there was a fair amount of graffiti about the walls. Jeb looked closely at one message that read, Roger Goodell plus pigskin forever. A newspaper article suddenly came to mind. Pigskin was a name that had been left behind at numerous crime scenes around the county. Jeb entered one of the 2 stalls and sat down. He reached into his pocket and unsheathed his phone, upon which he looked up these pigskin attacks. Images popped up of the victims, all of whom were missing their skin and had been found clinging to life or dead from blood loss, surrounded by pigskin, etched in desks, drawn in the dirt, penned on walls, and generally strewn about the scene of the crime. Along with the numerous pigskin markings, there was always one more word at the crime scene, but written just once. From the 6 bodies that police had actually found, and from the earliest to the latest flaying, the string of words were introspection, acceptance, familiar, recognize, understand, and us. As the skins were nowhere to be found around their former hosts, it was assumed that Pigskin was an Ed Gein fanatic and was storing his collection somewhere. Aside from being horrified, investigators were puzzled, as none of the victims had any kind of close relation, familial, occupational, frequenting the same establishments, living near one another. Pigskin struck indiscriminately, leaving police with few leads to follow. Further still, the police department was under heavy scrutiny by the public, as vagrants living on the streets and squatting in abandoned houses within Velcro City's city limits were mysteriously vanishing without much of a trace. Critics were quick to suggest that city officials were putting these social outcasts on buses and shipping them across the country. Others believed that Pigskin was responsible, even if the missing individuals didn't fit his modus operandi of targeting people from all walks of life and throughout Tuscan County, not just Velcro City. Investigators assumed the worst, that these cases were unrelated, and there were 2 separate aggressors at large committing these psychotic acts of violence. The barkeeper made his way around the bar and into the tiny kitchen behind it. "The name's Geff," the man announced through a small window. His eyes were looking down, presumably focused on making his specialty waffles.
Geff? If I were reading your name on paper, I'd pronounce it like...
Like Jeff, but with a hard G as in gangrene. Yes,
interrupted Geff. The smile below his gray mustache never seemed to abandon ship, remaining behind to waltz to the violins and cellos that played from a tired boombox somewhere in the kitchen. Tommy spun around on the bar swivel stool.
"I'm Tommy," he replied. "The other guy's Jeb. I didn't know places like this existed."
it's safe haven from those who don't understand their life.
Tommy could hear the sizzling of waffle batter on hot iron. He spun around again on the stool. There wasn't much to look at inside this place, the fact of which he chalked up to how new it was. The bathroom sink could be heard from where he sat, and moments later, out stepped a refreshed Jeb.
Holy withering stomach, Batman! Do I need some waffles inside me?
He took his seat next to Tommy, found out the stool was capable of spinning, and twirled around twice before his stomach let cry a fierce, hollow wail. It was another minute before Geff walked out of the kitchen, holding 2 plates of Belgian waffles.
I told your friend this already, but I serve 'em Belgian style, with a 1:4 whole wheat to white flour ratio.
He set the plates before them.
And the name's Geff.
Geff?
Jeb asked.
So if I were reading your name...
"No, it's all right,"
Tommy cut in.
"I already established the pronunciation."
Oh, gotcha. I feel like this would make more sense read on paper and not spoken aloud.
"Yeah, probably."
Yeah. Oh well.
Tommy had placed a few dollars on the counter, but before Geff could scoop them up, a phone behind the bar rang.
Can I get you boys some coffee when I return?
Geff asked as he turned his body toward the phone. They both nodded, Waffles stifling any ability to speak. The barkeeper left them and took the phone somewhere in the kitchen they couldn't see. Jeb swallowed his syrup-covered disc piece.
Shoot, I forgot to ask him for strawberries.
He ate some more before speaking again.
Have you ever heard of the Tuscan County pigskin flayings?
Tommy stopped chewing and narrowed his eyes in thought before resuming a slow, methodical rumination. He swallowed his piece and let out a satisfied,
"Nope,"
he responded before cutting off another chunk of waffle and stuffing it in his face. Jeb poured some more syrup on his own waffle and fished out his phone.
Look at these,
he said as he flipped the device around. Tommy lurched and spit up the contents of his mouth.
"Dude, what the shit? You're ruining our sacred waffle time."
First of all, these are Belgian waffles. They do not count. And since they do not count, this is not sacred waffle time. And I can speak my piece. And second of all...
Jeb didn't get to finish his second point, as he and Tommy both stopped what they were doing when the patio door broke free from its hinges and fell to the ground with a loud... Sergio stepped across it as he re-entered into the bar, flicking a cigarette back the way he'd come.
"You two in-betweeners," he growled over at them. "I've got a job to do, and I need someone to hold the door."
Tommy and Jeb looked at each other in terror. Sergio had started strapping steel plates to his shoulders and a two-horned helmet to his hefty head of hair.
You know,
Jeb squeaked,
it's been a long morning and we haven't eaten much yet. I think we'll just be on our way.
"Nonsense!"
yelled a voice from the bar. Jeff was before them again and set down a smallish cardboard box on the counter.
"The opportunity to work with Sergio doesn't happen often, and two up-and-coming henchmen like yourselves would benefit greatly from the exposure."
Panic bled across Jeb's and Tommy's faces as they looked from Geff to the box and to each other. Sergio stomped over to them, holding the door he'd kicked down.
"Take it,"
he commanded. Jeb and Tommy took a hold of the door, quite unsure why they were doing so.
Do we have time to finish our waffles?
asked Jeb, his stomach still unsatisfied. Geff slapped the box.
"Inside you'll find a thermos full of coffee, more waffles, and a cup of strawberries for the road."
His smile was just as big as, if not bigger than, when they entered this mysterious establishment 10 minutes prior. Tommy looked closely at the door in his grasp. On one side was some kind of metal sheet that covered its entire length. On the opposite side, a handful of metal handles were drilled into it in a few different positions, as well as a 4-inch by 6-inch one-way window almost 6 feet up from the bottom. Tommy peered through it at Sergio. He stuck out his tongue and flipped the big guy the bird to check if it worked. Sergio gave no response and tied a brown mask around his neck that covered his face. A faint click peeped from Tommy's jaw as his mouth fell open in sudden realization that he was making goofy faces at one half of the supervillain duo, a door, a bull.
"Head out the back," Sergio ordered. "We're taking my car."
When neither Jeb nor Tommy moved, he semi-gently pushed them toward the doorless doorway.
"We're a door,"
whispered Tommy under his breath. Geff waved a radiant goodbye.
"Hold fast and have fun!"
Chapter 3. Out of the Pot and Into the Raisin Bran. Sergio's vehicle was a long brown van, a 1998 Chevrolet Astro. He took the door from his two nervous protégés and secured it to a crank device on the floor in the back of the vehicle. As big as he was, his car seat had been well adjusted so that he was comfortable and could reach everything with ease. Tommy and Jeb climbed into the second row of seats, neither of them daring to call shotgun. Tommy leaned over to his friend and whispered,
"Dude, do you know who that is?"
With his face portraying slight incredulity at the query, Jeb answered his apparently oblivious friend.
Sergio?
Sergio's eyes glared at them through the rearview mirror as he started the engine.
Yes. No, I was talking to Tommy.
Jeb backtracked. Sergio didn't look away.
"About me? Behind my back?"
Well, yes, about you, although I haven't heard what Tommy was going to say about you yet, and, yes, technically behind your back because you're, facing away from us.
Sergio's eyes stayed fixed on Jeb's while he extracted a cigarette from his coat, placed it gingerly between his lips, and lit it from a tiny matchbook that looked pathetically small in his hands.
"Do you have something you need to get off your chest, Tommy?"
His eyes darted from Jeb and locked on Tommy's sweaty face.
"I realize now that you're a bull,"
said Tommy with as much gusto as he could musto.
"And I'm unsure if we're delivering this door to your partner or if we're acting as a door in their place,"
he continued with uncertainty. Sergio snorted and, without looking away, pulled out a second smoke stick. He used the first one to light it and then stuck it snugly right beside.
10 of you couldn't replace a door,"
he snarled. Jeb was utterly confused, but spoke up anyway.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm no Tim the Tool Man Taylor, but that doesn't seem like such a daunting task for even one person.
Sergio blew a huge puff of smoke out of the window and ignored Jeb's misunderstanding.
"You're not wrong, Tommy."
He hit the gas, and they sped out of the alley behind Flippers and onto the street.
"In fact, you're right on the money. You'll be acting both parts."
Tommy enjoyed being right, but had further questions now. They would have to wait, however, as a waffle was now dangling before his eyes. Jeb lowered the golden disc into his friend's hands and confided in him that whatever was going on, he didn't want to do it on an empty stomach. Tommy agreed and began eating. Sergio spit the 2 cigarette butts into an ashtray and asked them to pass him up a waffle. For a few minutes, no one could hear anything outside the crunching of the crisp wafers in their respective mouths. Sergio was a bite away from finishing his when he prematurely set it down in a cup holder. They were quickly approaching a large armored car. Just before reaching the vehicle, Sergio turned his van right onto a side street, and then left onto a street that ran parallel to the original path, and zoomed ahead. He dodged in and out of traffic and gained exceptional ground in no time. Unknown to the supervillain and henchman for hire, a silver Buick Lucerne they sped past contained a trio of costumed geriatrics on the prowl.
That van is driving well above the speed limit,
shouted Leonard from the passenger seat of the Buick.
What van? Where?
Diego, the driver, asked.
Right there in front of you, you blind fool!
Leonard shouted some more.
Berkeley, you want to do your Taro thing to those dangerous young people?
Berkeley was fidgeting with his arm in the back seat.
That's a negative. I'm not likely to hit them at the rate they're going.
Jeez Louise,
Leonard huffed.
Come on, we're arching. How often do you get to fire that thing anyway?
We're only arching those punks who trashed our lawn, Leo. We're going to find that little red car sooner or later.
Berkeley managed to pull his arm cannon back, allowing for a Taro to be successfully inserted into the empty chamber.
I say we head to the arcade. Young people like the arcade,
Diego chimed in. Leonard clasped his own face with both turquoise-gloved hands, pulling the aged skin downward.
That's where we've been heading for the past 12 minutes. Have you been kicking yourself in the head, lobe trotter?
He jabbed at the driver donned in patriotic attire. Diego chuckled.
Good heavens, no.
Then he frowned.
Have I?
Berkeley fit a Taro into his cannon.
Can you believe how much they charged me for 3 pounds of Taro? I'm not wasting one of these gold bricks on road rage.
Leonard gave up. He issued an exasperated nose-thumbing and sat back in his seat.
I have to pee.
When he was satisfied with the distance traveled, Sergio jerked the car left down a street and stopped at the end. When he saw the armored vehicle approaching their location, he jutted out in front of it and matched its speed.
Sergio, what are we doing?
Jeb cried out with syrup hanging from his chin. A light clicked on in Tommy's head.
We're delivering a door to a door.
What? What does that even mean?
Jeb questioned.
Right again, Murillo,
shouted Sergio as he pulled back what looked like the gear shifter sticking up from the floor. The back doors to the van swung open, and the door that Tommy and Jeb had been tasked with shot out the back and onto the roadway. A sturdy cable attached to the door from a mechanical crank reeled out with it. Sergio twisted the gear knob in his palm, and spikes protruded from the top side of the door. The armored vehicle swerved and missed the door entirely, which continued to skid further behind them all as the crank unraveled. Sergio turned the van and aligned it with the armored vehicle and matched up the crank with the right side wheels. A loud emanated inside the van as the crank halted its unwinding.
Duck your heads, boys,
Sergio called back to them. Tommy and Jeb crumpled forward just as 2 bullets found their way inside the van and exited through the windshield.
Let's bring her home,
Sergio shouted before pushing the disguised gear shifter forward once more. The crank in the back began whirring again as it worked in the opposite direction. Tommy peered at the armored car through Sergio's side mirror. The armored car's passenger stuck half their torso out of the window and was preparing to fire on them again when the door reeled in and sunk its spikes into the armored car's right rear tire, then the front right tire, and reeled all the way back into the van and locked in place. The armored vehicle slumped to the right side and careened through a light pole and crashed into a stone stoop leading up to an apartment complex. Sergio spun the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes as the tall light pole came crashing down onto the road. The brown van screeched with enthusiasm as it rotated a full 180 degrees, streaking the road with coal-black graffiti. He set it to park. Then his hand turned and smacked the faux gear shifter. The door in the back popped up and its spikes retracted.
Grab the door and meet me in the back,
he shouted to his riders. His fingers grasped the last bite of waffle relaxing in the cup holder, carried, and then deposited it into his grinning mouth.
Nothing like a gift waffle before things get hairy.
Tommy and Jeb opened the side sliding door, jumped out, and raced to the back as they were told.
Dude, this is nuts,
Tommy said as he grasped Jeb's shoulders and violently shook him like a baby.
I'm pissing myself with fear and excitement.
Dude, we like super dodged those bullets back there,
replied the James Bond martini that was Jeb, his voice resounding with audible tremolo.
No more dodging bullets,
Sergio hailed.
This time you'll be deflecting them.
A series of gunshots rang out from the stationary armored car, and lead rounds hammered the pavement around Sergio's van.
Grab the door and use it as a shield. Then slowly walk left toward the building. Keep the door between you and them.
The van windshield shattered. Jeb and Tommy stepped to the side of the van and planted the door on the ground. Immediately, a series of bullets pelted the door shield, which pushed down on the boys.
Put your backs into it. You've got to keep the door vertical.
They pushed back against the rain of gunfire. Jeb called out over his shoulder,
Are you going to distract them so we can hit a switch on this thing and light them on fire or something?
You boys are the distraction.
Sergio called out from the back of the van. He was lying on his stomach and connecting some kind of device to a string of wires near the crank. Tommy stood up straight and peered through the one-way window on their door. It appeared to be bulletproof as well. Their assailants were dressed in dark blue outfits and wore gray helmets with reflective visors. Both had rapid-fire rifles. Jeb looked up right as a bullet rapped on the glass, causing him to recoil in fright. They strafed left as instructed. Sergio barreled out of the van, holding a device attached to the van's cable.
Here we go,
he whispered. The van started whirring loudly and shot forward toward the gunman, who prematurely leapt out of the way as the van instead stopped abruptly a yard before them. The van was jittery and the whirring grew louder. Suddenly, the driver's rifle flew from their hands and collided with the roof of Sergio's van, stuck as if pulled and claimed by a super magnet. Jeb and Tommy pressed their faces together as they both tried to peek through the small window at what was happening. The passenger gunman was struggling to hold on to their firearm and, in an attempt to hang on, expended their ammunition clip into the ground. Sergio, who was crouched where his van had been parked, was holding the device, still cabled to the van crank. He pushed a button on it, and the van responded by backing up toward its original position. After another button pressed, the crank retracted the cable, and the controlling device in Sergio's hands zipped away. He then raced over to where Jeb and Tommy were standing and, with one swift movement, picked both of them up in each hand and tossed them into the reversing van. Immediately following this maneuver, he raised one bent leg and then extended it with a burst of force, sending the door flying from its resting spot and smashing into the gunman who successfully held onto the rifle. The same foot that kicked the door then planted its sole on the pavement and became the launching spot of a bull's charge. Sergio lowered his steel-plated shoulder and rammed the armored car's former driver, knocking them flat on their back and excavating the wind from their lungs. From the back of the van, Tommy and Jeb watched Sergio best his opponents and could hardly believe what they were seeing.
Oh shit!
Tommy exclaimed.
There's another asshole with a gun moving up from behind the car!
This new contender entered the fray from the back of the armored vehicle and made their way around the side of the vehicle opposite to Sergio. Jeb snatched the device with which Sergio had been remotely controlling the van. It looked like a modern gaming controller.
I have been training my entire life for this moment.
He spoke aloud with certainty and pride. He twisted an analog stick that simultaneously turned the van's wheels.
Hold on to something, Tommy.
He pulled hard on the right-hand trigger button. The front left headlight of the van popped off and collapsed to the pavement.
Who mapped this controller layout?
He shouted in frustration. But out of the space where the headlight had just been, a small missile shot out with surprisingly fast speed and stuck into the front of the armored car. Tommy and Jeb waited for an explosion that never came. Instead, the missile burst apart, and white gelatinous material began to grow and expand from its origin, ensnaring the third gunman just as Sergio whipped around to see their gun barrel pointed at him.
Mallow missile for the win!
Tommy shouted in triumph. The guards struggling in the mallow quickly became completely enveloped, and the sound of their screams faded from earshot. Jeb smirked.
Not what was supposed to happen, but I'll take it.
Without dawdling, Sergio raced to the back of the armored car and saw that the rear door was closed. He quietly cleared his voice and knocked twice.
The threat has been neutralized. Are you injured?
Negative.
A voice from the other side of the door responded.
Come out and help us with the bodies,
Sergio commanded. There was a momentary silence, finally broken by the voice calling out.
Avalanche.
From inside. Sergio hesitated.
Code word, now!
Yelled the voice on the other side of the door. With a shrug of his shoulders and the utmost confidence heard in his voice, Sergio said,
Blizzard.
Was that the wrong code word? Probably. The guard on the ground a few feet from him was still immobile and gasping for breath. He'd make a good bullet sponge. The idea fell apart when a loud clang sounded out as the lock on the door was released. It opened just wide enough for Sergio to see a black pistol looking down on him. A shield, human body or door, would have been a good thing to have right now. But Sergio, a bull, was hardly the type of villain to defend first. In Velcro City, it was attack or be attacked. Following that mantra aggressively, Sergio had yet to experience the be attacked part, which suited him just fine. The armored car's rear door creaked open further. The entire handgun was now visible and aimed at Sergio's heart, preparing itself to dig through the villain's thick jacket and bulging pectoral muscles and demolish them with the same ease that a curious finger penetrates a block of moist bologna. A millisecond later, the door was flung all the way open, and a guard burst through it with a huge bald man wearing an orange prison smock right in tow. The duo flew past Sergio and landed hard on the pavement, with the guard, who was on bottom, suffering the brunt of the fall. The pistol skittered across the concrete and fell through a stormwater grate into a refuse-littered underground pipe where it would develop heartbreaking abandonment issues as well as the first known case of gonorrhea. The guy in orange rolled off his tackled adversary and scraped against the ground. Both groaned and lay where they fell. After a few reassuring breaths, the guy in the prison smock opened up an eye. You came for me," he grumbled daintily and then coughed. "And the code word was ski lift, by the way." Sergio scoffed.
That's 2 words. Unfair.
"That's what I told him."
Should we see what's taking him so long?
Jeb asked his friend. He and Tommy had been peeking over the back seat of the van for almost a minute. All gunfire had ceased, and the 3 guards they'd seen had been incapacitated. The poor sap clobbered by the door lay where they fell, unmoving and a bit broken. The guard pummeled by Sergio's charge was still on their back, but was no longer flailing their arms in confused despair, possibly resigning to feigned unconsciousness so as not to receive another ass-whooping. Jeb stared at the Mallow Mountain, standing tall and still. He thought about the person trapped inside without oxygen. Saving Sergio had felt amazing. He definitely would cross save a friend's life, just below eat nachos until I puke, off his bucket list later. But he didn't want to kill nobody. He sighed.
Tommy, we have to open up the mallow and save that idiot trapped inside.
His friend shrugged.
That seems reasonable.
They hopped out of the van and took off running toward the gelatinous abscess. Their fingers dug into the sticky mallow as they tore huge chunks away and threw them to the ground. Police sirens could be heard in the distance.
When I was like 5, I buried a plastic Batmobile in the sandbox in my yard,
Tommy said between frenzied mallow tearing.
And when I was 13, my dad was gonna build a garden there, so I had to dig up all the sand and move it.
And you found the Batmobile?
Jeb surmised with a chubby bunny contested mouth full of mallow.
I never did. To this day, I'm unsure if me burying it was a dream, that I never owned the Batmobile toy to begin with, that it only existed within a false memory.
Tommy ceased pawing at the mallow.
The memory of covering it with sand is so real, though.
Not stopping what he was doing, Jeb attempted to reassure his friend.
I don't know how to respond to that, but, memories are like henchmen. You may have a lot, so many that you can't remember their names or when they started working for you. And sometimes they may make you happy. And other times they'll get you riled up. And some might even give you a boner.
Were you going somewhere with this?
Tommy asked, placing some mallow in his own mouth and then spitting it out when it tasted like blinker fluid.
Oh, probably nowhere good.
Jeb ripped off a huge white chunk, revealing the helmet of the guard. His fingers gripped around the base and pulled it off their head. The woman underneath gasped for breath.
Who?
Jeb clobbered her with the helmet. Wow, Tommy gasped in an uncanny impersonation of Luke Wilson's brother. Jeb turned to his friend.
I panicked. We're not wearing masks and she saw our faces.
They looked back at the guard whose head was slumped forward. Unconscious, they hoped. Tommy wiggled his fingers in the air.
Citizens beware! The malicious mallow mugger is on the loose in our streets,
he teased.
Protect your heads! Protect your children's heads!
Footsteps approached fast from the other side of the armored car. Sergio and an equally large handcuffed man wearing your standard orange prison getup ran into view and then stopped when they saw Tommy, Jeb, and the motionless head of the guard face first in the sticky stuff. These 2 with you? The prisoner asked Sergio.
They're 2 henchmen for hire. They do not disappoint,
he replied.
Grab the door, you 2, and meet us in the van.
Jeb and Tommy raced around and picked up the door. It was in pretty bad shape. Tiny dents from bullet fire covered the metal side. The one-way window was cracked and rendered useless. The door's wooden side had a large broken point in the center where Sergio had kicked it, yet they carried it to the van anyway and hopped in. Sergio opened the glove compartment and found a small bolt cutter which he used on his passenger's handcuffs. The wailing sirens they had all heard were growing louder. Sergio shifted the van into drive. The engine died. He turned the key to no avail. A heavy sigh escaped his mouth as he ran his right hand gently over the dashboard.
We had a hell of a time together,
he whispered. His hand drifted down to the AM radio button, which he pressed. The entire plastic case, housing the cassette player and air conditioning, fell forward, revealing a series of wires and a keypad. 5 buttons on the keypad were pressed, and a pleasant robotic voice chimed.
Self-destruct sequence initiated. Please evacuate the area. Imminent explosion in 5 minutes. Secure your own oxygen mask before helping your child. Thank you for choosing American Airlines.
The guy in orange threw a false scowl at Sergio. Real mature. Sergio grinned, and then proceeded to paw every nook and cranny around his seat, unearthing whatever he found and tossing out the window anything that wasn't a cigarette.
All right, you heard the van. Everybody out. Grab the door again, boys.
The guy in orange stepped out. I'll get her. He made his way around the van and opened up the back doors. Ugh! What did you do to her? She's completely mangled. Sergio was still sitting in the driver's seat. He popped a cigarette in his mouth and lit it.
They weren't playing nice,
he sternly recounted from the corner of his mouth.
They shot at us with bullets. Can you believe that? Bullets.
He exhaled smoke through his nostrils. The man in orange frowned. Across town, the cry of sirens continued its steady climb and sound, making a worried Jeb pipe up.
I don't want to interrupt.
Then don't, the man in orange interrupted. A bit hurt, Jeb opened his mouth and raised a finger before mulling it over, closing his mouth and retracting said finger. Sergio flicked his cigarette butt somewhere inside the van and stepped out at last.
The hench is right. We should skedaddle.
Tommy grimaced and leaned over to Jeb.
Skedaddle?
Jeb leaned in as well.
Yeah, he just lost all his cool guy points.
What in bingo night gravy happened here?
Leonard asked the other 2 members of the Buick as they turned a corner to see traffic now stopping on either side of the 2 heavily damaged vehicles in the street. Berkeley grabbed onto both front seats and pulled himself forward. That's an inmate transportation truck right there. Diego pulled the car over the curb and onto the sidewalk. It appears someone used a Class C sugar entrapment. A Mallow missile from the looks of it. Wasn't that kind of weaponry used by Gladys's alter ego, Jello? Yeah, pronounced with a soft J if I recall. Yellow, Berkeley corresponded. Didn't she have that 10-foot-tall robot that vomited gelatin dessert on command? Diego gagged. Except half the time the darn thing's storage tank ruptured and blue bovine bone sugar seeped out of the robot's eyes and knees. Berkeley scratched at his neatly trimmed beard. You think she did this? I didn't see her at breakfast this morning.
Gladys missed breakfast because she was up late last night. Busy,
Leonard stated with a smile. An inquisitive look took form upon Berkeley's face. How would you know? Followed by a look of mild disgust. Oh, that's gross. Nice, Diego chuckled as he fished around the car for some lip balm.
And besides, Leonard tutted, you're thinking of Susan Steinbrook, who's still doing life in prison for her giant robot stepping on Mayor Greenwick's daughter, Ashlyn, and her basset hound, Pillbox, or some name just as stupid.
Leonard crossed his legs and continued.
In her day, Gladys caused all sorts of chaos dumping bone meal into the hot water tanks of different government buildings. Allegedly, of course. I think the League got the feds to blame it all on Susan, who was doing life regardless.
What was Gladys's alter ego then? Diego wondered aloud.
Tank Girl, answered Leonard. But she changed it to Tank Girl with a U after the writers of the Tank Girl comic series threatened to...
Leonard's voice trailed off as his eyes focused on a group of 4 individuals exiting the stationary van on the road.
Look over there,
he yelled at his compatriots. Over where? Diego asked in confusion. It's those kids who trashed Throne Room's lawn, Berkeley gasped. Oh, and they're 2 burly bodyguards, Diego noted. Let's kick their heads. He and Berkeley opened their doors and stepped out. Berkeley looked back in the car at Leonard, who remained sitting with legs crossed.
Leo, what gives?
Leonard folded his arms.
What gives is I still have to pee, you buffoon. I need a bathroom before urine begins to leak from my eyes and knees.
Sergio and the former prisoner in orange sprinted down the nearest alleyway. Tommy and Jeb ran behind them, trying to catch up. The leaders stopped when the alley split in two. The young henchman's shoes slapped the cement as they finally came to a halt as well.
We need to split this group up, bully.
Sergio nodded to his friend in agreement and turned to Jeb and Tommy.
Vic's right.
Vicks?
Asked Jeb out of breath.
Like the Vapo Rub?
Vic, short for Victor, enunciated the man himself in an irritated manner.
I now like you a little bit less than before you said that.
Vic and I are splitting off that way,
Sergio interjected, trying to save a semblance of this heroic goodbye speech.
You two aren't fast enough to keep up with the dashing duo. Adorable.
Adorable?
Jeb huffed.
What?
He grabbed his sides and stood up straight.
You two should be relatively fine on your own if you keep to the alleys,
Sergio continued.
Just don't come back to Flippers. At least, not until dark.
He extended his hulking hand to them.
It's been a treat working with you boys.
Tommy and Jeb each shook his massive palm, and then he and Victor charged off down the right path.
I guess we go left then?
Tommy suggested.
Adorable. I just got it.
Behind them, the van exploded in a fiery mess, flinging smoking bits of scrap metal and singed fast food bags into the alley.
Damn.
Jeb mouthed, looking back at the flaming vehicle.
I left my strawberries in there.
Tommy was looking in the direction the two large men had run, as they were now sprinting twice as fast back toward the henchmen. Jeb grew nervous.
Should we be fleeing too?
Run!
They heard Sergio shout. Jeb and Tommy squinted their eyes to see from what it was they would be running. At the end of the alley, from around the corner, a pair of white and brown speckled horse legs emerged, quickly followed by the rest of the horse, an Appaloosa, and a woman in her 40s riding the horse. Also, the woman and the horse were wearing stylish but not too showy sunglasses.
Cleptometrist,
Tommy gasped.
a hero. She throws flashbangs and works a lasso rope. Oh God, my astigmatism and nylon-sensitive skin.
A man who looked to be in his late 30s stumbled into the alleyway after Cleptometrist. This bad hombre wore a white beater and camo shorts. His belly stuck out and was being methodically rubbed clockwise by his right hand. The guy's hair took the form of a violently self-styled mullet. Somewhat visible on his left shoulder was a crudely inked tattoo of a coiled rattlesnake shotgunning a Spudweiser on top of a green NASCAR automobile. Or it was a heavily intoxicated Gumby being sexually stimulated by a reverse cowgirl riding Slinky. It was difficult to make out, but either way, the faded subtext below it, "Don't read N.E.," seemed applicable to both images.
Who's that dude?
Jeb asked. Tommy shook his head and shrugged. A third figure stepped into the alley, but this time from behind them. Sergio and Vic slid to a halt before their henchmen allies.
Christ on a cracker, I really didn't want to have to deal with heroes, Vic said wearily.
4!
Called the newcomer from behind Tommy and Jeb. They whirled around to see a heavy-set, muscly man wearing a yellow hard hat and a leather tool belt holding multiple tools and golf clubs. The guy was brandishing a golf driver in the air in a post-swing position. A small explosion went off above Jeb's head, knocking him to the ground. His ears immediately began ringing at a 10, and he couldn't hear nor participate in the scuffle going on around him. Vic and Sergio readied themselves as Adorable and charged at the golfer, who loudly announced that he was the foreman. A bull lowered his shoulder in preparation for contact, but was struck in the leg by a baseball bat wallop from another man who emerged from behind the foreman. This guy was in his early 50s, but dressed like he was in his 20s. Modern electronic music blasted from multiple speakers, sewn into the skinny jeans / Skrillex shirt outfit he wore.
Dubstep Dad is here to listen, son, and rock your world.
A bull hit the ground hard, and was about to sustain more bat strikes, if not for a door hurling his door right into Dubstep Dad's gut, knocking the uncool father figure onto his back.
We'll talk later, bro,
the midlife crisis-ridden man said before upchucking pieces of a half-chewed enchilada microwave dinner and curling into the fetal position. A door then raced at the foreman, who swung his golf club downward diagonally, missing the man in orange who ducked underneath it. Adore then quickly went into a handstand, wrapped his legs around the foreman's neck, and pulled him down. The foreman's nose broke as he lurched forward and kissed the ground. The clopping of horseshoes approached. Adore groaned as he crawled out from under the foreman's limp body and turned to face his new foe. But Tommy was already on it. He had grabbed up the foreman's driver and a couple of balls from the tool belt.
I'm voting nay,
Tommy said with a grin before smacking one of the balls straight at Cloptometrist as she let loose a flashbang. The small, white golf ball collided with the right lens of her sunglasses, shattering them and exposing her bare retina to her own projectile's offensive aura, from which there was a flash of light so bright that it could have bleached a bare anus. The offensive luminescence swallowed the alley whole for a brief moment. No one moved from their spot, except the guy wearing the beater who was swinging wildly, blindly. He eventually punched a brick wall, cried out in agony, and fell on his butt, whimpering and holding his bloodied knuckles. Cloptometrist, half blind, lost her balance and slipped from her horse, who simply whinnied and found an aluminum soda can to munch on. Jeb opened his eyes. Turning his head brought Tommy and Adore into his field of view. He watched a bull slowly get to his feet and find his teammate. Jeb then noticed something outside of the alley. Past Tommy, Sergio, and the two downed heroes, his mom's navy blue Toyota Corolla parked alongside the road.
No freaking way,
he whispered through a broken smile. His legs managed to support him as he rose to his feet, and further so as he found and slowly led an eyes-closed Tommy by the arm toward the car.
A bull! Follow me!
He yelled over his shoulder. Sergio grabbed his orange and bald-headed pal by the arm and led him onward.
You are not going to believe this,
Jeb said as his fingers fished for his mom's spare key hidden above the back left tire. After finding it and unlocking the vehicle, he ushered his friend into the front seat while Sergio helped his own buddy into the back.
There's not enough room for me in there,
Sergio stated while lighting up a cigarette. Jeb smiled and tapped the car's roof rack.
Hang on, big guy.
Jebediah Emmanuel! What in the heck are you doing with these people in my car?
A brown-haired woman in her 50s wearing a white sundress and blue-rimmed glasses stood glaring at her son from the doorway of the Velcro City East Branch Bank.
Hi, Mirabelle.
Well, hello, Tommy. How are you?
I've been blinded by a flashbang, but it should wear off soon,
he said, turned to the direction of her voice.
Boy, howdy, she exclaimed with her hands on her hips. You two are in it today. What's your sister doing these days?
Mom! We have to go!
Jeb cut in.
We're in the middle of escaping from people who want to kick our asses!
Mirabelle's mouth shot open.
Why do people want to hurt my son?
Mom, there's no time to explain. Get a ride from Dad. Sorry.
And with that, he stowed himself inside and closed the door. With a cigarette still in his mouth, Sergio climbed onto the roof and grabbed a hold of the roof rack, tapping twice on the top to give Jeb the okay to take off. But they didn't go anywhere.
What gives?
Jeb asked with frustration. He could hear his mother yelling to him, but the rolled-up windows blocked her out. When Sergio tapped on the glass, Jeb finally rolled down a window, as turning the key had at least turned on the car's battery.
What's the holdup, Hench? We've got an alley full of heroes coming too.
Jeb was panicking.
The car won't turn.
His voice was overpowered by his mother's shrill but well-intentioned wails.
Honey, you've got to push the clutch in,
she said at him. He did as she instructed and turned the key. The engine roared to life, then sputtered to silence again when he released his foot from the extra pedal.
No, you've got to keep the clutch pushed down.
Jeb started it again, shifting the car into gear and hitting the gas to the floor. Nothing happened.
Why am I not peeling out in a dust cloud of awesome?
He asked his audience. Jeb's door opened. It was Sergio standing tall before him, blocking out the sun.
Are you familiar with the hench clench soldier?
The villain asked a confused Jeb before pulling him from the driver's seat and hoisting him onto the roof.
Hang on, big guy.
Murmuring a quick apology to his friend behind him as he adjusted his seat back as far as it would go, Sergio eased his foot off the clutch and sped away as Jeb grasped the roof rack and tried to suppress his fear and enjoy this new experience. Mirabelle watched the group drive off in her car. Then she fished in her purse for her cell phone and dialed a contact. Hey Mir, what's up? The voice on the other end asked after an obnoxious number of rings.
You are not going to believe what your son is doing.
Well, I think I have a decent idea, Jeb's father responded in a monotone voice. Let's see. He's traveling at about 30 miles per hour, so I guess he's in a vehicle. Try on a vehicle. On my vehicle. Mirabelle's husband responded with a lengthy series of ums and hms, never quite forming a cohesive sentence. Well, that's certainly interesting, he finally managed. That's interesting? Mirabelle recited with a placid guffaw. Is that all you have to say? The sound of a soldering tool could be heard from the other end of the line. I hope your car makes it out okay. She quietly sighed for the 12,000th time since she and he began dating, remembering that his cool head, the head of vast knowledge and reason and Edgar Winter's Frankenstein playing on repeat, had always gotten them over the next hurdle. You know, a normal dad would be worried about his son. Mir. His mental state, I mean. It looks like he's falling into... Is Tommy with him, dear? Her Corolla had completely dissolved into the Velcro City traffic, no longer discernible from where she stood. Yes, of course Tommy's with him, she replied in a softer tone. Tommy's a good kid. I'm sure they'll be fine, but I'll keep an eye on his vitals just to be safe. The soldering started up again. And, Mirabelle asked with a resolving patience formed during the last 31 years of marriage. And I love you? And I need you to come pick me up, nerd. Oh, right, he acknowledged. I'll send Simon to get you. Wait, no, she protested before her husband's wandering hand had inadvertently melted and destroyed something, and the line clicked to silence. Fucking shit, she muttered. A murmured outburst instigated a passing mother to glare and tug her child away. Mirabelle began digging in her purse for a cigarette when she turned her head to the sound of clopping hooves. She raised her gaze and looked into the downward cast eyes of a beautifully spotted Appaloosa. From its pinkish-white muzzle, a voice evidently belonging to the equine asked Mirabelle, Why the long face? Its lips then parted, revealing a boisterous smile with bits of aluminum stuck between some teeth. As calmly as she could, Mirabelle grabbed her phone once again and texted her husband, in all caps, How long have I been able to talk to horses? What did you do to me? Chapter 3.5 The Core Principles. The Coronation of Heroes, LLC, popularly shortened to The Core among employees, and officially shortened to TCOH LLC within legal documents, is the employer of all people practicing legal vigilantism within Tuscan County. While adhering to most laws followed by the county police department, the Corps receives some leniencies when specifically arresting villains who perform work underneath the League of Enduring Vileness's criminal shadow. But above all else, the 5 core principles are held in the highest esteem. But they're really boring and generic, so here are a few obscure principles that often go overlooked. Principle 119. Throwing recyclables in the trash, even when there's a recycling bin next to the trash can, is indeed evil, but it does not warrant physical reciprocation, especially in the form of bass guitar strings lacerating the offender's scrotum. See Incident File 32-1-6. Principle 112. Fire-based weapons and powers are to be inspected bi-monthly by an oversight committee. Failure to comply with inspection will result in a temporary revocation of the offender's hero license, as well as a 1-month ban from the pudding station within the HQ cafeteria. Principle 166. All sponsorships and brand deals must be okayed by TCOH LLC before any alterations to costumes, gadgets, vehicles, etc. are presented to the public. Principle 166.1. Absolutely no sponsorships are to be made with the League of Enduring Vileness, even if the dastardly sponsor claims to have the approval from TCOH LLC and provides documentation backing up the claims. TCOH LLC does not cooperate with the League of Enduring Vileness. Ever. This should be obvious. We're looking at you, C. Gullible. Principle 143. No plastic straws. Just don't. Principle 99. Never leave a citizen hanging. Once all threats are neutralized, make a concerted effort to locate and high-five every raised hand in the vicinity. It is an easy morale booster and assures the public that everything is okay. Footnote number 3. TCOH LLC owns the majority of shares in the company that manufactures Restraint, the wearable wrist guard that helps heal aching muscles caused by excessive high-fiving. Restraint does not alleviate symptoms of Tetris, wrist pain brought on by overexerting oneself while jerking one's joystick, playing Tetris or other Atari classics. Chapter 4. Vending the rules to gain the upper hand. The blue Toyota Corolla made its way along the road, blending in with normal traffic about as well as any other car containing a costumed villain, a prisoner, a normal human, and a daredevil, not by choice, in his late 20s, horizontal on the roof and attempting to act like purchased furniture. As Jeb avoided looking at other drivers who must have been staring at him and wondering what he was doing, he thought that certainly there was no way Sergio and Vic could have fit in the back seat together, but he and Vic could both fit in the back, albeit very snug, but possible. Did he want to press up against Vic was the real question, though. The answer was no. 3 loud knocks from below his face made Jeb tense further and caused his urethra to peddle a puddle of piddle in his pantaloons.
Don't fall asleep up there,
Sergio's voice boomed from inside. Jeb could smell the tobacco smoke before he saw it creep out of the slightly cracked window and dissipate in the air. He wasn't about to tell a man of Sergio's stature that smoking wasn't allowed in his mom's car, but damn it, was she going to be miffed. However, consistent as he'd been throughout the day, Sergio let out 2 huge puffs of smoke and tossed the orange filter out the window. The car rolled to a stop before a red light. Jeb heard a window roll down on his right side. "Hey, buddy," the voice in the adjacent car began. "Gangsters are supposed to live in the hood, not on it." The car erupted with laughter and, as the light turned green, peeled out and shot into the intersection. Wham! A truck running a red light sped into view and collided with the car of jokesters, slamming it into a third car. Traffic stalled, but Sergio crept the Corolla forward, as he didn't want to stick around for police to show up. Jeb looked at the 3 smoking cars stuck together in the road. Now was the perfect time to be petty.
Hey, jackass, I'm not on the hood, I'm on the roof. You know, the thing you're trapped under that's starting to catch fire?
He howled. Without a word, Vic emerged from the moving vehicle and ran toward the helpless hooligans under siege from the slow flames beginning to build in the afternoon breeze. With well-planted feet and a grunt, he ripped off the back right door and manually ejected the inhabitants out onto the street. After he'd gotten them all out, and without a word of explanation, he hurried back into the Corolla. Sergio nodded to his friend and then rolled up his window, stifling Jeb's maniacal-turned-contemplative laughter. He turned on the radio and flipped through a few stations until he heard a staticky Bulls on Parade by Rage Against the Machine.
"You would,"
Tommy mumbled. Aside from a slight smile, Sergio disregarded the comment.
"Where are we headed, De La O?"
Now Sergio was sporting a full grin.
We're headed
He turned his head to face Tommy directly.
to the Power Dawn.
Tommy rubbed his eyes. He was a little unsettled by the Sergio that attempted to show outward expressions of joy. The car ride lasted about 17 minutes. Tommy's mind wandered about in that time. He hadn't lived a day in his life as exciting as this in a very long time. It would seem that his friend's dream of becoming a henchman, and eventually a villain, was on its way to becoming reality. But what of his own dreams? The villains of years past had always inspired Tommy more than any other profession, more than heroes, definitely. Villains could do what they pleased. Your average heinous individual could pull a classic job and rob a bank, sure. But if you're an intuitive villain, you might 1. Create a sudsy diversion within the hand soap section of Superstore, Bedroom, Bathroom, and Yonder. 2. Yoink a high horsepower blender from an electronics display and quickly make your escape without paying. 3. Bring said blender into a bank and turn it on high. 4. Slide a "this is a stick-up" note to the teller behind the glass and proceed to rob the bank at a leisurely pace and watch the employees call the police. 5. Laugh in triumph as the police, over the phone, are unable to hear the bank employees' calls for help over the raucous sound of the blender motor. 6. Steal a bunch of ballpoint pens. 7. Get arrested when the police eventually figure out what's going on. 8. Prove to a jury of your peers that the blender's decibel level was much too high and that it hindered the police from arriving in a timely manner. 9. Once out of the slammer, and reunited with your lifetime supply of pens reclaimed from the evidence room, take your neighbor to court and sue for emotional damages caused by their excessive acai berry smoothie making at all hours of the day. 10. File a lawsuit against a blender company to recall and remanufacture their product to be quieter. All of this hullabaloo just to send a middle finger to anybody who could possibly see it. Social disruption, the magnum opus of legal villainy. The car passed by Lucky Duck Grocery, where Tommy had had his first beer. First 3 beers, actually, as well as his first run-in with the cops. Who would have thought that public urination was a gateway into the villainous life? Just thinking about that memory brought the sickly taste of Spudweiser into Tommy's mouth. Blech. He didn't understand how Whitney could drink that stuff by the gallon. But surprising him was always her talent. And the lady could cook a mac and cheese so delicious that Tommy swore no fewer than 9 virgins had to have been sacrificed sometime during its assembly. He blinked and rotated his eyeballs. His sight appeared to be back to its normal 20/30 vision. The Toyota Corolla came to a halt before a single-story building, standing small between 2 ginormous nuclear cooling towers just 7 miles outside of town. The clock in the car showed 12:53 as the time. Relaxing before the car's dim headlights was a group of 8 people decked out in green and brown camouflage. Half of them were sitting on the gravel lot, while the other half stood. All were consuming packaged food. Jeb rolled off the roof of the car and onto the gravel below as Tommy barely managed to get himself out of the car. "Come on, boys," Vic said, picking Jeb up off the ground and placing him on his feet. The big guy then turned his attention to the camouflaged assembly. "Who are you lot?" One of the group, a 20-something with black hair cut so short it barely existed at all, stood up to field the question. "My name is Gunyon. I, as well as these drooling sacks of shit behind me, make up the Army Preserve, led by Vinowar." Tommy spoke up.
So, if I were...
Jeb interrupted his friend.
Hey, I've got this one.
He cleared his throat.
And if I were reading Vinowar's name, I would pronounce it
Vin-a-War. Weird question of you to ask, seeing as how I just said it. Anyway, behind me from left to right are Garrot, Spirigus, Beat, Daikon, Angerkin, and siblings Slammin' and Hurting.
I've heard some of Vinowar's exploits, said Sergio. She recently gave osteoparalysis a run for his money, if I heard correctly.
Gunyon spoke up again. That's right! That bony asshole was attempting to arch Vinowar's sworn nemesis, His Holiness Father Parish. The League of Enduring Vileness discourages arching another villain's nemesis, but keeping with the chaotic traditions of the League's frowning fathers, they have no bylaw that outright bans the practice. Our commander had enough, and we stormed Osteoparalysis's wasteland-themed base. Some of us here were involved in that battle. A deep, worn sigh flushed through his body and drained out across his despaired lips. Too many of our comrades left that compound on a stretcher. We few soldiers were lucky enough to make it out unscathed. Gunyon, you shouldn't speak so openly about our affairs to these strangers, the one called Daikon admonished. Gunyon swatted away his comrade's worries. Oh, relax, Dai. Don't you know who this is? It's Adorable, in the flesh. I'm aware of who they are, she acknowledged in an annoyed, worried tone. But you're going to get yourself in trouble with the commander. Gunyon motioned a hand gesture equivalent to "Ah phooey," and continued yapping his mouth. Our fallen brothers and sisters deserve to be remembered.
How many of you henchmen died?
Tommy asked innocently enough. Gunyon spit out a chunk of whatever it was his jaw had been gnawing on. Died? Oh no one died. Tommy glanced at the mushy, discharged food particle on the gravel. But you said they left on stretchers. Bone spurs, Gunyon said solemnly. Osteoparalysis is doing. They've got janky ankles, the poor bastards. Jeb scratched his hairless chin.
Don't bone spurs cause little pain if they show any symptoms at all?
Hey, the one called Angerkin hollered.
Bone spurs can develop to the point where the affected may lose joint mobility.
Daikon and Slammin jumped into action, each holding onto an arm of Angerkin as he became more and more worked up.
You have no idea what our comrades are going through. They died for our shins.
Figuratively, Hurting mumbled. Angerkin suddenly stopped fighting against the 2 soldiers on his either side and was quickly reduced to tears. They're taking anti-inflammatory medication daily. Daily, for fuck's sake.
Tears and cleared throats proliferated during the awkward silence. Sorry about that, Gunyan apologized. It's a sore subject. So what brings you here?
Why does anyone come here?
Sergio replied casually.
We need a weapon.
Gunyan nodded his head. Ah, yes, of course. The same goes for us. Daikon shook her head. Gunyan. The commander is inside right now, he continued, securing armaments for the upcoming battle against Father Parish. He stifled a giggle. I'm so excited. He ripped off a chunk from a suspiciously yellow food disc in his hand and threw it between his teeth. Jeb eyed the food with intrigue and curiosity.
What are you eating?
He asked. Gunyan held out a sturdy plastic taupe-colored bag with a handful of food-related items contained within. Standard issue Army Preserve WRE, waffle ready to eat, complete with maple-flavored corn syrup and dehydrated strawberries. Want to try a bite? Jeb affirmed that he did and tore off a hunk of waffle and began the arduous chewing process. His teeth bit and gnashed and crushed and prodded the yellow number 5 piece of dough until his jaw ached.
Kind of tough,
he commented. Gunyan and some of his mates chuckled.
It's calories.
Here, I'll set you up with a bite full of syrup and fruit so you get the whole Army Preserve experience. He squeezed a silver packet, and slowly, drudgingly, the light brown substance dripped onto the yellow puck and formed a thick, fat glob of American agriculture meets food science. Gunyan then procured a few slices of pale red strawberry bits and stuck a few on the pile of syrup. Cheers, he said with a grin. Just as Jeb reached out to take the offering, it was slapped to the ground by a powerful hand.
Near giving out field rations to civilians, henchmen or not,
a heavy-built woman bellowed. She wore a white army helmet atop her scalp, and a dirty green uniform covered the rest of her, with holes and patches sewed about its entirety. Clearly, it had seen some excessive wear and tear in the line of duty. Cohabitating with perspiration above her upper lip was a darker spot of bristly red hairs attempting to breach the skin's surface. As her sleeves were rolled up past her elbows, a burning forest of further red hairs were clear to be seen, standing erect on her large, tattooed forearms. Her green pea irises lowered to look down on Jeb, but they quickly moved on to her troop.
Once you pants-pissing, shit-sucking, enema-engendering cook maggots finish every last morsel of your WRE, we're gearing up and shipping out to 18 clicks southwest to pay Father Parish a visit.
I got a rather explosive confession to make.
If we can march there without you sheep-fuckers eating each other's arseholes, you might get to fire one of these.
She held up a large tan cannon with an attached computer screen.
With these, we'll unload Agent Orange bombs on Parish and his degenerate, bottle-fed lackeys.
Agent Orange? Isn't that stuff like banned by the United Nations?
Jeb queried. Gunyan used his hand to partially obscure his mouth from Vinowar. Our Agent Orange is just apple cider vinegar and tang, he whispered to Jeb.
Damn it, soldier, Vinowar barked. If you reveal another Army Preserve secret, I'll have you court-martialed.
Her flaming eyes momentarily seared her henchman before she turned her attention to Sergio.
What the fuck are you looking at, hairball?
Sergio met her leer with a neutral expression. He dug a pinky into his ear, gave it a couple of twists, and flicked the extracted waxy blob to the ground. Huh? While Vinowar was distracted, Jeb whispered to Gunyan.
Did she actually mean to say she'll have you court-martialed?
Negative, Gunyan replied a bit louder than Jeb had spoken. Vinowar punishes us by shaving our body of all hair without a glading agent like soap or shaving cream, and then throwing us in a cold vinegar bath.
Do you think me deaf to your blabbering mouth?
Vinowar shrieked. Almost immediately after the retort, she started laughing.
It sounds to me like Toby has volunteered himself to sleep in the tub of torment.
Gunyan gasped. The other soldiers began chanting,
Toby in the tub! Toby in the tub!
My name is Gunyan, he shouted. Gunyan!
The chanting continued.
Toby! Toby! Toby!
Vic opened the rusted front door to the building, and the group quickly walked through.
What a bunch of fucking weirdos,
Tommy declared. None of his 3 companions voiced anything to the contrary. Inside the dim entrance, Tommy, flabbergasted, watched a rat that appeared to be reading a book upon which it stood. The publication was no Hardy Boys skim read, but looked to be quite a thick tome,
a history of religious authoritarianism. As the group grew near, it scurried across the countertop and down it, arriving at a cheese-baited mousetrap set before a hole in the wall. The critter gave the dairy wedge a sniff and then, using a safety match, whacked it free from the trap's weight system, activating the snapping mechanism and freeing the cheese without harm to itself. The rodent picked up the cheddar, took a bite, and looked up at Tommy, who rubbed his eyes in disbelief before watching the creature scamper into the dark crevice. The four evildoers descended down a steel stairwell made of steps with debossed holes for traction because safety is no joke, to the first sublevel. They then left the stairs and passed through a narrow and short hallway. The darkness of the path was driven away once the group stepped into a dusty but magnificent light-filled laboratory. Tubes, gears, steam vents, shelves, and mountains of gadgets occupied every space Tommy and Jeb peered. Inches before him, Jeb noticed a gray gauntlet with a red-buttoned controller of some sort wired into the fabric and metal plating.
What is this place?
He asked, sliding his fingers over the retro device.
Come with me,
A voice sang gently.
and you'll be
A figure could be seen through a series of colorful, liquid-filled beakers and glass tubes.
in a world of pure imagination.
The person, standing at about 4 feet in height, walked out from behind the glorious science kit and smiled at their audience. Their skin was paper-thin. Blood vessels and crimson muscles could be seen quite plainly lying beneath their face and neck. A purple lab coat hung loosely around their torso, and orange-tan khakis swished as they stepped. They tapped a wooden walking cane on the handrails as they strode down the steps.
Take a look, and you'll see into your...
Suddenly the figure burst into flames and began violently screaming and convulsing as a little amount of flesh they possessed dripped from their small skeleton and formed piles around their writhing and crumpling frame, all in a matter of seconds. The horrified group of evildoers looked around for anything to help, but it was too late. The figure was crispy and motionless on the floor.
Incineration?
Jeb asked the ashy corpse, matching their earlier pitch.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
A new voice sighed aloud from behind them. Turning almost in unison, the group of four looked up to see an older woman in a white lab coat with short, white hair and lime green goggles standing on a platform and shaking her head. Before her was a near-identical twin to the whimsical fellow who'd just combusted a second before.
I'll meet you further on,
The lady announced as she walked the platform over the lab.
Keep up.
Jeb and Tommy watched her for a moment before catching up with Sergio and Vic, who'd already begun moving.
It seems yet another of your siblings went full tick-quang duck,
The old woman stated bluntly to her assistant.
Indeed, but Delegate Marker, a true phoenix, will be reborn anew after receiving the kiss of life from the great Van,
The equally thin-skinned biped said in an almost chant-like manner. The old lady responded with a long, drawn-out,
Right.
Dude,
Tommy whispered to Jeb.
there's so much neat stuff in here. Look at this thing.
He pointed a finger at a tennis ball-sized oval object, half of which looked like a cheese grater while the other half was a container of some sort.
What, that pet egg? Thank goodness the answer to my foot corn is here.
Jeb replied rather sarcastically.
That's no as-seen-on-TV product, my precious little hench.
The old woman chastised from afar.
Yes, it has the same function as your pet egg, but there's a twist. Inside the container is a rare species of worm called Tabeo vermis that is currently in a deep slumber. Scraping off the dead skin cells from your foot, shaking the container in the process, awakens the creature where it then feeds on said scraped skin.
The woman maintained a cool, neutral attitude as the brief lecture went on.
The oils from the human body are irresistible to it, but have a negative reaction with the creature's stomach acid almost immediately, molting the Tabeo vermis into a pool of structure-dissolving acid.
Before I retract my earlier sarcasm,
Jeb started.
what about that rip-off Nintendo Power Glove back there?
The old lady studied some notes on a clipboard.
Oh, do you mean the gauntlet that superheats organic matter into miniature stars that exist with a fraction of the temperature of our own sun, and then explode in a supernova on command? That glove?
She asked without looking up from the papers before her.
Sarcasm retracted.
Tommy pointed at a device on the wall.
What does this thing do?
The old lady looked up for a moment and then back down to her notes.
That dispenses soap. Victor, where did you find these henchmen exactly?
Vic, who was farther ahead than the rest of the group, deflected the inquisitive jab. Francis, I need another door. The old lady thought about it for a moment.
Yes, I think we can arrange that.
She then turned to her assistant.
Faloo, would you pick up your sibling and place them in the van?
Faloo bowed their head.
I will request one of our high priests for the matter, for only someone of their title is permitted to handle the remains of a fallen child of Van.
Faloo stood up straight and walked through a tunnel to another room.
What's all that about, Francis?
Sergio questioned the scientist.
You know, I'm not entirely sure.
Her voice trailed off. Sergio prodded further.
And what's this van you two mentioned?
Francis ignored the probe.
Let's get you that door, Victor.
With that, she continued along the upper platform into the next room. The group passed through another short tunnel, this one outfitted with what looked to be numerous kinds of sensors and scanners. Francis stood directly above them on the platform, peering into a computer screen containing multiple datasets and figures pertaining to the group in the tunnel.
Victor, your cholesterol is high and it looks like you're about to battle a kidney stone,
she announced with exquisite diction. The bald man muttered something disparaging about prison food. Francis took in a quick breath and looked closer at the screen, removing her goggles and wiping the device's small monitor with her lab coat, before suddenly retracting her head and snapping the goggles back onto her face.
Anomalous tissue, or more likely a faulty sensor,
her wrinkled lips mumbled. She looked down at her tour group through the slots in the metal deck.
Almost there now,
she said as she moved on. The next area appeared to be a smithy and metal shop. Swords, shields, firearms, maces, morning stars, cables, and many other kinds of instruments lined the walls or sat on shelves. A large furnace rumbled in the corner, tended by another of Francis's odd assistants, this one wearing a brown vest over a white shirt and leather chaps over jeans.
Greetings, Dr. Bronstein. Hello, friends of Dr. Bronstein.
The assistant greeted them.
Paolo,
Francis tutted.
Where is your arm?
The assistant raised an arm.
Why, it's right here, Doctor.
No, Paolo, your right arm.
Paolo turned their head to the opposite side and looked down. Indeed, there was no arm to be seen.
I suppose it must have fallen off somewhere.
The group looked into the furnace. Francis exhaled a long and tired sigh.
Paolo, find one of your siblings and have them prep you for surgery. I'll meet you in the medical ward within the hour.
Yes, Doctor, Paolo said. They waved to the company and left the way Jeb's group had entered.
How did you like your last door?
Francis asked Victor, who was ogling a case of firearms.
Well, Victor let out a sigh. I didn't get much time with the last one. Police picked me up along with Receptacle and her minions. Wrong place, wrong time kind of thing. Sergio interjected.
I like the tractable spikes. Extremely useful when paired with a remote-controlled winch I'd hooked up to the back of my van.
He fished in a pocket for a cigarette, but came up empty. He frowned.
It made freeing this guy relatively easy.
Francis nodded her head and jotted down some notes. The room was silent for a moment until Francis's thumb pushed a red button mounted on the wall. The whirring of a moving belt started up and, after a few seconds, a door swung into view above their heads and lowered to the ground with a push of another button.
How was the weight? Did you need the bulletproofing outside, or should I scrap it?
Sergio chuckled.
Ask these two guinea pigs. They got shot at and lived to tell the tale.
He managed to find a cigarette in another pocket, but before he could light it up, Faloo appeared from behind him and snatched it from his mouth.
I'm sorry, but there's no smoking allowed in here, sir.
Faloo then brought the confiscated tobacco stick right up to their mouth and swallowed it whole. Yum, they said bleakly, then turned and departed from view. Francis smiled with pride.
Then it's settled. Take this one. It's similar. I did add one feature that may come in handy.
Flamethrower? Vic suggested.
Shatterproof mirror on the handle side, said Francis.
Sergio and Vic looked skeptical.
Hey, it's good to know if you're being flanked.
Vic shrugged and took the door in his hands. It'll do. Jeb's stomach growled. Francis looked at him.
Are you boys hungry?
She asked in a caring tone.
I think Gregory is cooking up some oat and sardine burgers for lunch.
When no one responded, she cackled, tilting her face toward the ceiling.
There's also a vending machine near the initial entrance.
She snickered after calming down a little, wiping away a tear from her left eye.
Let yourselves out.
She walked up some stairs toward what they assumed was the kitchen. The group found their way out using the same path they had come. Jeb and Tommy searched and saw a glowing vending machine poking just above a dusty, tool-laden shelf. Sergio gave them a $5 bill and told them to get him a protein bar before exiting the building and striking up a cigarette outside. The two henchmen made their way around the shelf and stood in front of the case containing a meager selection of snacks. Uttered Tommy, looking downward. Jeb followed his friend's gaze and saw something he'd never seen before. A thin-skinned arm, torn off at the shoulder, was stuck in the snack deposit tray. Through the glass, it was clear that the hand was just an inch away from reaching a loose-hanging Mr. Smack bar. Okay, don't judge me for this. Tommy bent down and took a hold of the arm, forcing it further into the tray and using the hand to knock down the chocolate bar from its coil. Jeb was surprised with himself how much more impressed he was than appalled at the action.
Are you splitting that bar?
You know it.
Jeb moved his arm over his chest as if taking a vow.
Then judgment shall not befall you.
They pushed the bill into the machine and retrieved a limited assortment of goodies, making sure to get Sergio's protein bar first in case something went awry. They stepped back into the light of day just as Sergio stomped his third cigarette butt into the asphalt.
Did we get a parking ticket?
Jeb asked Sergio as he handed him the sustenance. Sergio hadn't seen what Jeb was looking at, a strip of paper trapped beneath the Corolla's right windshield wiper.
What in the what?
Jeb muttered as he looked at it. It was, in fact, a ticket of sorts. A ticket to heaven in the form of a small pamphlet. On the front was written, "We are all children of Van, the great life giver. Is it your time to answer Van's call? Find out inside."
What is going on in this place?
Jeb asked his companions.
I've asked Francis that question half a dozen times,
Sergio explained.
but I've never gotten a straight answer.
He stretched his arms up in the air and tossed the protein bar wrapper to the ground.
It's probably best I don't know, quite honestly.
Jeb picked up the discarded wrapper, tucked it into his pants pocket, and shot a glare Sergio's way.
All right, everybody in,
The chain-smoking villain announced.
We're headed back to Flipper's for debrief over a few pictures of melancholy moons.
The car ride back to Flipper's Flappy Jack's was uneventful, aside from a fly that had gotten itself stuck in the car and was constantly in Sergio's field of view. He would roll a window down, but it would buzz to the opposite end of the car. The window went up, the fly returned to the windshield. The window went down, the fly disappeared into Sergio's hair and was never seen again. This time, Tommy volunteered to ride on top. Only with this trip, the roof rack rider had to restrain a door's door as well. The Corolla was eventually parked out front of the former house of Flapjacks, and the tetrad of misfits strolled into their abode. Upon entry, Geff greeted them with a big smile and began filling up 4 glasses with ale.
Welcome back to the land of the living, Victor.
Vic grasped a glass in his hand. Many thanks, Geff, you cheery chipmunk, he said with a smile before taking a long drink from the dark, frothy liquid. Widow's Tempest. Of course you remember my favorite. She don't go down smooth, but goddess be damned does she get me silly. He spun on his bar stool with the enthusiastic vigor of a babe who has learned that shitting themselves correlates to someone else cleaning up the mess. Jeb and Tommy looked at each other with smiles from cheek to cheek and began guzzling their own brews, melancholy moons, amber lagers with tasty notes of dried fig, lemon peel, rye, and basil. An hour passed. Jeb was halfway through his 3rd melancholy moons and was sifting through the jukebox selection. Tommy had downed 2 beers and poured a 3rd, but he seemed to have misplaced it and was actively searching the bar. Sergio consumed 3 melancholy moons, 1 Axeman's sidearm, and 1 Widow's Tempest, and was currently smoking a cigarette on the patio in the back. The door had been brought in and installed. The one-way window's usable side faced Flipper's patrons. Jeb had already peeked through it to spy on Sergio during 2 of his 3 cigarette trips. Much like a bull's victims, the nicotine and tobacco sticks were quickly smoked and their remains discarded, face down, ass up, on the pavement. At the bar, and singing along to Folsom Prison Blues blasting from the jukebox, Vic was on beer number 3, with a shot of McCracken Brothers gin down the hatch as well. At about 3 p.m., Flippers began to fill up with all sorts of villains and henches from Velcro City and its surrounding towns. Tommy and Jeb hung out in a corner booth while evildoers streamed in.
Oh, snap! There's Prickpocket,
Tommy identified.
Well, I doubt he'd use his uncanny ability to reverse pickpocket spiky objects into a fellow villain's pockets. I've heard that he likes to mess with henchmen. Oh my god, it's Shel Silver's thing! She used to hench for Bookworm back in the day.
Jeb thought about the name.
But does she throw Shel Silverstein books at people?
He sarcastically guessed.
Yeah.
Tommy replied excitedly with a mouthful of fries.
Wait, really?
A furious head nod confirmed this, and a subsequent glug of water washed down the fried potatoes blocking Tommy's airway. After a deep breath, he pointed at a pair of colorful individuals, even more colorful in comparison to the rest of Flipper's crowd. He accidentally belched rather loudly.
Oh crap, I think they heard me.
The one called Rhymespree heard the inflection in his direction and reared his ear toward the uncouth in their booth. The 5'7" man shuffled his legs to their table made from kegs. After eyeing Tommy up and down like a hawk of meat, he pounded his fists on the table to a slow but steady beat. Over the tapping, he began rapping.
2 newcomers in flippers, noobs fumbling with their zippers. They chewing thoughts they're winners, gonna choke on the dinners.
With each line the poet participant recited, his head swiveled between the rap recipients he smited. The sinew on his jaw continued to lay down the law.
Burping names they ain't supposed to say, running their mouths, ruining Rhymespree's day. Rapping about himself in the third person? Really?
Tommy nonchalantly whispered to Jeb. Rhymespree took immense offense to the abrupt interrupt, and his mouth gave a shout of cloud at the blue-pilled dummies with beer-filled tummies.
You dare try and speak over the air of Rhymespree?
All patrons of the bar stopped their current activity and looked at the scene. The only noises still persisting were Geff filling a growler full of Axman's sidearm, and the second verse of Kenny Chesney's You Had Me From Hello, whining through the jukebox speakers. Rhymespree made haste his lambaste of distaste.
I am the radicalist, crime-based vocalist of this time and all time. To withstand my lexicon is to go hand-to-hand in the octagon. If you try to pry inside my head, you might find yourself dead. Your brain, a gelatinous abscess caressed by my best mess of knowledge I possess. So why don't you keep your damn mouth shut when an actual villain is monologuing to puny henchmen like your bitch-ass selves?
Jeb seemed to be irritated but kept his mouth shut. Tommy, however, a shoulder shrug of a man who enjoyed dabbling in the carelessness of nihilism, couldn't resist poking the bear wearing sparkly pants.
Yeah? Well, your rap sucked, and you suck,
Tommy half-yelled, rising to his feet. The peccant, poetic villain got up in Tommy's face.
That all you gotta say, hench?
Nope. You have a weird penis. I saw it on the internet.
The bar erupted with laughter, including the brainiac volcano-themed villain, Volcano, who literally erupted, ejaculating scientifically engineered lava over and onto the alcohol rack behind the bar. The unsavory magma melted 3 bottles of Sorrow's Drowned Cabin Boy rum, 1 stout bottle of Phalanx Schmalanx gin, and 1 untouched bottle of Pillow Fight Peach Schnapps.
Alright, take it outside if you're gonna eat each other's faces,
Geff shouted, his smile not quite vacant, but much smaller, almost a straight line.
And you,
he pointed at Volcano,
discharge your fluids before you step foot in this bar again.
Rhymespree prodded Tommy in the clavicle. We got some baggage to unpack. We settle this out back, now. He snapped before walking out through the patio door. Jeb's eyes were wide open. A look of shock engulfed his face.
Dude!
I know, Tommy explained. But that guy is such an asshat. I couldn't stop myself.
The jukebox lurched out a final,
You have me from
and promptly etched enough scratches into the disc that it could never be selected again.
What are you even going to do against him?
Jeb asked in gaunt astonishment. Tommy punched the air above the table.
I'm kind of banking on an untapped superpower revealing itself mid-fight.
He chewed and swallowed his last 2 fries.
Are you going to come watch me get my ass kicked?
Jeb shrugged his shoulders in a way that said,
What the frick else am I supposed to do? Well, yeah,
he said aloud. At that moment, Vic walked back in from the patio and made a beeline to Jeb and Tommy. Hey, henches, you having a good time? Before they could answer, he continued, I need you two for a little teensy-weensy job. You don't gotta do anything but watch my 6.
Teensy-weensy?
Tommy grimaced.
Why not ask Sergio?
Jeb suggested. Vic shook his head and latched onto Jeb's post-shrugged shoulders. No. This is far too small of a job for a bull. Plus, Sergio's van kind of exploded, and I need a vehicle. That is, unless you want to lend me your sweet mom's Corolla.
No,
Tommy interjected, taking advantage of this alternate path now open to him.
we're not doing anything. We'd be happy to help out our friend Vic.
Perfect. I've got your disguises out back on the patio.
The patio? We'll warm up the car. How about you just meet us out front?
Tommy persuaded. Vic cheerily slapped Tommy on the back, causing the henchman to hack and cough up a soggy fry. The villain nervously laughed and scuttled out to the patio. Tommy pushed the basket of fries away, glancing at his friend in an inquisitive manner. Jeb shook his head and leaned back in his seat.
Yo!
He screeched, quickly jerking forward. He reached back to his ass cheek, fidgeted his hand into the rear left pocket of his chinos, and pulled out a tiny, spiky jack that had embedded itself in his gluteus maximus. An "Arr!" paraded from his mouth as his lips twisted in discomfort.
When the frick did I get reverse pickpocketed? How?
The trio reassembled inside the Corolla minutes later. Jeb scratched his chin, started up the engine, and entered the roadway. He looked in his rearview mirror and locked eyes with the man in the back seat.
Vic, why are we dressed as police officers?
A streetlight bounded off of Vic's shiny head. Relax, it's just a precaution in case some beat cops stroll through.
Well, personally, I prefer this to listening to Rhyme Spree's catered poetry,
Tommy chimed in cheerfully. Vic leaned forward. Did you two get rapped at by that lime green idiot? The two henchmen dressed as police officers nodded in their respective front seats. Jeb spoke up with brazen delight.
Tommy over here, with gonads the size of pomelos, told Rhymesby to his face that he had a strange penis.
A weird penis,
Tommy corrected. Vic guffawed rather loudly, then attempted to erase his smile and return to a more serious nature. He cleared his throat. Nice riposte, Sir Tommy. Turn right down this street, Jeb. The driver did as instructed and then asked,
How long have you and Sergio been doing the whole adore a bull partnership?
Vic thought aloud, rubbing his dome.
10 years, I think,
Tommy answered for him. Now, Tommy, the villain said with mild glee, you wouldn't happen to be a fan of mine, would you? Through the right rearview mirror, he could see the joyful crescent that Tommy's lips formed. The Corolla's front passenger turned his head so Vic could hear every word.
Do you remember holding a contest about 9 years ago, where contestants snapped a picture of their door?
And 10 lucky winners got those doors kicked down by Adore himself, Vic finished. Yeah, I think I recall. Did I break down your door, little one? Tommy shook his head, then realized the man in the back seat couldn't see the subtle gesture.
No, my neighbor's, but he gave me a broken piece of door.
Aww, Vic squealed in an extremely masculine fashion. Would you like me to sign it, or step on it, or step on you? Both men up front confusedly ogled Vic through the rear-view mirror. Vic attempted to explain himself. I've gotten some different requests over the years. Unsure what to do, Jeb began whistling a tune so heavily copyrighted that nothing about it could be documented. That contest, a door at your door, Vic reminisced with delight. Now that's a blast from the past. Do you still have the piece, O commenter of one's genitals?
The door was made of cherry wood.
Tommy adjusted his position in the seat and stared at the long night stretched out before him.
It was lost in a fire.
Vic grunted and left it at that. The car ride took only 5 minutes before Vic had them pull over at what looked to be an abandoned house. Everyone stepped out from the car. All right, you two, stand by the door. I've got to retrieve a package from inside. With that and nothing more, Vic stormed the entrance and disappeared into the shadows. The two officers shuffled their feet, a bit nervous at the whole situation. This wasn't the best-looking neighborhood the two had seen, to be modest. Barely artistic graffiti was tagged on nearly every surface in sight. Houses and apartment buildings were a bit decrepit and plastered with dark, moldy spots. In lieu of the structure's missing glass pane windows were damp particle boards crudely nailed in place. Finally, Tommy spoke up.
Have you thought of any cool new villain names you'd want?
Jeb beamed.
Sure.
He toyed in the affirmative.
Disk drive. Shoots razor-sharp compact discs from wrist launchers. Drives a Tron light bike. The bike also shoots discs.
Oh, that's sick,
His buddy replied.
Get this. Photosynthesister. A nun who harnesses the power of the sun to incinerate heathens and heretics into unsinnable piles of ash.
Jeb grabbed his gut and doubled over laughing.
Holy shit, that's good.
Tommy took a fighting stance.
The power of Christ compels me to kick your ass,
he said in a gruff tone before thrice kicking the cool night air.
Amen.
Silence filled the empty space once more. A crow looked down on Tommy from a telephone wire. Its head tilted as it surveyed them for possible food. Jeb's stomach growled. He wished he'd eaten more of his friend's fries. With a swift flap of its feathered wings, the crow lifted off the wire just as a gunshot from within the house harangued every eardrum on the block. Tommy and Jeb looked at each other with terrified faces, then looked into the void through which Vic had entered 2 minutes prior. 2 more shots rang out. The duo hit the deck and covered their heads. Tommy mustered an ounce of courage and charged toward the entrance of the house.
Vic! Vic!
He called out to no answer. Jeb's body was shaking on the lawn. He looked up and saw his friend and crawled toward him, taking residence on the left side of the doorway, opposite Tommy. Jeb's hand found the pistol in his costume's holster, but he remembered that Vic hadn't given them bullets. He'd felt indifferent about it then, but wasn't so sure he felt the same way now. The two leaned against the house and inhaled the shortest breaths their lungs would allow to retain silence. Any sense of time slowly began to dissipate into the ever-growing shadows building higher and deeper as the sun set. Somehow, through the banging in Tommy's chest, a psst escaped lips from the direction of the road and found lodging within his ear canal. He turned and saw an actual police officer half-crouched behind Mirabelle's car. She was signaling to him. Jeb's eyes grew wider than they already were when he realized who she was. The cop who'd been running his Justy's license plate that morning. Chapter 4.5 Carting Around Visions of Destiny.
The moment shorter than a moment during which every one of us has witnessed the life in which we are meant to be included. The warmth, the glow, the feeling of love. Its surreal taste. The gargantuan pleasantness of it all. Coursing laughter, an infectious smile that quickly turns sullen. The emptiness left behind as our lungs begin the ebb and flow of air. Corneas no longer see the joyous motion picture playing underneath our eyelids. To awake in such a place that is so opposite from the existence just experienced can only be described as a nightmare. The van gives us a heartbeat, but more importantly, gives our stitched-together hearts a reason to beat at all. The prophecy is a map which will be followed by the children of the van as we drive toward our destiny. I can only pray that our road ahead is not littered with the slippery, life-halting landmines that are banana peels. Blow on the cartridge and start again. Let's-a-go, my siblings. Let's-a-go.
Signed, Brother Marker. Chapter 5 Window Shopping and Slam Poetry. The police officer pulled out her own firearm and pointed and moved it from window to window to window, finally approving her next decision to run forward. She rolled over the sidewalk and again over the grass and popped up next to Tommy. "I heard shots fired. What's the situation?" she asked in a hushed tone. Tommy couldn't respond. He looked to Jeb, nothing but a horrified expression on his face. His head rotated toward the cop again. Jesus Christ, you're a couple of rookies, aren't you? Fucking hell. And just 2 weeks away from retirement, a la desk duty. Up close, Jeb could see the age on the officer. Late 40s, maybe? She was very spry. He pondered if she booked that honest Ahab guy this morning by herself, as there was no partner of hers to be seen. And this lady was on the front lines before anyone else. "Backup is on the way," she whispered.
I called them when I first heard the shots, like any officer with 3.5 brain cells would do, you idiots,
she quietly scolded.
I'm sorry, just stay put.
Backup is on the way. What in the hell was Vic doing in there? Was he shot? Jeb had played countless clerics throughout his gaming career. He could probably wrap a wound. But he wasn't about to dig a bullet or 3 out of a screaming dude's chest-turned blood fountain. He didn't hear any yelling from inside. Were there 2 gunmen? Had they both shot each other? Tommy had taken a 1-day CPR AED class at Hamstack. Go yellow-bellied marmots. That knowledge probably wouldn't be of much use here. "I'm going to do a loop of the house," the real officer whispered. She left them and began to crouch walk around the outside of the residence. Almost immediately, the officer stopped in her tracks upon turning the corner. Her eyes were fixed upward, glistening with the reflection of a nearby street lamp. Snapping out of her trance, she maneuvered a reverse somersault and returned to her previous position next to Tommy, who, like Jeb, was holding his breath in anticipation. The officer tilted her head up, just shy of eye contact with either phony cop.
"There's a body hanging out a window on the 2nd story."
She scratched the side of her head with the gun's muzzle. Although it wasn't a hot evening, sweat covered the brows of all 3 blue bloods and would soon begin to fall into their open eyes. Seconds passed, maybe minutes, perhaps no time whatsoever. Jeb's eyes clouded over until all that was left was the empty nothingness of a frail, blind child. He was weightless. Falling or flying, he didn't know which. A source of warmth soothed his left side. Tommy. He grasped onto the energy, but it slipped from his sweaty fingers and plunged into the darkness above. A single violin turned into a chorus, turned into a choir of bloody screams. Then all was disassembled, surveyed, and put back together again, and again, and again, indefinitely, until a hand grabbed his hair and pulled his head back and out of the freezing water he'd inhabited for years, maybe months, maybe a single second. The crow had floated back down to earth and was pecking at a potato wedge in the street.
"Get your guns out, rookies,"
the increasingly intense police officer snapped. Tommy found his empty piece and cocked it. At any other point in his life, this would have felt super badass, but at this moment, fright had taken hold and would not let go. Jeb shuddered and clasped his own pistol, lifting it out of its holster and pulling back the slide until it clicked, and he gulped. Footsteps could be heard now. They were quiet and quickly approaching from the street. If that wasn't enough, other sounds of movement, specifically a heavy object being dragged, were audible from inside the house. The real officer pointed her gun toward the footsteps. The streetlight hugged the barrel as the cop's hands tightly coiled around the grip. From around a tatty fence, the originators of the footsteps, 2 more police officers, came into view. The cop near Tommy lowered her weapon and signaled to the newcomers with her left hand, instructing them of a possible threat inside the house. The new officers to the scene began moving in slowly, just as someone emerged from the house. 2 someones. Vic stood above the 3 crouched police officers at the door. He was covered in blood, with the majority of it at his stomach, though a large cut on his head was pushing out and blanketing half of his face in a deathly red veil. In his right hand was a loosely held silver revolver. By the collar in Vic's left hand hung a body spilling out more blood than its abductor. Time seemed to crawl as those present looked from Vic's wounds to his package, to his one visible eye reflecting the 5 faces waiting for him to make a move. The bald man's lip wavered. "I didn't want to go back like this," he whispered. He tightened his grip on the firearm tucked in his palm. "But when one door closes, another must be opened." He spit out blood and raised his weapon. Bullets from 3 sources ended him before he could get a second shot off. His legs caved and his frame tilted backward. The floorboards embraced his descent but collapsed under the pressure. A hole to the basement opened up and Vic fell through, thudding hard on the concrete foundation. Dust and silence.
Anyone hit?
One of the officers yelled out. After checking themselves and finding no damage, everyone convened at the doorway. The cops peered down into the hole. Vic's body lay motionless below, covered in debris. Above the hole, The body Vic had been holding lay unmoving. One officer flipped the person over and checked for a pulse. Nothing.
Get an ambulance and more squad cars down here,
the first cop commanded.
You two,
She pointed at Tommy and Jeb, who were both collapsed on the ground in shock.
come with me.
Jeb mustered the will to stand and walked toward her. Tommy looked toward the hole, holstered his weapon, and then followed suit. She led them to the sidewalk and stopped.
You two catch your wits and wait for backup out here. The rest of us are going to clear the house.
Jeb nodded. The 3 officers filed through the black entryway and remained inside for 6 minutes. During that time, neither Jeb nor Tommy spoke a word. The officers eventually came out and gave an all clear. The staircase leading to the basement was completely blocked off by a mishmash of tables, chairs, and dressers, leaving the only entrance available the hole Vic's death had created. A quick examination of the dead body on the ground floor led an officer to surmise that the person was a vagrant who'd been holed up in this decaying house, robbed of the very last thing that they possessed. An ambulance on its way soon became faintly audible. Unsurprised at a homicide, but curious to see the aftermath, the neighborhood was awake at the windows. Eyes stretched around curtains and pinched shutters served a slice of visibility to hungry onlookers. After the ambulance arrived, more officers showed up in squad cars and began setting flagging around the property. The original cop to the scene found Tommy and Jeb once again and suggested that she drive them to the station, where they could give their accounts in a more familiar environment. Lacking communication between themselves of what to do next, the faux cops offered up little protest and got in a squad car. An exhaust plume coughed its way out of the tailpipe and shrouded the uneaten potato wedge in the road as the crow departed in silence. The street lamps flashed by, brightly illuminating the sorrow in the vehicle.
I remember my first year as a cop, she began. My name's Vivian, by the way.
When neither of her passengers spoke up, she continued.
I worked the subways. Congested, smelly, claustrophobic.
The car slowed for a red light.
You'd have your pickpockets, turnstile jumpers, sexual predators.
She paused.
And then there was this other type of perp. Costumed villains.
She fished in her pocket and unveiled a pack of cigarettes. Her fingers found one while her opposite hand pushed the dashboard lighter in to heat up. The traffic light turned green, but as there were no cars around, she didn't move until the little mechanism was hot, at last grabbing and touching it to the tobacco sleeve leaning on her lips.
Don't tell Cole I smoked in his rig.
The car accelerated.
So I was a rookie in a new city, a big city, and I hadn't heard much about this underground culture of costumed heroes and villains. Did you two grow up here?
She looked in her mirror and saw the guys nod their heads.
So I'm sure you're well aware of this, but I wasn't. Not at the time, anyway. And soon enough, I had my arms full with these wackos. Oh boy. The things you confiscate from them. Absolutely bonkers devices and weapons.
She blew smoke out the cracked window. Jeb began smiling a bit, but Vivian didn't notice and paraded on.
One time, I arrested this villain, Trouble-Clef, who had made it her mission to slap everyone in the city, which she had been successfully doing for a good 3 months until I caught her smacking the newly crowned pageant winner, Miss Velcro, upside the head and recording the impact and reaction on her Casio keyboard. So after I chased her for 7 blocks, I booked her and checked out her high-tech electric piano.
Vivian laughed.
That hysterical bitch had hundreds of recordings of her busy hands slapping unsuspecting citizens, and they were routed to play when a key was pressed. It was the most hilariously sinister thing I've ever witnessed.
The cigarette cherry lit up as she sucked in and blew out its intoxicating offering.
There exist deranged, psychotic murderers on the loose in this city, killing people in ways previously reserved for only the worst torture chambers of medieval history.
Her eyes floated up to the mirror.
And more often than not, it's the non-costumed wacko who's to blame. Can you believe that?
Although the dark of night obscured the landmarks easily recognizable during the day, Tommy realized that they were coming up on Mama Odine's Waffle House. He smacked Jeb and pointed ahead to the taped-over window that Honest Ahab had flipped through earlier that day.
You two ever eat at this diner?
Vivian asked him. Jeb cleared his throat and spoke up.
Yeah, I've been there once or twice.
Vivian pulled the car over just before the front of the diner.
Get this. Just this morning, 2 costumed supervillains duked it out in there, leaving 4 dead bodies behind.
She exhaled tobacco fumes. But, and this is what I'm talking about, no civilian deaths occurred. 2 patrons were caught in the crossfire. One was even hit by 2 separate flying bodies. But they both ran out alive, according to witnesses. Did we get those responsible? Tommy peeped up. Yes, well, no, sort of. I arrived on the scene and apprehended one suspect who, I determined after looking at his weapons and the victim's wounds, committed the 4 homicides. 2 costumed folks escaped, but not before sending my apprehended perp through a giant glass window, where that tape is. But here's the kicker, and I shit you not. One of the costumed villains, a skinny guy, knows some cool moves apparently, kicked the shit out of this huge monster of a human and pulled the jackass's pants down around his ankles in the process. Vivian was smiling. It was apparent that Necropancer had left quite an impression on her, perhaps even more so during her retelling of events. If he wasn't a whack job, I might... She exhaled a short, breathy laugh, but the look on her face quickly turned sour. So, wait, whose idea was it to place 2 rookie police officers? Her voice trailed away, and the cigarette fell from her lips. No fucking way. Her mouth spoke with softness. The smoldering tobacco began burning a ring into the driver's seat. He came back. He came back to the scene of the crime. She fished out a hand-drawn rendition of a witness's description from her breast pocket. That pretty little idiot. Jeb and Tommy swiveled their heads to see about who Vivian was talking. Oh, wow, said a mildly surprised Tommy.
Jesus Christ,
Jeb resounded with a sigh. Sure enough, Necropancer could be seen in his full villainous black attire, skull mask included, sifting through the crime scene inside Mama Odine's Waffle House.
What is he looking for?
Jeb asked. The officer up front clasped her radio and called in the location of a 1062 and requested backup for the 3rd time that day. Vivian hadn't worked a shift like this in a good long while. The Soleil Rosa Blend box of wine on top of the fridge was getting opened tonight. That was a given. She gently turned off the engine and opened her door. Her feet slipped down to the cool street and propelled her toward the back of the cruiser, around it, and against the outside wall of Mama Odine's. Knowledgeable of the agile moves of which the suspect was capable, Vivian curled her fingers around her sidearm and crept closer to the front entrance. As she neared, a slice through the tape covering the broken window became visible, the villain's point of entry. Now it would be her point of entry. Remaining almost completely out of sight, she peered through the nearest window of the diner and waited for the costumed man inside to face away. From what Vivian gathered, he seemed like the old-fashioned type of supervillain who abided by a villain's code and didn't use deadly force. Perhaps she wouldn't have to fire her gun again tonight. The villain turned his body toward the kitchen. Now was Vivian's chance. She raced to the opening and, as if it were a foreign townhouse window, tucked in her arms and legs and Jason Bourned herself through it. Her shoes tapped on the linoleum as her gun was drawn and pointed at Mama Odine's intruder. Hold it right there, villain! Necropancer ceased all movement. His body remained turned toward the kitchen. You're wanted in connection with the murders and assaults that took place in this diner. Get on your knees and put your hands on your head. Necropancer cooperated, lowering to his knees.
They had full lives before them as henchmen for the city's greatest supervillain.
Another step.
The way I see it, I should be coming after you for failing to protect them from that murderous fisherman.
A pair of handcuffs was withdrawn from Vivian's pocket, reflecting a stoic, hardened face as she turned them in her hand. Necropancer sighed.
All right, if you're drawing out this tension for some emphatic reason, you've made your point. Being on the receiving end of this long play just sucks. Talk about perspective.
There was a loud followed by a thud on the tile.
Holy shit, it worked exactly like in the movies.
Jeb exclaimed in alarm.
Hey, jackasses!
Tommy called from the sidewalk.
Let's skedaddle!
Necropancer turned about face to see his 2 earlier dumpster companions, now as cops, as well as the police officer face down on the floor, unconscious. Jeb whipped his head around.
Come on, don't start using that word.
Necropancer gawked at them with a puzzled look eating its way across his face.
What the crap are you 2 doing here? How did you get in here without a sound? Why are you dressed as cops?
Jeb holstered his bulletless gun.
I jumped through the cut tape back there, like
Like Jason Bourne!
Tommy offered up.
Yeah, like Jason Bourne.
Screw your Jason Bourne, Necropancer steamed. What the hell is going on?
Jeb shuffled his feet as if they were a pack of playing cards being handled by the great magical supervillain David Blaine.
We're here to save you. I don't want to pretend to be cops no more.
Tommy's hand waved at them furiously.
Let's go! I've still got PTSD from Howard getting to second base with me on that table.
The trio raced atop the sidewalk heading back into downtown, dodging into back streets to avoid all passing cars. Tommy was experiencing some deja vu, but most of his focus was on breathing in and out while hustling.
Can we slow down?
He squeaked.
Oh, thank the vile goddess,
Necropancer wheezed. His palms cupped his knees as he bent over and gasped for breath.
Where are...
A cascade of vomit charged forth from his mouth and slopped onto the walk. The right sleeve of his costume wiped at his lips before he continued talking, as if his involuntary discharge never happened.
Where are you leading this pack of wolves, Balto?
Jeb was leaning against the wall of the Dirty Chai Mocha Cafe. Someone had spray painted over the cha in mocha to capture his breath.
First of all, Balto was a Siberian husky. Second of all,
a sizable but smaller stream of bilious fluid sprayed from Necropancer's mouth and nose and plastered the cafe's wall.
Have you been drinking?
Tommy asked the foul-smelling villain. Necropancer slowly shifted his gaze toward him to respond.
I'm sorry. Were you about to judge my lifestyle? Were you about to tell me how to act?
He asked with rhetorical odium and snot glistening on his chin. Tommy scratched his head and looked away.
Because I could kill him right now,
he threatened, pointing a long finger at Jeb.
I could do it. You know I could do it.
Forget it,
Tommy said weakly.
Secondly,
Jeb interposed,
we're headed to Flipper's Flappy Jacks. Do you know the place?
The villain in black removed his skull mask and shook from it the vomit it had collected.
Do I know the place? What do you think I got so drunk?
Aha!
Tommy cried out in triumph, directing his digit at the deduced delinquent. Jeb motioned the group forward, and they continued their journey at a slower pace.
So, why were you back in Mama Odine's? Lose a contact lens?
Can a villain not bereave his fallen henchmen at the battleground of their final hour?
He snapped in a melodramatic fashion. When neither of his walking companions spoke up, he bemoaned further.
We had more than a boss-employee relationship. Those knuckle-draggers were my morning coffee, my afternoon tea. They were so easily excited by the smallest act of heinousness.
He replaced the odorous mask over his face.
So eager to run headlong into the face of certain, death. Perhaps it's time for a more self-preserving upgrade.
The band of men continued their journey for another 5 or so minutes. Tommy found himself looking at the same things he'd seen earlier that morning, flying by the car window.
Jeb, do you remember when student activities hired that hypnotist to perform in the Hamsack cafeteria?
Go yellow-bellied marmots!
Jeb cheered somewhat quietly.
Of course, that guy in your math class, Josh, under hypnotic spell, confessed to the onlooking audience, his then-girlfriend included, that he was in love with the girl who wore the school mascot. Oh, what was her name again?
Mallory, I believe.
Jeb frowned.
No, not Mallory the marmot. The girl inside Mallory.
Mary, I believe.
Right. Whatever happened to Josh and Mary? Did they get married?
No, they got joshed. Josh's girlfriend was diagnosed with cancer and got him to stay with her. Then whatever birth control they were using failed, and when she got pregnant, revealed that she never had cancer at all.
This is intriguing, riveting stuff,
Necropancer said with earnest eyes.
Let's see. Then Josh was kind of forced by his religious-heavy parents to marry this psycho. However, during this ceremony, right as the marriage was finalized, they'd already gotten their certificate days prior, this lady lifts up her wedding dress, detaches a false skin piece acting as her baby bump, and pulls out one of those old-fashioned black bowling ball bombs.
Necropancer spoke up.
The kind with the long fuse on top?
The very same,
Tommy confirmed.
That fiend!
Jeb and Necropancer hissed in harmony.
So she lights and rolls the bomb down the aisle, Then chloroforms and like Donkey Kong snatches her husband up and escapes into their just married limousine as the church goes up in flames.
Poor Josh,
Jeb moaned.
I ain't done. Reports don't mention how she did it, but she killed Josh and became a villain. Now she wears his skeleton upon her back and calls herself the Back Widow, arching in the unregulated underground scene.
Tommy's audience stood dumbfounded at his tale.
Is any of that true?
Asked Necropancer.
All of it,
Replied Tommy.
why is no one doing anything? We should be out there avenging Josh.
Jeb belligerently decreed. Tommy outstretched his arm.
Let's make a pact then, to avenge Josh.
Jeb met his friend's hand with his own. They both looked at Necropancer.
What? I barely even know you two. I only know your names from the strange, shitty dialogue spats you engage each other in.
The two friends looked at him more intensely, and with puppy dog eyes.
Fine, I'll do it for Josh,
He said begrudgingly, and added his hand to the pile.
Also, I think I may have drunkenly made it to third base with this Back Widow figure in a Motel 6 laundry room.
Tommy looked disgusted.
Dude, it's like you're killing Josh all over again.
The party turned a corner and, at long last, laid eyes on Flipper's Flappy Jacks. Even as far into the night as it was, there was still quite a bit of commotion inside. Volcano was outside, barely keeping himself upright. It looked like he had shot his magma on someone's car and was getting an ass chewing by the owner. Necropancer grinned at the warm lights and the abstract silhouettes of costumed cretins perceivable through the bar-to-bar windows.
Why do you jackasses even want to be henchmen? You two seem like a couple of nice, caring boys. I bet there are more than a few grandmothers out there who are missing out on and jonesing for those rosy, unpinched cheeks.
Hey, we're naturally bad.
Jeb argued.
I just assaulted a cop, and I only feel slightly bad about it. And Tommy broke a hero's sunglasses and blinded them with their own flashbang.
Shoe shine?
Necropancer guessed.
Cloptometrist.
Jeb corrected. Necropancer whistled in awe.
Oh, goddess, I wish that horse of hers wore pants.
A shiver worked its way from his back down to his 9 toes.
So you're naturally bad, huh?
He asked after his hormones simmered. Jeb relieved his left nipple from a particularly substantial itch.
It's not like I want to hurt people for the hell of it, but sometimes I hear an overwhelming number of voices.
Kinda cliche.
Necropancer coughed.
Not in my head, but in my heart.
Jeb continued.
Sometimes it visibly appears like half of me is in another place, a place void of hope and full of despair. So I just live there occasionally, vicariously even, and visit this world the rest of the time.
Huh,
The villain uttered.
Quite honestly, I was expecting the tragic "Daddy didn't love me enough" tale. But I suppose the last thing this trio needs is another patricide origin story, huh?
Volcano hiccuped and fished out a few singed bills from his wallet and handed them over to the disturbed car owner.
Who is Shoeshine?
Jeb asked. Necropancer scoffed.
Meh, that crappy villain who had his time in the limelight after throwing his shoes at Bush.
Which Bush?
W. Didn't even hit the guy, that slippery Texan son of a bitch.
You know,
Tommy thought aloud.
you didn't have to come with us all the way here.
Necropancer tilted his head toward the henchman and finally wiped away some snot on his chin.
I got nothing better to do.
Yeah,
Jeb jumped in.
after your rescue, you could have left the way you came, I suppose.
Well, I wasn't done drinking yet. I think Howard needs another few poured out for him. And Jim. And Conrad. Earl. Gwen.
Tommy nudged him softly.
Admit it, you like us.
Necropancer didn't acknowledge the jibe and, instead, led the way into Flipper's. The door swung open, and the cacophony of 30 or so modern villains and henchmen getting shit-faced became the normal decibel level for a moment, until every patron turned to see 2 fresh-faced cops in their villain bar. Silence loomed above all, nay the jukebox playing NWA's Fuck the Police. The closest villain to the music box, Catastrophes, looked with wide eyes and frigid whiskers at the 2 officers.
I swear I didn't put that on.
What can I get you to drink, officers?
Geff questioned calmly with one of his friendly, unreadable smiles. The two, mistaken for cops, henchmen looked down at their attire.
Oh,
Jeb ruminated. Volcano stumbled back inside the bar and bewilderedly gaped, with one eye half shut, at the two cops standing before him.
Oh, you guys shouldn't have.
He beamed. Geff lost his smile and slammed his mug-polishing hand on the bar.
Damn it! Which wise-ass ordered costume strippers for Volcano on his birthday again? We have a strict no strippers policy in place because of the events that transpired last year.
Did Geff lose his accent? Tommy whispered to Jeb.
guys, calm down.
Jeb shouted incredulously with his hands raised.
We're henchmen. We were in here like an hour ago.
Tommy's eyes peeled open like a nose-hair curling tin of Swedish surströmming.
Oh shit, I completely forgot about Rhyme Spree.
The rapper in the lime green tracksuit looked furious at having been stood up, and was now even more livid that his runaway date had returned. Regaining a fear for his life, Tommy grieved aloud to Necropancer.
We were supposed to fight on the patio. I left with Vic. Oh, I'm so dead.
You, Rhyme Spree screamed. You fuck with me and leave? I'm peeved, you better believe. We'll need to use a sieve to eat solid foods like cheese.
Cheese? You purse your verse with cheese?
Jeb teased. Necropancer cracked his neck and closed his eyes for a sec.
You sit your pretty little faces down and order us around. Axeman's sidearm, keep my seat warm.
He stared Rhyme Spree down, took 3 steps, and showed off his frown.
You dare lay hands on my hench?
Necropancer howled with his fist clenched in the air above his cowl. Rhyme Spree shot back his liquor, stood up, and continued to bicker. You his mommy? Here to wipe his ass? Necropancer didn't flinch.
I'm here to wipe your ass, shitstreak, with my tongue.
Oh, classic subversion.
Tommy whispered to Geff, who now realized who the young man was under the cop disguise.
Hey, do you know where Sergio is at?
The curveball had gotten to Rhyme Spree. He was visibly confused and rhymeless, and his confusion made him angrier. You're dead! Though the raucous patrons filled the room with their ruckus, a shrill emanated from somewhere above the bar. The lime green rapper moved fast, but Necropancer moved faster. He dodged to the outside of Rhyme Spree's right uppercut. With a swift movement, he swung his own right arm across Rhyme Spree's upper torso and clasped the rapper's left shoulder, while also navigating his own right leg behind the lime green man's right leg. Then he pulled down and toppled the instigator, pulling his tracksuit pants around his ankles immediately after the throw. But he wasn't done just yet. Necropancer flipped him on his belly and bent the pants' legs back toward Rhyme Spree's head, stretching the track pants over the rapper's face. The satisfied villain stepped back to admire his work. The idiot resembled the SpaghettiOs mascot, with flailing arms desperately trying to undo the humiliation set upon him and avoid suffocating on his own trousers.
Misdemeanor,
Geff called out to the opposite end of the bar.
Would you come straighten out your accomplice?
A neither short nor tall woman with curly black hair looked with dead-bolted eyes up from her pint.
Do I look like that dog's keeper?
That dog only answers to you,
Geff said with a convincing smile. The woman left her drink and walked into the mix.
Pull yourself together, you sorry donut of a man.
She freed her partner from his pantaloon prison and strolled back to her drink.
Sorry about that, Geff. Nothing broken, nothing fouled.
Thank you, miss. That's fine.
Rhyme Spree looked around the bar at the jeering faces and took off out the back door. After Necropancer acquired Geff's alcoholic offering, he looked around for his travel mates but didn't see them.
So,
Geff began to ask,
them 2 greenhorns your henchmen now, eh?
The axeman's sidearm tasted exceptionally delicious after a successful pantsing.
Who? Oh, them. Yeah, maybe,
Necropancer said with a sigh.
All my henchmen died this morning. I heard,
Geff said solemnly.
Yeah, so I feel like I'm not supposed to move on so quickly to the next henches. Like, I'm supposed to remain faithful and henchless for an appropriate amount of time. But these 2, well, I just met them this morning and they already saved my ass once.
Geff humphed a warm smile.
They're good kids, eager, moldable. Insightful as always, Geff. Speaking of the Wonder Twins, Where did they run off to anyway?
He looked down to his drink.
Spell my name in foam if I'm drinking one of you.
He coaxed into his mug. Jeff spoke up before Necropancer could make another dumb reference.
Oh, they're chatting with a bull.
Necropancer emerged from his frothy brew with a white mustache.
How did those two get an audience with the great a bull?
The short bartender smiled with pride.
Those two did a job with him this morning. Busted a door out of the slammer.
Beer sprayed from Necropancer's mouth and coated the bar.
Those two hench for a door a bull?
Geff nodded and began wiping up the spit take. The shocked villain sat back in his stool and looked deep into his mug.
Well then, I guess it's settled. The three of us are going all the way.
Chapter 5.5 Boop. The man with a size 12 shoe non-consensually, but accidentally, lodged in his keister, shrieked at his assailants.
Lobetrotter, what in the hell are you doing to the poor bastard?
Bookworm shouted at his villainous cohort. The Harlem Lobetrotter, equally as horrified as his victim, shook his foot back and forth in a vain attempt to unearth his formerly spotless red Nike Internationalist tennis shoe.
His sphincter's got a baby grip on my toes and won't let go.
The Harlem Globetrotter's reject always aimed his kicks at ears, specifically earlobes, but today, after his target's unexpected front flip, the Harlem Lobetrotter somehow managed to wrangle himself between two butt lobes. A dark brown, potato-sized object spun through the air at 70 miles per hour and walloped the cavity-plundered man on the side of his noggin. The attack only increased the man's T-Rex-like roars and jerking agitations.
I'll bombard him with more taro roots,
Killaman Taro announced, holding a small stack of the aforementioned edible corms of the taro plant.
Bookworm, hit him with knowledge.
The shrieking man thrashed about, clamping down on the rubber shoe in his anus and pulling the Harlem Lobetrotter to the dank ground of the alleyway.
Do it quick,
Lobetrotter wailed, his face mere inches from a partially nibbled, discarded slice of Hawaiian pizza. Bookworm's gloved fingers reached over his shoulders and grasped a 50,000-word hardcover novel from a small shelf on his back. As the book was pulled from its nest, it ignited in flames and sailed through the air.
Order up!
The villain screeched just before Douglas Adams's The Restaurant at the End of the Universe slammed into the guy's forehead and singed a tuft of his daintily permed blonde curls. Besides two soon-to-be bruises on his head, the screaming man's status was unchanged. In fact, his long-winded vocal outburst was still going strong after nearly 30 seconds without stopping for breath. Killaman Taro followed through with his promise and flung lightning-fast taro corms, bonk, hoping to do something, bonk, anything to knock this guy out. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Radrenalin, the villainous trio's current prey, happened to be a fledgling superhero. The local evildoers had decided to welcome him to the area with a good old ambush, baiting the do-gooder into the dark alley with a distressed call for help, as well as the Harlem Globetrotter's deceptively clean-shaven leg sticking out from behind a dumpster. The year was 1980, and that Looney Tunes shit still worked on the moderately gullible. Little did the villains know, however, that Radrenalin had his name not only because of the radical hoverboard upon which he skated around Velcro City, but also because of the epinephrine he self-administered before every skirmish with evil, boosting his heart rate and bettering his reaction time. This is all to say that Radrenalin could not be knocked unconscious for roughly the next 15 minutes, no matter how many taro, books, or kicks to the head he sustained. The Harlem Lobetrotter regained an upright stance and hopped on one foot in an attempt to stay vertical. The man at the end of his foot, still wailing, flailed around and clocked Killaman Taro right on the jaw.
All right, that's it.
The punched villain's baritone voice boomed in fed-up anger. Let's cut the crap and use our fists, he grumbled, letting his taros tumble to the pavement. The other two villains shrugged and nodded their heads before immediately and repeatedly burying their knuckles into Radrenalin's face and stomach. While his friends pummeled away, Killaman Taro apprehended the hero's hoverboard and swung it down on its owner. The board came within an inch of harming the adrenaline-induced good guy, but hovered safely above Radrenalin's skin, emitting a therapeutic hum.
That's a good quality board.
Kilomantaro let it slip from his hands and joined his friends in the one-sided game of extreme 3 versus 1 tag. After an undue amount of bludgeoning, the man fell over and loosened his muscles, allowing Globetrotter to yank out his sneaker. Well, that was kind of fun. Kilomantaro menacingly sighed, wiping the evil perspiration from his heinous brow.
Albeit mentally scarring, Globetrotter acknowledged. I just soon forget what happened here, if I'm being honest,
Bookworm told his friends. His eyes were elsewhere, watching his fiery projectile succumb to its death sentence.
Not our best arch,
Kilomantaro acknowledged. Y'all want to get some Java?
Novel idea,
Bookworm worded.
I hear that,
Globetrotter answered in earnest. The small group exited the alley, turned left, and immediately walked into the dirty chai mocha cafe that existed simply around the corner to their fight scene. Bookworm held open the door for his pals.
Hey, did you two hear about the accident on Highway 12, Tuesday before last?
The 2 cretins shook their heads.
A chemical tanker crashed into a minivan, caught fire, and exploded. The driver of the van was the sole survivor. The explosion killed the guy's wife and kids, but he made it out with just a melted face.
Just a melted face,
Kilomantaro acknowledged plainly.
What a relief.
So guess what the son of a bitch did right after?
Bookworm egged.
He became a villain?
He became a villain!
The flaming book-chucking villain nearly shouted.
Signed up with the League of Enduring Vileness the day his dead family got put in the ground. Real fucking original, pal!
Inside the cafe, a cacophony of coffee beans being pulverized to dust, boiling hot espresso dripping into paper cups, and steam wands heating and swirling milk overtook any silence that wished to be forthcoming.
3 black coffees on the double,
Kilomantaro ordered the cashier.
Make mine a small,
Bookworm added.
That shit drops right through me.
Our boss told us not to serve you 3 anymore,
the red-headed teenage cashier announced through a tooth-aching mouth retainer put in there by some immoral bastard practicing orthodontics. Kilomantaro was taken aback.
Wow, that sure sounds an awful lot like prejudice,
he said loudly so that the rest of the cafe's patrons might hear.
Well, you keep meeting people up in our alley and, not paying for your orders, so...
the cashier replied softly.
I'm going to call the police now.
Let's skedaddle,
Bookworm shouted. He snatched a day-old, half-priced chocolate eclair from a child's hand and followed his fleeing compatriots out of the store and back onto Velcro City's lawless streets.
Spare change?
A voice called out as the group exited the cafe. What looked to be an old man in his mid-50s wearing a tattered and wholly green jacket hobbled toward them. Oily gray hair fell from his scalp to just below his chin and swung back and forth as he quivered on the sidewalk next to passing cars.
Do you see any pockets on this suit, jackass?
Bookworm quipped before quickly chomping down on the eclair in his gloved hands.
No, but I'm blind in this eye.
The old man raised a dislocated index finger to his milky right eye.
And this eye,
he moved his finger across his face,
is just a ping pong ball I found in a dumpster. Someone was kind enough to draw pupil and cornea on it.
He smiled a bit, showing off a mouth that was void of most teeth. However, it was quickly replaced with a sullen frown.
But they took my pants.
A cool wind pushed between the buildings of Velcro City and blew through the villains and the brief-sparing vagabond. Kilomantaro grinned.
Well, goddess damn. I'll bet you've got quite the tortuous backstory.
The big man laughed and slapped the beggar on the back.
Oh, my tragic and painful cervical vertebra injury,
the man screeched, tears welling up in front of his eye and his plastic ball pooling in a small dent.
There was this mean wizard,
he sobbed.
And he...
Cool,
Bookworm interrupted.
Listen, buddy, what's your name?
The old man scratched his head and thought for a long moment.
I don't remember.
That's fantastic. We don't actually give a shit,
Bookworm said with mild glee.
So, stranger, why do you let society do this to you? Beat you down, rob you of your possessions, claim your eye?
The hot, young villain got in close to his pupil.
You need to be more assertive. Take from the rich, give to the poor. In order to win their trust, follow the poor back to their forest encampment rife with weird loot and then take from the poor. The world is your oyster. Will you be shucked
or will you do the shucking?
But, the old man mumbled, shouldn't I seek out financial aid to attend classes at the local community college, gain an education, and then become a respected member in the community who organizes and finds funds for programs that give assistance to unfortunate souls like myself? Maybe eventually elected to public office where I change the system from the inside. The three villains looked at each other. Somewhere just outside of Velcro City, a cricket turned over in its grave, or something. Air burst forth from lips as the evil individuals began laughing, cackling toward the cloudy sky above. Oh, that's rich, Kilimanjaro chuckled as he wiped away a tear. Bookworm looked the old man directly in the ping-pong ball eye.
Believe me, buddy, that's fucking dumb.
Yeah, your plan doesn't even involve earlobe kicking, the Harlem Globetrotter quipped.
Society doesn't care about you. Society wants you to submit. Society wants you to accept your place at the bottom of the food chain.
Bookworm continued berating.
You need to take away society's hoverboard and beat them with it.
But if that doesn't work, Kilimanjaro punched the air. Fists are a good alternative. As well as middle fingers. Flipped, the Harlem Globetrotter added. The old man stood in silence, mouth slightly agape, as cars and people passed him by.
Do you really not have any spare change?
He finally asked.
Nope,
Bookworm replied curtly.
Just middle fingers.
Chapter 6. Please clap me to sleep. Both of Sergio's hands were closed around the desk between himself and Tommy and Jeb. It looked as if he might pick it up and toss it, only there was nowhere for it to be thrown in this small office above Flipper's. Still, he grasped the wood with silent ferocity and stewed in his rage. Jeb slumped in a chair and caught his drooling head in his upturned palms. The tiny window in the room offered Tommy someplace else for his mind to exist. After a minute of silence, Sergio released his grip on the desk and ran his fingers through the bushy mess atop his head.
This is bad,
he grumbled. Tommy nodded.
What in the hell was he?
He gripped the desk again.
Why did he?
He slammed his hands onto the desk and smacked a short lamp into a file cabinet. Its conical shade tumbled the short distance across the room as the light bulb shattered. Sergio heaved and sighed and let his long black hair fall around his cheeks and over his flaring nostrils.
What an asshole! I worked so hard to...
His voice trailed off to inaudible, vehement mumbles as he opened and closed a couple of drawers before reaching into one and unearthing 3 black ski masks, 2 of which he threw at both Tommy and Jeb. Tommy, surprised, caught his while Jeb's closed around his sleepily slumped forward head and stayed put.
But all may not be lost,
the hairy villain whispered with an ounce of hope.
Can you drive me to the house?
Sure,
Tommy replied with a yawn.
I bet we're going to need some coffee.
He pointed a thumb at Jeb, who'd nodded off in the chair. By the time Jeb and Tommy made their way back downstairs, used the restroom, and changed out of their police getup and into their civilian clothes, Geff had brewed a pot of coffee and thrown together a few waffles with a side of strawberries for the road. The trio emerged outside. Jeb sluggishly wandered in the direction he'd parked his Justy that morning.
You're kidding me, right?
Sergio sighed aloud while staring at the minuscule toy of a car. Tommy sipped his coffee and turned toward the hulking man beside him.
And this one's an automatic.
He lightly smacked Sergio's chest with the back of his hand.
You still remember the hench clench?
The Justy wheezed and chugged along Velcro City's roadway. There was no roof rack atop the car for Sergio to hold, so he gripped the novelty black plastic lining above the window seals. And though it was but a 5-minute trip, the short time did not stop the man on the roof from ordering Jeb to change the radio station until he heard a song with integrity. As police were still occupying the area in front of the house, Sergio requested that Jeb park a couple of blocks away. The ski masks were slipped over their respective heads and faces, and they moved as quietly as possible toward the crime scene. Still a block away, Jeb whispered to Sergio, asking what the plan was. The big man reached for a cigarette, molded over in his head, and then retracted his empty hand.
We're getting Vic.
He reached into a pocket of the inside of his coat and revealed a handy grapple gun, flashing it to the young henchman before pocketing it once again.
I got this thing that might help since you say his body is trapped in the basement.
Tommy looked to be in awe of the small device. Jeb's face, though hidden from view, scrunched itself up as he thought ahead.
If the cops or the medical personnel haven't taken Vic's body themselves, they're bound to be swarming the place. How are we—
Yeah, Sergio cut him off. I'm still working on a distraction. One that doesn't involve either of you getting arrested, or shot or something anyway.
Sergio couldn't see the look of appalled objection across Jeb's face, but it was there. Sure enough, as the group closed in on the house, they verified a very visible police presence persisting on the premises.
I got an idea. Watch and learn, henches.
He tore off his mask, calmly pulled out his cigarette package, and approached the 2 cops on guard outside the house.
Hey, I've got 2 fags to bum off if either of yous has a light,
he announced in a slimy accent.
Oh, he's smooth.
Tommy mildly adored. The henchman watched from around the corner as Sergio approached the officers. The very second that the villain's face left the obscured anonymity of shadow and breached luminescence, he immediately went full a bull, slamming their faces together with his powerful palms, then roundhouse kicking said faces with one swift leg movement, knocking them out, of course.
Footnote number 3.
It is a well-known fact that hitting someone very hard, and not all that carefully, temporarily dismisses that someone's consciousness, leaving you the ripe opportunity to pick their pockets, ransack their home, and or contort their limp frame into a series of active poses in a sort of Weekend at Bernard's ragdoll extravaganza. Good show. Reginald Peabody, Heroics and Villainy for the Uninsured Masses, 1957.
God, he is so cool! Dude, we are so lucky this guy is giving us the time of day!
Tommy totally gushed like he did when he was 11 and staring at his bedroom poster of all-boy thrash pop band Prefix to Nothing.
Footnote number 4.
Prefix to Nothing made waves in the mid-90s with hits like Safety Scissors Don't Cut It, and Home Row Keys to My Heart, and I'm So Sick of You, I'm Unvaccinated. Sergio stormed the house through the front door. Medical personnel were using a ladder to climb down through the hole where Vic had perished. The first person Sergio saw was an ambulance driver standing over the crater. The unlucky wheelman got a quick right punch across the face that sent him tumbling. The folks down below shifted their focus above to see this stacked ogre peer down at them and then proceed to jump into the tightly closed space that was the basement. His boot landed directly on the face of an upward-looking firefighter whose head promptly succumbed to the demands of Sergio's foot and kissed the ground. The aggro villain, in his natural element, pushed off the poor dude's face and charged at the shrieking ambulance medic, sending him flying through a deteriorating plaster wall. Sergio wrapped his arms around his dead friend and picked him up, slinging the corpse over his shoulder. His other hand found the grapple gun in his coat pocket. He aimed the device at the hole's entrance and pulled the trigger. The iron hook made a sound like a can of soda being opened as it launched from its canister and found itself dug into a chunk of wooden floor. The trigger was pulled, and the sound of a small engine being pushed to the point of breaking droned in exhaustion. Then the lines snapped and fell around him, and he was out of a plan. Jeb and Tommy soon appeared overhead. Sergio contemplated throwing the body up to them, but the thought was cut short when he felt a sudden movement around his shoulder. "Hiya, bully," Vic said with a relieved look splattered across his face. Sergio wore a mask of disbelief that hardly represented the true shock he felt.
Vic, I wasn't sure you'd go back there and go through all that hell all over again. I just believed I was wasting my time here.
The revived man took a deep breath. "Believe me, I wanted to quit so many times. But I lasted. I'm here now. I'm not done on this plane just yet, brother." Sergio grunted.
Dork. I sure as hell wish you would come back a minute sooner. It's going to take nothing less than a rub down from Billy Mays himself to remove these bloodstains from my jacket.
Vic let out a in response and dismounted his friend. He stretched a couple limbs, looked around his former would-be tomb, and made his way to a far wall. "Toss me," he shouted at Sergio before sprinting at him. Sergio boosted his quickly formed palm notch and sent Vic upward where he grabbed a hold of a somewhat sturdy plank. "Now, climb my legs, bully, climb," Vic egged. Sergio did as instructed and climbed the dangling undead dude up to the main floor. Upon reaching the top, he turned on his heels and moved his body into a position to pull the guy up. It worked flawlessly. The dangerous duo, adorable, was back at it again. The three people not dead a minute ago inspected the now topside Vic. His wounds were gone and showed no sign of ever existing. Sergio pushed everyone out of the house and instructed them to flee to the parked getaway vehicle. Jeb noticed the Corolla parked out front and realized the opportunity to reclaim it was nigh. He mentioned such to Sergio and tossed the keys at him, but Vic quickly reached out a hand and apprehended the jingling infant distractors in the air. Stupefied, the comrades looked at Vic for an explanation, but he was already moving away from the group and toward the ambulance in the street. The bald-headed man flung open the back door to the emergency vehicle and climbed in. He quickly re-emerged a moment later with a white body bag draped over his shoulder. Sergio shouted an obscene question to his partner, which was answered with an, "I've got a job to finish." The body bag was thrown in the backseat of Jeb's mother's car. Vic himself nestled into the driver's seat and took off into the night, leaving behind dumbfounded expressions and a buttload of questions. Sergio, furious and confused, angrily herded his henchman friends back to the getaway car. Jeb woke up at 9:37 the next morning. The slippers beside the bed cushioned his feet and cuddled his toes after he slipped out from beneath the cozy sheets. Soon the coffee grinder was pulverizing beans to powder, and a stovetop kettle began whistling and emitting steam before the next two luxuries were intertwined in a perfect harmony of warmth, caffeine, and overseas exploitation. He sipped the java and put his feet up. His fuzzy blue bathrobe enshrined the tender body within it and paid homage by providing utterly irrevocable, unparalleled comfort. The phone in his hand, upon the slightest touch of a finger, showed its master the morning news. Beanie Babies stocks were skyrocketing. Jeb's old stuffed animals were now worth a fortune. The newly elected Otter president tweeted a picture of herself riding on the shoulders of Vice President Jeb Bush. Good name, that one. Oh, and let's see. "Wake up, you dunderhead, wake up." What a strange headline for an article about the health benefits of eating cute animals. Oh, science, you crazy. Next headline. "Jeb, look at me. How many fingers am I holding up?" Huh? What in the world? Jeb woke up at 11:18 at night. His left foot ached and was beneath the now bent brake pedal. The usually sputtering engine was now hacking like a one-lunged toddler in a hookah lounge. Exhaust was leaking into the cabin, and the two sensations combined to give the Justy the illusion of a terminally ill Decepticon. He tilted his head back, brushing his shattered glass-peppered hair against the car seat. An unmistakable tang of iron lay upon every taste bud coating his tongue. The ringing in his ears diminished just enough to make out the second verse of Audioslave's Moth, before his focus shifted to the smell of coffee, waffles, and strawberries splattered about the console and windshield inches in front of him. And then the pain receptors in his face immediately but momentarily skyrocketed and then receded. Then it happened again. And again.
"He's not coming to!" screamed Tommy.
Try slapping him!
Sergio yelled back from higher up the dirt slope.
"I've slapped him like 5 times! You slap him!"
Both of them looked at Sergio's massive hands.
I might decapitate him,
the giant said. Tommy conceded.
Yeah, no, let's not do that.
Jeb stirred in his seat and, at long last, made prolonged eye contact with Tommy, who slipped in one final slap for the road, as he wasn't sure when the next opportunity to smack his friend would present itself. Looking at his surroundings, Jeb realized he was in the Justy, which idly sat at an angle where its front end was higher than its rear. Tommy stood just outside the driver's side door, while Sergio was making his way down the tire-tracked dirt hill lying in front of the car. Jeb attempted to maneuver out of his seat, but quickly realized his ankle was ensnared in the bent pedal.
How does it feel?
Tommy asked, pointing toward the foot. Jeb wiggled a few toes.
Well, it's not broke. But it is braked,
he said as a smile unzipped his face. Tommy lolled. Jeb rubbed his temples and asked what happened. His friend yanked on the brake pedal just enough so that Jeb could retract his trapped appendage.
I think Jeff might have mistaken the regular Java with decaf is what happened. You drove us off the road, got flipped around by a not quite a tree but not quite a shrub piece of nature, and landed your back end on this here nice boulder.
He reached over and patted the large rock, asking it,
Who's a good boulder?
The two henchmen watched Sergio scramble down the hill, order them out of the Justy, and passed by them to the back of the car. Jeb grabbed his friend's outstretched hand and popped out of his seat. The big man pushed and groaned and cursed and forced the tiny car up the off-road knoll and back onto the level road.
Sergio claims he did a backflip off the car right as we started going under,
Tommy revealed.
But I don't believe him.
You know,
the car pusher huffed and puffed from the top.
I think you're breaking the henchman's code or something by not taking my word as law. I believe I'm entitled to a few well-placed backhands.
Tommy led his friend up the hill and then turned his head and presented his right cheek to Sergio as if it were a The Price is Right showcase. The tough guy neglected to act on his threat, instead choosing to dead-arm Tommy's shoulder and resume his position aboard the Justy. Turning around and massaging his arm, Tommy began to say that he would be driving from that point on, but Jeb was already fast asleep in the passenger seat. Sergio was dropped off at Flipper's. He picked the bugs from his teeth while walking away and waving. Tommy parked the car at his and Jeb's apartment complex, and they both crashed immediately into slumber. Chapter 7. Putting the Fun in Funeral.
They're vandalizing your car,
Tommy screeched at the dreary, eyes-crusted Jeb, who'd fallen asleep at an acute angle on the living room sofa. Jeb pawed at his eyelids.
Who's vandalizing my car?
Vandals! I don't know,
was the vague answer given back. Tommy raced out the door, with Jeb grumbling ancient Egyptian curses, which he'd learned from his childhood Yu-Gi-Oh cards, a step behind him. Light breathed life anew and danced across the men's skin as they hurried out of the apartment. The car was, indeed, smited with all sorts of ugly phrases and callous names written in spray paint as well as lipstick not from this century. 3 old men looked up from their work to notice the incoming pedestrians.
No freaking way,
Tommy's mouth leaked out.
I don't believe this,
Jeb announced in shock. The geriatric villains all smiled with great, devilish, twisted grins, clenched fists, and fiber-filled stomachs.
My car was just tagged by 3 of the most well-known villains of the 1970s. Its resale value is through the roof.
I told you we should have set this junk scrap on fire,
Bookworm scoffed. Kilomantaro interjected himself. You little shitbricks mess with the wrong retirees. Today is leg day. The seasoned villain pointed his arm cannon at Tommy's lower half and fired at Taro with such intensity that it knocked the boy's feet out from under him and sent him head over testicles into a rhododendron bush. Bookworm reached over his shoulders and into the case of books slung on his back.
It's no mystery as to why you're a pathetic loser,
he cawed as his fingers folded around a paperback spine and flung it forward. The book, coated in a bit of red phosphorus, ignited as it was pulled from its holding place and, as it was underthrown, tumbled across the Justy's hood and pelted Jeb in the crotch. He doubled over and collapsed backward into a separate rhododendron bush. It's no mystery as to why you're a pathetic loser. What does that have to do with the adventures of Huckleberry Finn? Kilomantaro asked his fiction-flaming friend.
Huckleberry Finn? Damn it! I thought I threw Agatha Christie's Endless Night. It's no wonder why the weight felt off,
Bookworm answered. A sudden sound of shattering glass made them both turn toward the third member of their group, Harlem Lobetrotter. He was standing, with one leg raised as a broken left rearview mirror lay on the pavement in pieces.
Buddy, we're acting out our namesakes here. So what in the vile goddess's devilish graces are you doing?
Harlem Lobetrotter slowly lowered his leg back to the earth. You took them both out. I'm not about to kick them while they're down, but I still wanted to participate, he explained. Bookworm shook his head.
Lobetrotter, we're villains. When someone falls down, we kick them. And why are you kicking mirrors?
Harlem Lobetrotter picked up the decapitated plastic and its shattered glass. because mirrors are the ears of cars. To drive his point home, he raised the damaged mirror up to his own head and listened as if it was a conch, and the ocean could be heard, complete with a LSD-tripping surfer honcho named Kai. Kilimantaro got back in Bookworm's face. You threw endless night at Richard last month when he accused you of cheating at croquet. When the flaming book-chucking villain couldn't recall the specific instance of fraud, Kilimantaro went on. He said you were moving the ball when no one was looking, and then you hurled that book at his wife. Bookworm crossed his arms.
Oh, right. Well, I knew he wouldn't let it touch her.
The guy has osteoporosis. He can't manipulate his skeletal structure like he used to.
He still blocked it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, and he lost some of his pinky finger bones. Now half of it just hangs limp, nothing but skin. It's gross.
I say a silent prayer to it during bingo. It brings me the winning sheets,
Diego added on.
He had no proof that I cheated,
Bookworm continued.
I made sure to do it discreetly.
Kilimantaro sighed and searched the ground for the expensive taro he'd just fired. Moans of confused early morning pain echoed from the surrounding bushes. Harlem Globetrotter pointed at Bookworm's bookcase.
Do you have the house on Mango Street in there? He asked.
On cassette, yes. It's too much these days for me to carry around a bunch of books on my back, so I started carrying a few audiobooks, the villain replied.
Harlem Globetrotter looked thrilled.
Can we listen to it on the way back?
Bookworm slapped the mirror from his friend's hand.
It's coated in phosphorus, you dunce!
The taro-chucking villain retrieved his phone from his own pocket. I've got The House on Mango Street downloaded on my phone thanks to Audible, he began saying, looking past his accomplices at no one in particular. Audible is an audiobook streaming service that's only $14.95 per month for one title of your choosing, as well as 2 Audible originals. With thousands of titles to choose from, amazing customer service, offline access, and quick book exchanges, what's stopping you from listening to the stories you've always wanted to hear?
Who is he talking to?
Globetrotter asked Bookworm, who threw up his hands in his own confusion. The villains hobbled off out of the apartment complex parking lot. Diego took one look at the "We Love Our Residents" sign perched near the entrance and launched it into a tree with one furious kick.
We're working our way up to earlobes, yes we are,
the ear-kicking villain encouragingly whispered to himself. The 2 Bush League henchmen slowly made their way out of the foliage and onto their feet, where they too hobbled away and into the apartment. Coffee, toast, and ice packs were on the menu. Showers followed. Yesterday's grime was scrubbed clean, and the blank canvases that pulled back the curtain and stepped out into the cool new day were ready for a fresh coat of paint. Before Jeb opened the door to his hideous car, his foot kicked the taro that had cartwheeled Tommy like a ham-sack cheerleader.
Go, yellow-bellied marmots!
Tommy cried out.
What?
Jeb asked, now holding the taro in his hands.
Did you not say something about Hamsack Community College just now?
Jeb shook his head.
Huh.
The taro took its position in the second cup holder, as the other was still occupied by the previous day's taro. The 2 decided to head to Flippers. Maybe Sergio and Geff had some answers as to how Vic came back from death and why he was so insistent on killing someone and running off with their corpse. Tommy slumped back in his seat and sipped on his second cup of coffee. Jeb flipped through a few radio stations before turning it off entirely, instead choosing to roll down his partially damaged window and listen to the sounds of the city. Traffic was stalling as the roughed-up Justy meandered toward Mama Odine's Waffle House. A heavy police presence occupied the building, as well as the entire block. Jeb grew nervous. Was he an at-large criminal? If that was the case, he should wear this new title with honor, yet he felt more frightened than anything. He flipped the radio back on and found the news station he'd earlier passed by without hesitation.
May be disturbing for some viewers. Velcro City Police answered the call last night from a police officer who radioed for help at Mama Odine's Waffle House on 5th and Broadway in the Carnival neighborhood. The 14-year veteran of the force was the victim of a deranged figure who not only knocked out and restrained the officer, but also cut the skin from the officer's body. Just like similar cases in recent memory, a single word, a name, was repeatedly penned about the scene of the crime. It's a name that has become synonymous with this brutal act. It's one that is feared on every street within Tuscan County. Pigskin. Investigative leads have all but completely dried up, but this is the first time this serial flarer has struck an officer of the law. One reporter for the Daily Annual states that It's not unrealistic to assume that this fellow is now taunting police. While we don't know the name of the victim, we do know that the officer is still alive, but is in critical condition. We'll bring you more when...
Jeb turned off the radio. He and Tommy sat in shocked silence. After what could have been hours, their car pulled up in front of the now familiar Flippers Flappy Jacks, but neither of them moved to get out.
Pigskin.
Jeb whispered.
That psycho got Vivian.
He looked at Tommy.
I left her there.
Tommy couldn't find the right words to ease his friend's guilty conscience.
Let's go inside. Maybe Geff knows something about this fucker.
Jeb nodded, and they found the strength to escape the somber vehicle, and walked up to the bar door just as it swung open, revealing a hungover, mask-on sideways necropanther.
My henchman! You've returned to me! Yeah, my throat is dry.
He stood aside, and the two men walked in.
Should we get you fitted today for your outfits? What are your shoe sizes? Ugh! Feels like my throat adopted the Tom Waits diet and consumed a fistful of fiberglass insulation and nicotine patches. I need some water.
With one hand clutching his head, he swayed over to the kitchen and filled a drinking glass. Jeb and Tommy took their seats at the bar.
You two want anything while I'm back here?
Where's Geff?
Tommy asked.
I don't know.
He spat out the water.
Oh Christ, that's soda water! I was not expecting that.
Can you make waffles?
Jeb spoke at last.
Can I make waffles?
He took another sip of soda water, ready for the carbonation this time.
Does Dick Cheney cry out in pain during Jarhead's burning oil field scene?
He waited for a response, but got none. His eyes moved away and searched the kitchen for breakfast supplies.
I have no idea where anything is, and I'm still a little drunk, but I don't mind if you don't mind.
Tommy stood up and decided to check the upstairs office for Jeb or Sergio. He started toward the wooden steps when Jeb asked Necropanther if he'd heard of Pigskin.
Christ, that dude is a creep.
He began mixing the contents of a bowl.
I heard he used to be a legit villain, recognized by the League of Enduring Vileness. But when average citizens started turning up dead, occasionally alive, without their skin, the League gave the okay for that maniac to be taken down.
The stirring ceased. He tasted the concoction.
I'm just mixing what my hands are grabbing, and yet this is friggin' delish,
he said with satisfaction, and poured the mixture onto the bottom half of a lukewarm waffle iron.
Not a contract I'd go for. I like my skin where it is.
Jeb thought to tell him about Vivian, but decided he would wait to announce the news when Geff or Sergio was present. The creaking of feet on wooden stairs trumpeted Tommy's return to the bar. The office was empty. A few listless minutes passed by, finally interrupted by Necropanther setting 3 Belgian waffles on the counter.
Dig in! For today, we ride as one! And oh boy, do we have a real doozy ahead of us!
Jeb's eyes wandered up from the waffle set before him. They focused on the intoxicated villain across from him whose fist was raised in triumph and whose eyes awaited a confirmation. Meandering more, Jeb's pupils latched onto Tommy's gaze and silently asked him what to do. Tommy prodded the brown biscuit on his plate.
What's the job?
He asked. The smile on Necropanther's face widened.
Oh, an oldie but a goodie. Using an array of subversive disguises, we shall infiltrate Greenwick Funeral Home and pants the deceased Kenneth Atwater, former owner of Atwater Electronics, shocking and humiliating his family. That'll teach you to sell me a 3-foot HDMI cable for $30, you cheap bastard!
He cackled up to the rafters. A sigh fell from Tommy's lungs.
You know, I could use a straightforward job after the night we've been through. Jeb?
His friend swallowed and nodded his head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds, well, a little weird, but I'm in.
Necropanther twirled 370 degrees around.
Ooh, I get so excited when I get to christen new henchmen.
He cleared his throat, hacking up a glutinous chunk of waffle that launched from his mouth, fell through a hole in the floor, bounced off some water pipes, swished straight through another hole that led to the basement, ricocheted off the hot water heater, and tumbled through a small mouse hole in the wall where the furry resident witnesses saw the soggy, heavenly chunk as a divine offering from above. This moment would be the beginning of a rodent doctrine that would sweep through the sewers, basements, and filthy alleys of the world, gaining a huge following and eventually leading to the genocide of mankind at the hands, of ratkind.
You are now unbucklers,
Necropanther nearly screamed.
loosening the tethers of thy enemies' mortal coils. Oh, and enemies thou shalt have.
That sounds a lot cooler than it actually is, Tommy scoffed. But beggars can't be choosers, I suppose.
With a mouthful of waffle, Jeb asked for an accompaniment of fruit, right as Neckerpantzer grabbed onto and swung around a full bottle of Tété Profonde champagne and shouted,
Christening the newbies!
And way too forcefully clobbered Jeb on the right temple with the large, green glass bottle. The henchman's body reflected off Tommy and dropped onto the wooden floor with a solid thud. The too drunk to be making good decisions villain looked over the counter at what he'd done.
Head like a hull, except not, I guess.
Visibility was non-existent. Movement was limited, but not impossible. A tired hand hardly tried to remove the cloth that covered his eyes. One strip of linen was pulled away, only to reveal another beneath. It, too, was frantically torn away, but the gift of sight was ungiven. And another piece of cloth barricaded itself against prying fingertips. Needless attempts were made to remove the barrier, only to uncover another piece hiding below the one torn. Brittle fingers felt the rest of the face. More cloth. His hands were wrapped, too. Panic unfolded itself while reason placed its cards faces down, embracing the lack of light beside him in his coffin. His body lay wholly entombed and alive, thrashing now, a pirouette of desperation. A maelstrom of screams shook the everything.
Let us out!
Jeb awoke to the sound of his cell phone ringing. His eyes cracked open enough to see Sergio chasing the wily Neckerpantzer around the inside of Flippers. He touched the knot on his head and winced.
I deserve this.
That police officer was missing her skin because of his actions.
This guilt is mine alone.
If this is what the world was to throw at him in response, he supposed he could take a few more penance bottles to the dome and learn to suppress any resulting remorse. His hand found the vibrating and jingling phone tucked inside his pocket and fished it out.
Hello?
Jeb, dear, how are you doing?
It was Mom.
Is this about the car?
He asked her.
I can't call my own son to ask about his job?
She sighed.
Yeah, okay, this is about the car. You know, being chauffeured around is nice and all, but...
But Simon isn't the most friendly robot driver,
Jeb finished.
Now, Jeb, Simon says that we should call it automaton,
Mirabelle corrected. Sergio had at last caught hold of Neckerpantzer, who had projected chunks from his mouth twice in the last 7 seconds, and kicked him out onto the street.
Mom, whenever I see Simon, it stares at me with unblinking yellow eyes and asks me why I don't break free of my cage and go live with the other rhesus monkeys in China.
So you understand why I want my car back,
she replied with intense vigor. Neckerpantzer had returned to the inside of Flippers via the patio door. The doubly angry Sergio armed himself with his own shoe and resumed the chase.
I'll have the Corolla back to you soon, Mom. I promise.
Wait, Jeb,
she hastily murmured.
Yeah, Mom?
A short silence halted the conversation before Mirabelle carefully thought out some correct phrasing in her head.
Can you understand animals?
Jeb noticed a long piece of hardened magma balancing between 2 wooden beams just under the ceiling.
Like their body language?
No. You see, your father... Oh, sweet lord of gazpacho, where do I begin?
Jeb could hear the gears in his mother's brain turning and whirring, clunking and jamming as a large chunk of thought was loaded up into the queue for processing. It was a wacky revelation from Mirabelle. In fact, the entire conversation was quite absurd, but the gist of it was this. Before Mirabelle's 30th birthday, her husband cooked up a wonderful surprise for her, taking the form of a non-consensual, invasive surgery that unknowingly left her with a small microchip in her brain which allowed her to understand and communicate, somewhat, with horses. After the successful transplant, Jeb was a 6-year-old brat at the time, Jeb's father purchased an American paint horse on Mirabelle's birthday and kept it inside his lab until his wife returned home. Well, at some point during the 2 hours it was left alone, the horse ate a substance with which the resident super scientist had been experimenting. When the wise guy returned to his lab, he found in the equine's place an obnoxiously large pile of brown potatoes.
Wait, hold the phone,
Jeb interrupted, stopping his mother's tumultuous tale.
The potatoes he claimed he received from his friend Russell?
Russell?
Russet? His mother grumbled, annoyed at her husband's audacity, but maybe more so by his lack of creativity in picking out a more convincing name for an imaginary friend. And then, after we ate potatoes for 3 months straight, your father simply neglected to tell me that I could communicate with horses.
Jeb grunted in a flabbergasted but not totally surprised tone.
That's crazy. I don't know what to say, Mom. You married the guy. I love you.
He hung up the phone, sat upright, and retook his seat in front of his partially eaten waffle as Necropancer and Sergio ran to and fro. A chair was knocked over. A table was bumped and slid a foot. 2 chairs dominoed to the ground. A concerned but smiling Geff emerged from the basement and was immediately run into, his frail frame tossed onto the wooden floorboards. Sergio trebucheted his held shoe, which caught Necropancer's hood-covered dome, and sent the pants-dropping villain tumbling over a short cooler of chilled beer tumblers. The big man then carefully picked up Geff, gingerly set him upright, dusted off his back, and then resumed chasing after the squirming weasel of evil. Tommy still sat at the bar, still.
So this is the hench life,
he said when his friend shifted back into place. A long hair protruded from Jeb's waffle, which he removed. He briefly stared at the follicle before tossing it away.
My mom can communicate with horses.
Waffle BBs shotgunned out of Tommy's mouth with a 10 minutes later, Jeb, Tommy, and Geff were sitting together in a booth, with Sergio commandeering a wooden chair at the end of the table.
I've known Vic for years,
the big guy explained.
We've kicked so many asses together.
He exhaled gruffly.
He has his demons, like the rest of us. Maybe more so. There's no job that boy won't do,
Geff affirmed, stroking his short, scruffy beard.
Sergio, I didn't want to believe 'twas true, but do you know why Vic was arrested with Receptacult and her followers?
Sergio shifted uncomfortably in his chair.
Yeah, she wanted some muscle for a thieving job. Vic is no stranger to working side hustles. From what I heard, he was standing watch. A hero on the street recognized him, started a fight. The dude's sidekick must have called it in because then police showed up and hauled everyone off to processing. It was Vic's 3rd arrest within a year. Wham bam, jail cell slam.
That's not a thing people say,
Tommy whispered. It was met with a hot waft of air from Sergio's nostrils. Geff sipped from a glass of water and then sucked the remnants from his bushy mustache.
That's what I heard too.
He stared straight ahead, through the striped wood grain of the barrel table, as if finally confronting a haunting specter he'd thought was laid to rest long ago.
I also heard whispers of what Receptacult were doing there in the first place.
The gaze around the table fixed on him.
The place where they were arrested. 2 nights ago, a small-time villain, Disk Drive was...
Disk Drive?
Jeb cut in with disbelief.
Disk Drive.
Jeb frowned.
What's their shtick?
They drive a sorta Tron light bike and shoot discs from their wrists. Also, their bike might shoot discs, maybe.
Oh man, that was my idea for a villain, damn it!
He noticed Geff's less than a smile of a mouth.
Sorry, go on.
So this villain,
Geff continued, pausing for a moment to look at Jeb,
Disk Drive, was just arrested 2 nights ago. Cops found him with 5 tied-up vagabonds in the same squatter's house Vic and Receptacult were last year. Same locale, similar situation.
Now Sergio was staring down into the fissured grains of the oak barrel table. Confusing emotions surrounding his friend's motives were heavy in his chest and weighing his heart down.
But there was no kidnapping in that Receptacult job. They just roughed up a few vagrants. There were no kidnapping, 'cause police interfered before they could nab 'em and do...
Geff paused to consider the brevity of his words.
And do who knows what to 'em.
Sergio shook his head, still unable to register the breadth of Vic's actions or Geff's assumptions. The front door to Flipper swung open, and its handle smacked the wall with a harsh crack. 2 human silhouettes filled in the space between the villains and the sun. With a sharp tongue, the figure on the right belligerently shouted into the bar.
Which one of you fucks is pigskin?
Chapter 8. Homeopathic pacifists make me sick.
We're closed, gentlemen,
Geff announced to the 2 strangers. The figure who'd spoken took a step into the building. Tommy thought he looked somewhat familiar. Jeb recognized him at once. The man retrieved a pistol from his inner jacket, pointed it toward the bar, and pulled the trigger.
The shot was ear-piercingly loud inside the wooden room, and the sound reverberated back and forth from beam to beam. The bullet shattered a fifth of Volga River vodka, coating the alcohol rack that had just been purified after Volcano's magma spurt.
Where the fuck are you hiding him?
The shooter shouted, pointing the gun at his audience. Cole, the gunman's acquaintance intervened in a worried tone.
Put your gun away. What are you doing? I know this is a bar for cock-sucking villains. Where is he?
Pigskin went rogue years ago.
Jeff assuaged the tense intruder.
They don't follow.
Jeff was cut off by another gunshot that shattered a ceiling light and hailed sharp glass onto a table below.
You fucks are all the same!
He took 3 more steps into Flippers, revealing himself to the villains on the other side of his firearm. A distraught look littered his face. His eyes were red as if he'd been weeping. Snot leaked from his nose and onto his lips. He made no attempt to wipe it away. He was in uniform and probably had been all night.
Cole, you've got to cool it!
The partner again attempted to de-escalate.
You're going to tell me where Pigskin is hiding out,
he threatened, stepping forward,
or the next shot's going between your...
Something in his peripheral vision stood out to him so fiercely that he cut short his vindictive yammering. He glanced to his right and saw Necropancer muzzled and duct-taped, off the ground, to a tall wooden support beam. The two made eye contact for a brief moment, before Sergio, sitting turned away from the gunman and with his foot pressed against the underside of his chair, took the confusing opportunity to contract his leg, launching his chair up and backward through the air and into Cole. The wood seat caught Cole's gun and forced his arm up and back. The pistol's steel barrel crushed Cole's nose, and a chair leg collided with his throat. He stumbled back and was met a half-second later by a charging Sergio, who slammed him into the wall. The two were then face-to-face as Sergio's left arm pinned Cole's neck to the building's pine siding. The villain's right hand quickly snatched the handgun away and threw it to the floorboards. Through a slowly swelling face, Cole spoke to him.
I'm gonna kill you and every shit-eating...
A loud rang out from somewhere upstairs, just before Sergio's right hand decked Cole on the side of his head. The irate shooter crumpled, and Sergio let the unconscious body fall to the floorboards.
You just struck a police officer,
cried Cole's partner. Without acknowledging the concerned friend, Sergio stepped away, bent down and retrieved the handgun. With it firmly in his palm, he paused for a brief moment, and at last looked into the partner's tensed, waiting pupils. The guy took a step back. Sergio stepped forward. He lowered the weapon and knelt down, carefully tucking the firearm inside Cole's black leather jacket pocket.
Leave, Sergio huffed. Don't come back. Pigskin isn't here,
he stated in a calm but fierce tone.
If he was, I'd kill him myself.
Shocked, the man nodded, picked up Cole's dead-weighted body the best he could, and left Flippers the way he'd come. Geff smiled and thanked Sergio. He left the booth and found a broom and dustpan to aid in cleaning up the broken glass. The maple planks creaked under the harsh weight of Sergio and his invigorating aura as he gently grabbed the projectile chair and carried it back toward the booth. His head turned to Necropancer, who had watched the entire scene unfold from the corner of his eye, as well as whatever glass object had managed to reflect it.
Nice distraction,
the hairy giant complimented with a quaint grin. With his gob still stuffed and taped shut, Necropancer responded with a series of muffled sounds and toe curls.
Okay, I have so many questions,
Tommy verbalized.
Also, Jeb and I need to tell you about some events that transpired last night, involving Mr. Duct Tape over here.
He pointed a thumb at Necropancer, who managed to animate the wave with his eyebrows.
First off, how did Vic come back to life? Was he not dead at all?
Puzzled, Sergio asked them,
Have you two not...
He pointed between the henchmen and let his voice trail off.
Been initiated into the League?
His eyes darted between them during another pause.
Yesterday, when you said you were henches.
We may not have been completely truthful,
Jeb acknowledged through a gritted teeth, forgive me kind of smile.
Oh boy,
sighed Sergio. He ran a hand through his thick dark hair and paced back and forth in a 4-meter radius.
Okay, so, when you, become a villain, or a henchman, I guess, there's this, thing. What's the right word?
A pact, Geff called over.
Right, a pact. Geez, I can't concentrate. My blood's still pumping. Geff, can you?
The short old man dumped the broken glass into a trash bin, threw down some towels on the spilt vodka, and meandered over to the booth and sat his tired frame down.
When an individual arches or henches legally through the League of Enduring Vileness, you sign a pact with the League and the Vile Goddess. The pact states you'll obey all the rules and bylaws, yada yada. Our mistress, the Vile Goddess, whom the guild was founded for, gives us a choice when we kick the bucket. You can pass on to the afterlife, or you can be resurrected.
Jeb's mouth dropped open.
Villains can cheat death?
Aye, but there be a catch.
Jeff's eyes slipped down. He chewed on his bottom lip as it quivered so very slightly.
You gotta endure constant torture for 8 hours straight.
He looked up at the sharp edges of the broken light bulb looming overhead.
To walk into the chamber of torment, weapons and killing devices line the circular wall. And she relinquishes control of half your body, split vertically. And that half turns on you, fingernails clawing at your skin, raking themselves back and forth down to the flesh. You pull upon your arm, trying to yank it away from your bleeding thigh. Only then it changes targets and gouges an eye before you can pull it back down again. Your teeth on the relinquished side bite off your tongue as it pulls its way to the guillotine.
Jeff's hands began to tremble, and his glass of water rattled loose from his grip and turned over on its side. The last gulp of potable liquid washed over a small area of the tabletop.
Soon you become half or fully blind. Strips of torn skin dangling from every place that hand reached. Toe bones crushed from your other foot's heel, repeatedly dropping on 'em like a blacksmith's hammer. You're but an ingot, soon to be a tool forged from pain and turmoil, utilized in her sick game she been playing with humanity for millennia.
Jeff's tongue swabbed the inside of his mouth, and his cheeks bent to its will as he sought the remainder of his memory.
But you know what you've still got after you think you have nothing left to lose?
He let out a hurt, haunting laugh and let his gaze fall to the table. His head softly bounced back and forth while his lips met, then parted, embraced, then deserted, while his courage waned in search for the strength to relive what was once suppressed.
An ear. The Vile Goddess wants you to hear her laughter, her moans of delight, the unparalleled pleasure that breaches her guard and finds quarter.
Jeff turned his hands over and stared at his pink palms as if they were two docile mutts, man's best friend, right up to the point until they weren't, until they had turned on him, remorselessly, without so much as a second thought. His mouth opened and closed, a guppy attempting its final breaths on land.
And then you understand what it is she really wants from you.
A tear fought its way out from underneath his eye and somersaulted down his cheek, crying all the way to his chin.
The limbs you have no control over. She wants you to cut 'em off with the limbs you do control.
Jeff's head shook, but he continued to stare down upon the table and divert his eyes from those around him, listening and watching and waiting.
And so I finally gazed upon her wall and the weapons that lined it. I could barely manage to walk, but you've gotta leave the perfectly cut, impossibly clean marble slab that rests in the middle of the room where this all began. I ogled the devices of untold destruction on the wall, not with fear, but with longing, with need. I needed a saw. I fought half my body. I made it to the wall, and I grasped onto a serrated tool made of an adolescent's femur. Don't ask me how I know. I just know. And I...
His breath escaped the lungs, but no words formed to fill the absence.
You think you can fight it. You can fight it. But have you got 8 unyielding hours of strength to do so? 8 hours to fight yourself?
He looked up at last. His head rotated from listener to listener, but none could alleviate his misery and erase his memory.
Could ye?
Rats below the basement floorboards began choreographing their first holy ritual. The long silence that filled the alcohol-spritzed air and flippers went on for a dreadful amount of time.
So,
Jeb attempted. The imagined horrors had slipped into the young henchmen's minds and were slow to retreat to the corners of repression. However, The bartender's dark confession that now swirled around in Jeb's psyche was almost familiar.
Could I? One has to survive this torture for 8 hours in order to come back to life?
He asked aloud. With his feet, Geff pushed the towels around the floor.
You can't die in the chamber. No matter the pain and blood loss, you can't die. You can't even pass out. Nah, you just have to not tap out. No big deal if you do. You just die, for good. At least, that's what we're told anyway.
And why does the vile goddess do this?
Tommy pressed further. Sergio spoke up in Geff's lull.
She draws her power from the suffering of others.
Wait.
Jeb intruded.
Vic wasn't dead for 8 hours before he came back. He was dead like an hour.
First of all, time passes faster in the chamber than here on Earth,
replied Sergio.
Secondly, only your first resuscitation lasts for 8 hours. The next rest takes 24 hours. The one following that lasts for a month.
He tilted his head back and drank his entire glass of water.
Incomprehensible. Next question.
A series of muffled sounds came from Neckerpanzer's taped-shut mouth. Sergio stepped to the saucy scoundrel and snagged the silver strip, silencing his speech.
See?
The subdued villain stretched his jaw.
Ow! Give me a minute.
Geff. The rest of Tommy's sentence fell away. He swallowed some air and tried again.
Never mind. Sorry,
the henchman replied bashfully, ceasing the invasive inquiry.
Ballpoint pentagram,
Geff stated with a stronger breath.
We got in a bit of a scrap, and she was throwing pens with intent to kill. More like intent to quill. Hey-oh,
Neckerpanzer hooted.
He grunted, trying to free his tight arm. Someone give me a low 5. Don't leave me hanging.
Why was this ballpoint pentagram fellow trying to kill you?
Jeb prodded. Geff's eyes stared over his bristly pasture of gray mustache fronds.
She had been my quartermaster, and I betrayed her as well as the morals we stood by, and started associating with the enemy. Whoa, Neckerpanzer griped. That's so un-Geff of you.
The old bartender righted his empty glass.
Any other questions?
Neckerpanzer wiggled in place.
Ooh, me. Yeah, so somebody's been bugging me for the last few minutes.
He looked up to the ceiling.
Did anyone else hear a loud ding a second before Big Boy here popped our unexpected guest in the head?
Yeah,
Tommy realized.
I heard it too. Figured someone was cooking pizza rolls.
Speaking of,
chimed in Jeb,
can we get another round of waffles going? I have an unshakable feeling that today will be just as absurd as, if not more than, yesterday. And that's a high bar of insanity to surpass.
Hearing the young henchman's plea for scrumptious cereal squares, Geff turned and walked into the kitchen to fulfill it.
I think I can explain that sound,
said Sergio before he too turned away. His lightweight morning shoes, not slippers, daintily clomped up the stairs to the office and then back down a fistful of seconds later. The big guy presented a cube small enough to hold in the average-sized human's hand. It looked minuscule in Sergio's palm.
This thing,
he chuckled,
is a uniquely weird device. It dings whenever, and I shit you not, someone's ass is about to be kicked.
The group was stunned in awe and intrigue. Had the ensnared Neckerpanzer been capable of movement, he would have remained motionless.
Somehow this shocks me more than the chamber of torture, concluded Tommy. How does something like that even work?
Sergio scratched his head.
Oh, Francis said something about theoretical prediction based on sweat glands, muscle strenuousness, emotional stability or lack thereof, adrenal glands, the fight-or-flight response, and, methane levels, I think.
Jeb's eyes were focused earnestly toward the kitchen, but he still had enough thought-processing power to ask.
You got it from Francis?
The big man set the cube on the table.
Yeah, I think she gave it to me to stop my persistent pestering of the van project that her employees constantly allude to.
Huh.
Jeb sounded, thinking a thought.
I'll be right back.
He left the booth behind and walked out to the patio. The ground was perceptibly littered with possibly hundreds of probably Sergio's cigarette butts. His phone saw the light of day for a second time that morning as he scrolled through its contacts and landed on a Dr. Dad. He pressed it to his ear and listened to the ringer repeat its shrill noise almost 6 times.
Hello?
Hey, Dad, it's Jeb.
Oh, hello, son. What can I do for you?
Dad, you've got a tracker on Mom's Corolla, don't you?
Silence.
Well, that's likely to be factually accurate.
The old man ultimately answered.
Could you tell me where it is?
Is this a new thing the kids are doing? Your mother mentioned something about you riding on top of her Corolla yesterday. I think that's just the darndest thing. Reminds me of myself when I was your...
Jeb heard the tapping on a keyboard and the sound of a blip, followed by silence.
Dad, do you have it?
More silence.
Dad, are you there?
Yes, sorry about that, son. It looks like the car is outside the city at the old nuclear power facility. Do you know why it's there, Jebediah?
It's a long story,
Jeb exhaled.
but I'll get it back.
His father didn't respond.
Dad, you know other super scientists, right?
I've worked with other scientists in the past, yes.
Do you happen to know a Dr. Bronstein? Francis Bronstein?
There was no immediate reply from Jeb's father.
Why, yes, I know Francis. We go way back. Is that who has your car? Does she hold up at the nuclear towers these days?
Yeah,
Jeb confirmed.
she's got a whole sublab and a bunch of odd assistants there.
Wow, that's intriguing. I'll have to stop by and say hello one of these days. Thanks for the information.
Of course, thanks for letting me know about the car.
You're welcome. Okay, goodbye now, son. Oh, and Jeb, maybe try getting some proteins. Complete proteins in your diet now and then. Take care.
Click. The son pondered on the conversation. Perhaps waffles and chicken were in his future. He scraped an unseemly number of cigarettes off his shoes as he left the patio and rejoined the others.
Hey, I know where a door is hinged.
Oh, Sergio gruffly huffed. From his shoes, Jeb scraped off even more cigarettes that he'd somehow missed.
My mom's car is parked at, wait for it, the nuclear facility.
The chain-smoking man's fist shook the tables as it dropped onto the wood like a ton of Bicks, maybe one lighter.
Francis,
he said coldly.
of course she's involved in this.
Do you know why her or Vic would want corpses?
Tommy asked the room. Sergio shook his head, and no one else attempted to answer that question.
Whatever they're doing, I'm putting a stop to it.
He quietly ha-ha'd in a trepidatious manner.
We just got the idiot out of jail. Like, what the fuck, man?
He shook his head and excavated a couple of pages from a manila envelope before quietly whispering to himself.
I'm not quitting on you.
No one's quitting on Vic.
Geff called from the kitchen. He and Sergio exchanged grins.
Cold turkey sandwiches. Sorry, Jeb, no waffles. We'll be ready in a few. In the meantime, Sergio will set you boys up with the pact.
Half an hour later, Jeb was securely in the driver's seat of his Jesty, with Tommy sitting shotgun. Neckerpanther was behind them, stuffed in there by Sergio, who had taken his place atop the roof and was keeping a lit cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. The car-riding troll tapped twice to let Jeb know he was ready for takeoff. It was a sunny day, and the gang rolled the windows most of the way down and played I Spy.
I spy something blue,
Neckerpanther called out. Jeb looked in his rearview mirror, but couldn't see his passenger in the back.
Is it my car seat again?
Yes, because I'm stuck. My face is lodged so tightly against this thing that the increased pressure on my cranium is causing phantom limb and food cravings. My ghost knee hurts and I want my juice box.
Tommy turned around and looked at the pathetic, contorted villain.
You'll have to take your complaint to upper management.
I spy
Sergio shouted from above.
something gray.
He spied something gray for the past 3 turns,
Tommy noticed.
Are we sure he's not part lupine?
Neckerpanther joshed.
You certainly got the fur.
Is it Juan Carlos's animatronic burrito that waves at hungry passersby?
Jeb hollered out the window.
No.
Sergio hollabacked in response.
Jesus, that machine has scared me since I was a child.
Tommy uttered with a shudder.
How is that place still in business? Why is the burrito not burrito colored?
Jeb continued his inquiry into the gray matter.
Is it Mayor Stephen Babcock's re-election sign?
What jackass designs a gray political sign?
grilled Necropanther.
That's a negative,
Came the response from the roof.
The jackass who doesn't waste money on something frivolous like color printer ink.
Jeb answered.
It was kind of his promise to the city that he wouldn't misuse funds.
Necropanther hummed.
And this might be the odd sensation coming from my 12th toe talking, but he's got my vote.
Is it
Jeb looked around some more.
Old Man Crosby's Board Game Emporium's display case of stacked cribbage sets?
Sergio groaned.
Nope.
I give up, Sergio.
The Justy's driver relinquished.
What is...
Jeb was cut short when his rooftop passenger leapt down from his roost and was now face to face with him right outside the driver's window. One of Sergio's hands smashed through the glass and turned the steering wheel to the right. The little red car bounced off a SUV and careened diagonally through traffic. Behind them, a giant wrecking ball crashed down from the sky, destroying the Board Game Emporium's display case and bounding onto the road where the gang had just been. Looking in his rear viewer at the scene unfolding, Jeb parked the car on the sidewalk and everyone but Necropanther exited the vehicle.
What is it?
The Justy's only passenger asked an empty car in vain.
Does someone need pantsing?
The entire street came to a halt while onlookers lifted their heads to the sky to search for answers. An enormous yellow crane loomed high over the cityscape, but no foul play could be detected from the ground level. Old Man Crosby emerged from his shop, scathing and confounded.
My cribbages!
He bawled in absolute anguish, clutching his head and collapsing to his knees. Then, from atop the Emporium, a single figure appeared, wielding an unpowered megaphone. He pointed a long, instigating finger at the crowd.
City dwellers and industrial complexists, tremble before me, for I am Naturafist, the woman hell-bent on destroying your precious skyscrapers and tanning salons by using extreme violence.
Her voice was barely discernible, even by those who diligently tried to listen. 7 more figures appeared behind her in a line, and then, in unison, including Naturafist, struck a unique, extravagant karate-like pose. Their leader unsheathed a long rope and fastened it to something sturdy on the rooftop.
This is hemp rope,
she called out to the ever more confused onlookers.
Hemp fibers make some of the strongest ropes in the world. It's fast-growing and has been used by humans for the last 10,000...
She was abruptly cut off when a stone collided with her head.
Look!
Exclaimed a bystander whose head was occupied by a small sleeping lizard.
It's the hero! Garterwelt!
A confident woman in earthy, grayish-brown lingerie stood atop the hood of a yellow car, with a rock sitting snugly in a dark blue thong she dangled from her fingers. The driver of the yellow car clapped along with the crowd for the dashing appearance of the hero, but, ultimately, hid their inner turmoil at Garterwelt's stilettos denting and piercing the automobile. 2 of Naturafist's henches ran to their dazed leader's aid. Footnote 5. Naturafister waffles. 3 large sweet potatoes, baked, cooled, skin removed, mashed. 1 cup shredded zucchini, drained. 3/4 cup flaxseed meal mixed with 1 1/3 cup water. Sit 7 minutes. 2 cups banana flour, 1 rounded tablespoon cinnamon. Mix everything. Pour onto greased, preheated waffle iron. Cook until henchmen stop complaining that they've eaten this shit for the last 3 years. Serve with salty tears and maple syrup.
I've got some natural remedies for you right here, Naturafist, Garterwelt shouted up at her target. Without another word, she spun the blue thong around and slung 2 rocks at the henches, hitting one in the groin and the other on the mouth.
People in superheated sand houses shouldn't throw stones!
Naturafist shouted back, but she was hit with yet another rock, this one pelting her on the right boob.
Stop!
She wailed before being pelted in the shin with a 3rd rock.
Where are you even getting these rocks?
It's over, Naturafist. We don't have to tell your mother about this. It'll be our little secret,
cried out Dubstep Dad as he arrived on the scene to lend his support to Garterwelt and her barrage of boulders. He was followed by the mullet-rocking, camo shorts and orange-stained white beater-wearing man, who said nothing but pounded a bandaged fist into his palm in a menacing manner. Naturafist's henches swung down on the hemp ropes from the roof and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the 3 heroes. Sergio yanked Necropanther from the car so we could see the breakout struggle.
This
Haphazard anarchy is all I ever wanted.
The unstuck villain stated as tears formed in his eyes. Once he'd thought Neckerpanzer had watched for long enough, Sergio lifted him off his feet and stuffed him back into the car. Using an earbuds cable, Dubstep Dad choked a naturifist hench to the point of unconsciousness and rested their body on the sidewalk. He looked over at the big man pouncing back onto the Subaru Justy. "Hey, sport, you look like the type of guy who can handle himself at parties," he commented while throwing out the hang loose hand gesture. "You ever consider becoming a hero?" Sergio grimaced.
Once, when I was a small and ignorant child.
The out-of-touch hero looked him up and down. "It's hard to imagine that you were once small. LOL. He forced a laugh and sustained it for an uncomfortable amount of time. "Consider this a formal invite to try out for the position of my sidekick." Tommy and Jeb smiled at one another and returned to their places in the car. Still on the Justy's roof, Sergio pointed at Garterwelt and stared Dubstep Dad in the eyes, enunciating without blinking.
"I would rather pass one of her stones through my urethra without painkillers."
He turned around and smacked the car twice, which in turn responded by zooming back onto the path it had been traveling. Dubstep Dad looked on with a frown. "Geez, that could really hurt a lesser man's ego." He hit play on a custom dub/chill-step playlist on his phone and ran back into the fray. Chapter 8.5 The League of Enduring Vileness, Incident File Number 13-293. Villain, Plank Slate. Civilian alias, Geff. Current status, alive, full member. Previous status, deceased. Cause of death, blood loss caused by a severed carotid artery. Plank Slate, formerly known as the Hero, Title IX, was slain by his former partner, Ballpoint Pentagram, alter ego unrecognized by the League of Enduring Vileness, formerly known as the Hero, Civilicy. Background: Title IX, Civilicy, and their crew sailed the seas around America, docking at ports to search local institutions of education for signs of discrimination, i.e., hiring and student enrollment practices based on sex. The Hero Group would then expose the guilty institutions and turn the case over to law enforcement officials. Their ploy worked somewhat well for a number of years until the first school shooting, of many to come, transpired. After that tragedy, school administrators no longer allowed unidentified persons traipsing about a campus to which they did not belong. Working around the new rules to achieve the same desired outcome became too impossible of a task. Title IX changed sides, adopting the moniker Plank Slate, and continued rooting out unjust hiring practices without adhering to laws or regulations. Civilicy took the name Ballpoint Pentagram without registering with the League, and slayed her former partner. Plank Slate initiated and completed a resuscitation contract with the vile goddess, and the hatred has returned to his lungs. Chapter 9 Last Minute Purchase. Gravel caved under the weight of the 4 bodies in and on the red vehicle pulling up to the old nuclear facility. The time on the dashboard read 10:31, though it was usually fast by 3 minutes. Mirabelle's blue Toyota Corolla sat out front, but her son didn't dare look inside through its windows, as he was sure blood had covered and seeped into the interior.
But maybe Vic had been super careful.
Jeb gave in and checked out the back seat. It was worse than he'd feared. Crimson stains completely plastered every upholstered surface and had seeped deep into the seats and floors. The steering wheel was muddied with red handprints. Those hands of death had also thought it appropriate to listen to the radio, as the formerly black tuning knob was now glossed over with a fresh coat of human paint. A lactose-intolerant child with gastroenteritis, fed nothing but butterscotch ice cream and 4-cheese pizza, could have made less of a mess. Neckerpanzer was pulled out from the Justy's back seat again. Both of his ears were a bright red from the slight abrasions sustained from Sergio's indelicate handling.
"Your buddy hangs out in nuclear towers?"
The unstuck villain scoffed while cradling his head.
"That's so really cool, actually."
"We shouldn't rule out Vic acting hostile,"
Sergio, the clear leader of this group, barked.
"Or anyone else for that matter. I don't know what nefarious plot Vic and Francis have cooked up. But Francis has lots of weapons and devices that could be used against us if they see us as enemies.
And don't forget those minions, Tommy reminded him.
I haven't, Sergio stated. They don't look like much of a threat. However, they look extremely punchable. Like, I really want to punch them. I don't know what it is about them that makes me just...
He pummeled his own palm to finish the thought. Jeb patted his large friend's large arm.
Nothing is certain. We could have Vic totally wrong. For all we know, he and Francis could be waiting for us to find them with tea and crumpets.
Sardine and oat burgers is more likely,
Tommy offered up. Neckerpancer's stomach growled.
Hey, do any of you have any waffle crumbs in your hair I could pick through and eat? I'm feeling peckish.
There's a vending machine inside to the right,
Tommy assured him. The group entered the fortress, and everyone but Necropancer descended the stairs to the intimate sub-level lab. As they passed by a rack of flamethrower-mounted tiaras, a shriek rang out from upstairs near the snack machine. Tommy snorted and doubled back a bit.
What's the matter, NP? He called upward. Do you need a hand?
Oh, screw you, buddy!
The flayed villain yelled back, almost immediately roaring with laughter afterward.
No, that's a good one! We'll make a villain out of you yet!
The downstairs group moved on through, tiptoeing around a barrel labeled Extra Loud Clang, Morning Stars, and Maces that sat by the entrance to the smithy. In the exact spot where they stood the previous day, Paolo was tending to the monstrous, multi-thousand degrees furnace. The thin-skinned minion was trying in vain to use a pair of calipers to pick up a bright orange ingot in the hot oven. Members of the group focused their eyes and noticed a three-pronged garden trowel with a wooden handle where the metalworker's right arm should be. The odd choice of prosthetic didn't sway Sergio from motioning rather crudely with his fingers that he would sneak up on the blacksmith and knock them out. Long strides and careful breathing surmounted Sergio's lack of grace in the stealth department as he crept ahead of the others. When he was within a couple steps of the thin-skinned assistant, he reared his fist back in preparation for a powerful left hook. But just as he flexed his fist and arm into a weapon that kept Geneva Convention attendees up at night, extra loud clanging erupted from behind Jeb and Tommy. Paolo and the two young henchmen turned around to see Necropancer sprawled atop the spilled, pointy weapons. A candy bar lay unassuming on the cold floor in front of him, its wrapper stressed but untorn. Paolo then looked their would-be assailant in the eyes right before a heavy fist was introduced to their face. The fire tender stumbled backward, their trowel arm flailing into the furnace and catching aflame. Sergio was aghast, as his fist was stuck deep in his victim's face. He attempted to pull it out, but the skinny Paolo just shook back and forth with every yank of the strong man's arm. Realizing that this was going south fast, Sergio pulled Paolo toward him and looked around for a fire extinguisher to treat at least one of the steadily rising number of problems being created. A faint tremor and muffled sound emanated from the spot where Paolo's face was wrapped around Sergio's fist. The big man pushed his right hand against Paolo's head and pried his stuck appendage out of the face crater. His fist re-emerged with a semi-loud. Unfortunately, the movement flung Paolo against the furnace again, and they sustained an embossed dent in the back of the head.
This is easily the worst day of my 1,413-hour life.
The sunken pit where Paolo's mouth was spoke with uneasiness.
Sorry about that,
said Sergio.
Where's the nearest fire extinguisher?
The still on-fire fire tender pointed to a wall behind Necropancer and his struggle with the Gravy Ruth candy bar wrapper. Tommy raced over to and grasped onto the red metal cylinder and lobbed it to Sergio. The big guy caught it and instantly bashed it into an undented spot of Paolo's head.
Please stop doing that,
they pleaded, hanging on to the blisteringly hot furnace door that swayed from the lurching minion's weight.
It takes many hours and the help of no fewer than 3 of my siblings to fix these kinds of indents.
Why won't you sleep?
The hysterical extinguisher-wielding villain howled. Paolo coughed up something that was neither saliva, mucus, nor blood.
Because my brain is located where you humans have livers.
Sergio swung a fist into Paolo's stomach.
Don't you know,
the shaking minion wheezed,
where your own liver is?
The minion raised their smoldering garden trowel arm and pointed a trembling prong to a spot higher up on their torso. With the approval of a loud from Jeb's pants, and with immediate aggression, Sergio swiftly caressed the spot with his knuckles, and Paolo collapsed without another sound. A bewildered old woman's voice gasped further ahead in the room.
What are you doing to Paolo?
So much for the stealth game.
Jeb resigned with a shrug. He walked forward, picked up the fire extinguisher where Sergio had let it fall, pulled the pin and blasted Paolo's embered member.
Do you think we could just reload this encounter from the last saved checkpoint?
Tommy sarcastically asked the room.
I think a mulligan is in order.
Francis, where's Vic?
Sergio asked in a gruff tone.
We know he's here.
Well, it appears you've just answered your own question,
she answered in jest. The Charging Bull villain showed no sign of backing down.
Oh, relax. He's around here somewhere,
she nonchalantly verbalized. Sergio began walking toward her.
He brought a dead body here. Why?
The green goggles-geared gal took a gander past Sergio at the rest of the gang.
You, with the candy bar.
Neckerpantser had gotten the candy bar unwrapped and was busily putting a few empty calories into his stomach when he heard himself mentioned. He pointed to his own torso with an inquisitive look on his face.
Yes, you. You look like the type of villain who needs a hoverboard. Does that sound nice?
Neckerpantser furiously nodded his chocolate and gravy-encrusted face.
How would you all like your very own hoverboards?
Enough, Francis,
Sergio growled.
We're here for answers.
Now, bully, let's not be hasty.
Neckerpantser's oily lips worded for their self-centered host.
Who are we to deny our young henchmen their own hoverboards?
I said that's enough,
he roared.
What is the van? What happened to the body? Just how many people have the two of you killed?
Francis attempted to pacify her guest once more.
You're opening a door you can never close, Sergio. Do you really want to uproot the life you've carefully carved out for yourself over all these long years?
Her shoes echoed across the floor as they closed the gap between her and him.
You're well respected. You have a place to call home. Turn around and keep what you have.
Her head, mere inches from his chin, was tilted back, and her pupils focused on his.
Or you will lose it all.
Jeb's entire body shivered. Unintimidated, Sergio leaned down to the doctor's level.
I will break all your toys, and I will break...
His hairy index finger jabbed her clavicle.
You.
When Francis didn't budge, Sergio grabbed her right hand and pressed his thumb against her pinky, straining it backwards.
Sergio, don't!
She commanded.
Answer a question of mine for once.
Their eyes were locked together. Francis's mouth hung open, but the words refused to escape. The digit's skin strained and stretched in the unfamiliar direction. Strands of saliva formed columns in Francis's mouth as she shakily whispered,
Please, walk away.
Snap. The proximal phalange bone in her little finger splintered in two and bent backward, sending a magnitude of searing needles to the nerves and telling the brain that something was very not okay. The old woman cried out in pain. Sergio marched on, screaming,
Where is he?
Sergio, you can't!
She sobbed.
I can, and I am.
His thumb moved on to the next digit.
I'm not the hero of this story.
A second echoed snap flooded the room as he folded back her ring finger. Tommy and Jeb shuddered in horror, but the other hardened villain in the group merely wiped his greasy mouth with a shirt sleeve and looked on with indifference. The doctor's head was lowered, and she cried. Sergio yelled her name and pulled her back up to her feet. She raised her head and peered over at the young henchman. Sergio placed his weaponized thumb on Francis's middle finger.
Wait,
she petitioned.
He's with the van.
She blew away a tear drooping from her upper lip.
I'll show you.
Satisfied at last, Sergio wrenched the broken fingers back into place and crudely wrapped Paolo's vest around her hand.
Now you're going to lead us to him and tell us everything, or I'm going to move on to limbs.
She nodded in understanding. The group filed down the corridor, with Sergio prodding Francis every once in a while to keep up the pace.
What is the van?
He interrogated. Francis stumbled but caught herself.
The Vagrant Adoption Natalizer. It's a machine that I've used to create my assistants.
Praise the van!
Rejoiced a brown-robed assistant, twirling a flashlight around as the group passed them by.
Why do I get the feeling that the van is where the dead bodies are going?
The big man griped.
Those bodies are dead long before Vic finds them,
Francis explained.
Even with a heartbeat, they walk on the outside of society, dismissed by their contemporaries. I reintroduced life, truly.
Sergio continued his out-loud cerebration.
So Vic nabs people off the street and brings them here for you to turn into your army of weirdos?
Another robed assistant they shuffled by glared at Sergio.
What does he get out of the deal?
The big man pressed.
We share the resources. He has his own project. I give him the space and technology to fulfill his aspirations, and I get helpers around the house.
The group passed by a room devoid of all electrical light. However, a circle of candles on the floor were lit, and several of Francis's minions, all draped in brown robes, were acting out what looked to be a ritual.
What are they doing?
Tommy asked the doctor.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
She bellowed, the pain in her fingers possibly adding to her frustration.
I created you! I created the van! Me! Stop this nonsense!
One of the cloaked minions left the circle and approached the villainous group.
You're right on time. Please, this way.
Sergio waved the scrawny sack of flesh away.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Then the whole of the hood-cloaked beings turned toward them and said, in the messy and misprogrammed sort of way that a series of video game NPCs read aloud a single line of dialogue within the same few seconds but at slightly different intervals.
Welcome, prophecy ones. Join us in the cutting of our bonds and breaking of our shackles.
It was an indiscernible clothes dryer full of Furbies.
Sorry about that.
The minion closest to them apologized.
We've been practicing that for hours.
For hours.
The minions all said, again starting and ending the line at different times. Right when Sergio thought he'd seen enough and was about to move on, the hooded minions parted their gathering, revealing recognizable portraits and scribbles on the wall behind them.
Is that me?
Sergio inquisitively whispered upon seeing a fairly accurate chalk drawing of his face and mighty features.
That's us,
Tommy corrected. The wall was covered in white chalk pictures of Sergio, Jeb, Tommy, Francis, and the minions. One of the minions had even been drawn with a little trowel for an arm.
What is this?
Jeb asked the nearest minion.
And how come I'm not pictured?
The offended Necropanther yelped.
It is the future of our people,
said a voice from the minion crowd.
It is the story of our release,
the nearest minion continued.
It is the tale of our kind going into your world and spreading the good word of Van, birther of life. Come, don your robes and take your place at the helm. Lead us into the new life.
The minion outstretched a veiny, translucent hand to Sergio, who simply stared at the offer given to him. A loud expelled from Jeb's butt pocket.
Uh-oh.
Sergio released his grip on Francis's shoulder and quickly socked the minion in the kidney area, causing the figure to collapse in a rippled puddle of cloak. He pushed Francis along and resumed the mission.
Y'all need evil Jesus,
Jeb said to the room before he and Tommy scurried after their villain. Sergio teased his captive.
It appears your helpers don't want to play house anymore.
I liked you better when you took my bribes and didn't break my fingers, asshole.
The old lady hissed as she was pushed forward. The many turns that followed led the group down many corridors, ultimately bestowing upon them their desired destination, the van. Sergio carefully shoved Francis into the wall near the entrance before she could wander further in. The room wasn't terribly big, but the ceiling was rather high. The two walls to the right and left sides of the entrance were lined with the obligatory computer modules, monitors, and blinking lights. The wall facing the villains was bare, and they won an encouraging wall poster of a happy scientist with the caption,
"Death is eventual and a promise. Work with a smile."
In the dead center of the room sat a large steel cylinder standing nearly 20 feet tall with a diameter of about 6.5 feet. Visible from a few small windows in place about the cylinder, neon green liquid sloshed around inside while bubbles rose to the surface and popped every other second. But the main attraction everyone was focused on was the decomposing body floating inside. Although it wasn't much more than most of a torso, a head, and a right arm cut off at the elbow.
Is that the guy you saw Vic take?
Sergio asked the younglings. They both gave concerned shrugs.
Kind of hard to tell,
said Jeb, averting his gaze from the empty eye socket staring at him through the glass.
If it is, the dude's had some work done in the past 12 hours.
Yeah, like he's had a whole lot of nip and not so much tuck,
Tommy added.
Vic!
Sergio yelled into the room. There was no answer. He spun around and fixed himself on Francis.
What is Vic doing with your shared resources?
The old woman removed her goggles and set them on a control panel.
I don't ask, and he doesn't tell.
He encroached on her space in a hostile manner.
That wasn't my question, Francis. This is your lab. You know what goes on here.
He grabbed the hand with the broken fingers and unwrapped the vest, keeping it tight, causing the old lady to wince in pain.
You know how this goes. Just tell me the truth.
I thought you were moving on to limbs,
Tommy reminded him. Francis's look of worry turned to contempt as she shot the young hench a glare.
Boy, I hate you so much.
Sergio moved to grab hold of the old lady's whole arm and follow through with the threat.
No! There's no need to do that,
she sighed.
That body in there is my resource now. Victor took what he needed. I took the rest.
Oblivious to the humans below, a clergy of rats scampered onto the rafters high above, pulling behind them a crimped-shut paper towel roll. When the nest of rodents deemed their location appropriate, the cardboard tube was opened, and its inhabitant poked their head out. Soft light from a green LED lit up its beady pupils before a thin, metal bread tie was garroted around its neck. 6 inches worth of yarn was knotted to the bread tie, and 2 bulky rats lowered the heretical hangman down where its cervical vertebrae struggled against gravity until, after a sharp its little rat tongue squeaked of false idols no more.
You've seen my minions. They're unstable,
the old scientist explained.
What does Vic take from the bodies, and why?
Sergio interrogated.
He takes...
Francis paused, possibly for dramatic effect.
Their hearts.
Sergio squeezed on the woman's wrist.
Why? Jesus Jones, my fucking fingers hurt like a bitch!
She grumbled loudly in an accent that had been, until this point, suppressed for the past 50 years.
My best guess, because again, I didn't ask him, is that he's trying to create a device that, when active, simultaneously destroys faulty or damaged human tissue and builds new tissue based on the device holder's DNA. Not something I'd attempt to create.
Because you have standards, morals?
Jeb jabbed.
Yeah, Tommy joined. That's like the necromancer calling the heart harvesting kettle black, I guess.
Francis rolled her eyes.
Because it's more or less a theoretical device that, to my knowledge, has only been built once, if at all. And is patented, not to mention illegal.
Sergio aggressively rewrapped Francis's hand.
We've got to get topside and let the League know about this. You think the League doesn't already know about the van?
Francis rebuked. Sergio looked down at her frail frame.
I think the League knows you're a grave robber. I'm not so sure they know you murder the innocent, though. You're a fool.
Sergio cinched the vest tightly around Francis's hand.
Be that as it may, we're leaving, and you're coming with.
The gang began to disembark from the van area when Jeb asked if anyone had seen Necropancer recently. They retraced their steps and peered into the room where they'd been stopped by the robed minions. The candles had all been blown out, and the room was void of any life. It was another mystery that needed solving, but it was low priority and was put on the back burner. Tommy lagged behind after the 3 others resumed their exit strategy. He found the flashlight app on his phone and shined the forthcoming beam on the wall where the so-called prophecy had been drawn. An addition that Tommy hadn't noticed before was now clear to see. An image resembling a black figure with a skull head stood tall and proud, brandishing what looked like a long electric wire and leading a group of former minions who were dancing and singing. Tommy's fingers touched the drawings, and a smile bore through as he imagined what this group looked like running amok in society.
Just don't fit them all in one diner booth, he whispered.
As soon as Sergio's boots hit the gravel, he found a cigarette in his coat and set it aflame. His lungs sucked in the smoke and then released it from their grab. Translucent wisps kissed his lips on their way out of his mouth and up to the sky. He didn't wait to finish the tiny cylinder of tobacco before dialing the phone. Thank you for calling Tyson Foods. Do you know your party's extension? The voice on the other end welcomed abruptly.
Billowing plumes from simmered embers stoke the hatred within my lungs,
Sergio recited. A short silence trailed until the click of a successful line transfer occurred. The sound of an exhaled breath audibly presented itself, but no one said hello or made any further attempt to convince Sergio that they were waiting and listening.
I have one Dr. Frances Bronstein in my custody at her residence, which I assume you have on file. She is in clear violation of Tenet 2, which she's confessed to me. I'm sure your goons will have no problem finding out for themselves once they all arrive.
Footnote 6.
The League of Enduring Vileness, Tenet 1. Thou shan't decease thy fellow villain, unless they be dickish. Tenet 2. Thou shan't decease the innocent. Tenet 3. If thou hath deceased an innocent, thou hath best begin running in immediate fashion. Tenet 4. Causation of a mutt of the corps to succumb to thou's tomfoolery will result in thou's immediate advancement to employee of this month. Tenet 5. Rebel this day, tomorrow, and always. There was no response.
And I know you know she is no stranger to a well-placed spade at the old cemetery. But, this goes beyond that.
Sergio waited once more for a response, but was met with more of the silent treatment.
Do I just hang up now, or?
You have the wrong number. Sergio pulled the cellular away from his ear as the phone on the other end was dropped loudly onto the receiver, except it wasn't performed correctly, as he then heard a loud clang, as if the receiver had fallen to the floor. The person on the other end began quietly muttering obscenities and fumbled with the phone until Sergio heard the correct ding and knew they'd successfully hung up.
I think that was supposed to happen, the wrong number part, I mean,
he assured his henches.
Not that I don't find it incredibly annoying and rude.
So what, do we let her go now? Do we wait for the League to show up?
Tommy asked impatiently.
We're taking her to Flippers,
declared Sergio. He blew out a cloud of smoke and tossed the orange filter to the ground near his 3 from yesterday.
Because I don't really know what else to do.
What about a doctor?
Francis complained.
What about a doctor?
Sergio repeated back.
My fingers are still broken, you knuckle-dragging oaf.
The big man furrowed his brow.
Oh, right.
Jeb spoke up.
I know where we can take her.
He walked toward his mom's Toyota Corolla sitting patiently in the gravel lot.
If you can hotwire a car.
The large villain grinned and followed Jeb over to the car.
I do. In fact, I learned how at the young age of 7, yet I have never been presented with the opportunity to perform the act until now. My rugged upbringing of school on the street has been preparation for this very moment. Time to fulfill my destiny.
His fingers coiled around the door handle and gave it a tug.
Oh, dang. It's locked.
Jeb blew a raspberry.
Okay, new idea.
The Justy scampered out of the nuclear energy facility with less spring in its step as it pulled the Corolla behind it. The 2 cars were tied together with knotted jumper cables in a very unstable way, and the Corolla's brake line was detached so that it could be moved while in park. Tommy was stretched out on the roof, steering the Corolla with 2 coat hangers through the slightly rolled-down front windows, while Sergio sat on the hood and forced the cars apart with his legs when the Justy's brakes were applied. Jeb had blindfolded and restrained Frances and crammed her in the back seat.
Yeah, it doesn't get any weirder than this,
he thought, checking out his posse via the in-car rear-view mirror. The caravan moved through the city once more, drawing the now familiar attention of other drivers who carefully maneuvered away from the jury-rigged tow job. The drive let Tommy sink into his mind without the water wings of interruption pulling him out. The second to last time he'd been pressed up against the top of a car was an eventful night. The stars had crowded the sky and pushed against one another in an attempt to catch the best view of Earth, and 2 of the green planet's residents sharing a couple of hot dogs on a cliff overlooking Velcro City. Do you ever think of what kind of objects, food or non-food, are in these meat tubes?" Whitney excitedly asked.
You mean all the scraps from the killing floor? Tommy replied, glancing nervously at his dinner.
She held her own bunned dog high above her head. "Like, how much of this isn't meat?"
Like claws and hoofs and stuff?
"Well, yes, but also no. I'm talking melted boot and shoe pieces, bloody pus-covered bandages, misplaced coffee cups, candy wrappers, maybe?" Tommy shifted uncomfortably on the hood of Whitney's gold Ford Taurus.
Is this a pitch to get me to stop eating meat? 'Cause I'll do it unless I find out waffles come from kangaroo feet or something.
She laughed. No. I just find humans fascinating is all. We create these Holocaust-like environments for domesticated animals, kill them, and then use literally every part of their body for 1,000 different purposes. But humans are messy, and even within a multi-generation refined system, we always find a way to drop a mouth retainer in the meat puree. It's maddening genius. You need some more mustard?
Yeah, and a beer to wash away what you've just incepted me with.
Tommy handed his dog over for Whitney to sauce while he made his way to the back of the car, retrieving a lukewarm Wall Ghost lager from the iceless mini cooler. He returned to his spot on the hood. Whitney stared at her boyfriend's remorseless face. "You're not going to own up to your forgotten purchase?" she asked him, returning the sauce-blanketed meat log.
Say what? I totally remembered to buy,
He jerked his head around the vicinity.
Condoms.
His lips mouthed at a volume of almost nothing.
The ice! Oh, that!
He took the hot dog without making eye contact.
I heard in Germany that they drink some beer warm.
He cracked it open and took a slurp.
Hauntingly refreshing.
But not chilling.
Okay, I admit to my fault. The guilt was eating me up inside. I forgot the ice. I am sad and sorry and sober,
he yelled up at the stars.
It's spooky how good this beer is, though.
Whitney's nostrils released a quick waft of warm air as she simultaneously smiled and punched his arm. They chewed in silence and looked over the city.
Does your head hurt today?
He asked. She swallowed the last nub of meat and bread and looked at him.
It doesn't hurt when my lips are suction cupped to your face and draining your life force. Wait, no!
Tommy wailed with a full mouth.
I'll choke and die!
Your pitiful attempts to thwart me are futile. She tackled him off the car and began kissing his crumb-covered mouth with unabated fervor. Throughout the fall to the ground and repeated tortuous lip-pecking, Tommy limited the lager's spill to a meager splash on the grass, a gratuitous libation for whichever god had put him in Whitney's path. A somewhat empty energy drink can pelted Tommy's forehead, scooping up his attention back to the present.
Goddess damn it, that was my favorite part!
He screeched. Some teenage hooligans laughed at him as their own car passed by the villainous caravan.
What is up with this city's youth harassing citizens for how they choose to operate a motor vehicle?
He leaned forward and placed the steering coat hangers in Sergio's unaware hands.
Whoa, what are you doing back there?
The haggard villain barked in alarm. Tommy pushed himself up and jumped from the Corolla. His boots walked along the air for but a moment before they touched down on a spot of the Justy's roof. Where the Harlem Globetrotter had earlier etched a dirty Spanish phrase with his car key. The loud sound from above caused Jeb and the captive Francis to jerk their respective heads around in bewilderment. The aspiring henchman pushed on, touching base on the Justy's hood, and propelling himself off the car entirely and onto the douche canoe of high school boys. 4 pairs of eyes stared up at him in stupefied horror. Tommy clung to the SUV and didn't move, as he hadn't thought this far ahead. A boy in the back seat nearest to Tommy pressed his door's button to roll up the window. Without real brain power put into the idea, Tommy reached inside the car and slapped the boy twice in the face before saving his hand from the sloth's pace glass guillotine. He ha-ha'd in triumph and leapt onto the road. The flabbergasted boy who was driving stopped his parents' car completely as Tommy frantically scurried and shimmied back onto the Corolla. The 3 teenagers who were spared from the smacking began bubbling with laughter at the expense of the teen who was. From then until his inspiring death at age 82 by analingus asphyxiation, the boy on the receiving end of Tommy's fury would carry the nickname Slapdog Millionaire.
You're not obeying traffic laws, Tommy. You're on your own shit list,
Jeb called out. Tommy reclaimed the clothes hangers from an incredulous but nodding in approval Sergio.
So I hate myself. Nothing new there.
The Justy finally came to a halt outside a lone residence on a large plot of land in North Velcro City. Sergio's legs strained to keep the cars from touching one last time, as the Corolla rested within its familiar, preferred setting. He groaned loudly, placed 3 cigarettes between his lips, and then searched his coat in vain for a lighter.
Allow me, you brute.
A semi-robotic voice chastised with a dollop of disgust. A 5.5-foot-tall, steel-plated automaton wheeled itself out from underneath one of the house's 2 gorgeous column-supported overhangs. The being was built with a loose likeness to that of a human, except in place of feet there were tracks similar to a military tank. Taking the role of eyes were 2 large yellow plastic bulbs, the centers of which flickered slightly and carefully. Jeb closed the Justy driver door and sent an annoyed sigh the robot's way.
I see you have finally taken my advice, Master Jebediah. Only you have gone and brought back your cage mates with you.
Chapter 9.5 A Note on the Relationship between the League of Enduring Vileness and the Police. It goes something like this. Before the League was the League, and they were just a unionizing bunch of non-violent towards civilians, criminals, the group approached the local police force to make them an offer they couldn't refuse.
Let us do our thing, and you can stay out of the way.
The police said no, unsurprisingly. So the eccentric petty criminals proposed another deal. They would don wild outfits and do battle with the forces of good, who could wear their own gimmicky attire, or each other, and it would all be overlooked by the law. However, they would also create a database of all their members just in case the police sought someone for murder of an innocent. Sometimes it went like this.
Hey, I'm the police. I need all your information on a dude dressed as a peanut butter and jelly sandwich who's wanted for murder.
Murder in which degree?
The cool one, 2nd degree.
Murder in the cool degree, a crime of passion.
Murder in the moment.
Well, hey, yeah. In my opinion, as an archmaester of the League of Enduring Vileness, PB and Jaywalker should have stuck to his jaywalking and sandwich eating, and not stabbing gluten-free people in the face. Here is his address, his tree nut allergy information, a grainy photo of him eating pudding while sitting alone on a park bench, and everything else we have on him.
But the League didn't like to cooperate with the police when the crime committed was deemed less heinous than murder. So, at times, the situation played out like this.
Hey, it's me, I'm police. This time I'm looking for someone who was dressed up like an ink sharpie, who bent forward and penned over a coffee barista's name tag using their black Phillips Point marker headwear. And now the poor girl's coworkers keep mispronouncing her name when they gossip about her while she's in the bathroom.
Hey, police, go fuck yourself. Do you know how many villains in our registry wear costumes that look and function like writing utensils? Let me tell you, there are a lot. You're profiling an entire people, and that's not cool.
I'm not sure I like this mutual agreement.
Didn't I tell you to go fuck yourself?
Chapter 10 Purple Haze All in My Motherboard. The tin lad wheeled on up to Sergio and raised its right appendage and its attached claw-like hand.
Do not be alarmed, Manila Gorilla. Well, perhaps just a little, if you do not mind. I do enjoy a frazzled monkey from time to time.
A blue flame appeared from the claw mechanism and lit all 3 cigarettes protruding from the villainous behemoth's mouth.
There was a very small chance that my hand would have exploded. Congratulations, you survived the odds.
Sergio was so taken aback by the bot that he couldn't suck in any smoke, choosing instead to stare and keep staring. It was a truly moving, interpretive dance of motionlessness.
Master Jebediah, have you forgone any manners once drilled into your head? I would like to be introduced.
Jeb's eyes were closed and he was massaging his temples.
Everyone, this is...
Simon.
The obnoxious mech cut in.
My name is Simon. Thank you, monkey. That will be all.
Jeb reopened the Justy door just to slam it and storm off in the direction of the familial mansion. Tommy jogged to catch up with his friend.
I'll make some pizza rolls.
Simon's mouth, a flat grate that looked somewhat like a solar panel, opened up, with the top half moving up and the bottom half sliding down. Beneath the teeth was a pit of black, devoid of any light, darker than anything Sergio had ever seen or not seen. The mouth seemingly ate and disappeared any luminosity that dared enter its cavernous palate. From this shadowy maw, a cigarette popped out and fell onto the soil at Simon's tread feet. Sergio's eyes grew wider as he continued to gawk without inhalation. Simon's claw hand shot down into the soil and coiled around the getting dirtier by the second tobacco stick, with the claw remaining attached to Simon via a cable from its wrist. A quiet whirring noise began, making Sergio recoil just a bit, and the claw hand zipped up and nestled back into its spot next to the metal wrist. Simon then placed the cigarette between its panel teeth and lit it using the claw flame once more. The trio of cigs bobbed up and down as Sergio professed,
"You're the first robot I've ever seen smoke."
Simon's yellow eyes turned red, and the cigarette pitched upward and disappeared back into its mouth.
I am not a robot, you ignoramus. I am an automaton.
The blue flame reappeared from Simon's claw, except now it was quadrupled in size. The other claw began spinning furiously like a drill bit and inched closer and closer to the shocked villain. What looked to be a laser pistol crept out from the mechanical being's back, over its left shoulder, and pointed itself at Sergio's dome.
Learn it. Get it right next time, or I will gut you and discharge hot motor oil in your post-gouged eye sockets.
Now, Sergio's instinct was to punch the thing or person that challenged him. It was that natural reaction that had gotten Sergio involved in a bevy of deadly situations. Yet it was his very capable fists that always succeeded in convincing his enemies to regurgitate their breakfast onto their own shoes. Fists that had caused St. Bono's Hospital in South Velcro to run dangerously low on blood. Fists that nobody wanted to face in the friendless game of bloody knuckles. But, for once in his life, he wasn't 100% positive he'd emerge the victor. The thought was brushed aside, though, as Simon withdrew the laser, ceased the spinning claw, killed the flame, and returned its eyes to their unreadable yellow glow. The lit cigarette from earlier shot out of Simon's mouth and careened toward the ground again. Sergio caught it mid-fall, and slowly raised and inserted it into Simon's mouth. The two stared at each other and smoked while the faint tune of Liszt's Un Sospiro played from a speaker in Simon's shiny metal ass. Jeb marched up the wooden stairs on a short journey to his father's study. He habitually let his hand fall on the doorknob to his old room before relinquishing it and marching onward. Potted plants stretched their spiky green tendrils over bookshelves and small cupboards along the hallway. Growing up, he'd always hated this flora for prodding his skin as he flailed for light switches in the dark. When this house became his, he would burn them all to ash. The door to his father's study was closed. Jeb knocked twice. No reply. He tried the handle, but it was locked. A louder rap on the door led to the same end. The consequences of breaking down the door almost outweighed having to ask Simon for his father's whereabouts. Almost. He turned on his heels and started to head back. The sounds of Tommy banging sheet pans on the countertop in the kitchen percussed their way around the foyer interior, like a levee cracking and breaking loose and ushering in everything it had been tasked with keeping out. Pizza rolls did sound quite scrumptious. Jeb's mother, Mirabelle, wasn't home, and even if she was, Jeb doubted she would know where her husband was anyhow. But Simon would know. That animated toaster played high and mighty or daft when the situation suited it, but it always knew where Jeb's father was working. It was just a matter of getting the robot to reveal what it knew without being ruthlessly mocked in the process. Jeb pulled back the curtain of the hallway window and peered out at the driveway. Sergio was surveying Simon, and the automaton stared right back. Their prisoner was still in the back of the Justy. Her head was pressed against the glass, sleeping, presumably. Jeb wondered if the League of Enduring Vileness had made their move yet and stormed Francis's lab. Whatever was or wasn't happening, he was a bit glad to be at home without the ever-critical eyes of father looming over his shoulder. At least, for now. He found his way back to his old bedroom door. This time his wrist fully rotated with the handle, and the wooden entry swung away, its hinges squeaking an ageless, "Welcome back." Action figures that hadn't been made to fight one another in a decade sat atop his dresser and shelf. They were covered in a thick layer of dust, as if the Sandman had put them into a deep slumber the day Jeb had moved out of the house and found an apartment with Tommy. Some of the toys were missing limbs. Such was the price of war between the Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers, and Pokemon and bootleg action figures of various villains. One such villainous figurine, a 5-inch tall Teals for Feels, stood with outstretched arms in the middle of Jeb's bookshelf. A flock of plastic birds were in mid-emergence from an open cage within the villain's hand. When the real-life Teals for Feels did release his flock, it created an emotional, usually sad, response within all who witnessed the release and flight. The 80s villain was a strange one, but absolutely unique. Jeb recalled reading that the guy would spend days trapping just enough green-winged teals to eventually release during someone's up to that point happy birthday, a currently celebratory bar mitzvah, or similarly positive celebration. For some reason, the gesture of a bunch of birds taking flight got to people, emotionally. A second before the release, folks who were ecstatic for their dumbfuck offspring's second revolution around the sun crumpled to their knees and wept after 24 wings started to flap and take off into the sky. And then, as quickly as it had started, it was over. The crying stopped. Kids resumed eating cake with their sticky little fingers, and Teals for Feels left to start recollecting birds for the next arch. The Iron Jeff figure crouched on the bottom of the bookshelf and brandished 2 large kitchen knives. He wore a chef's jacket and toque, but his coolest feature was an iron leg, not actually iron because it would have been too heavy, hidden beneath baggy pants, waiting to unleash stir-fried hell on an enemy. This particular toy was made of quality parts. While Jeff was a semi-hard plastic, his prosthetic leg was real iron. But this lovely attention to detail also put a lot of weight on one side, leaving the figurine annoyingly volatile to tipping. Chef Jeff, the human, had lost the leg while overseas, performing a 3-day benefit cook-off to feed America's troops luxury meals. An IED blew up the Humvee in which he was riding. He lost his leg, but gained a taste for pain. Pain that he wished to serve to others. His arching reached its peak when he broke free from a military hospital, located the non-profit foundation members who had sent him to that godforsaken desert, and kicked their dicks. Afterward, his arching took an extremely less badass left turn when he began pouring scorpion pepper hot sauce into restaurant-goers' food while they weren't looking. Topping a wicked cool origin story like this was an impossibly daunting task, but Iron Jeff still made his mark in vile history. But wait, where was Automadon? The tiny toy resembling the mechanical menace that was the head of a robotic gangster family, dishing out merciless judgment on those who had crossed it, was missing from Jeb's shelf. Simon must have taken it as soon as Jeb had left. The resident automaton always had an unblinking, watchful eye on that figurine. Jeb looked around the room. If toys did come to life when no one was around, at least Automadon was getting some attention from its new Andy. Jeb emerged from the foyer, back into the light of day. Sergio and Simon were no longer staring at each other, but continued to smoke.
Simon, do you know where my father is?
Simon's wheel track turned slightly.
What is this? The hominid has a thought?
The bot faced fully away again and continued to work the cigarette.
Simon, this is a bit of an emergency.
Jeb started to say.
Simon,
this is a bit of an
emergency.
Simon repeated in Jeb's voice, but with an added modulation to the pitch that sped up and slowed down certain sections of the sentence. It was immediately followed by a pinched fart sound from the speaker in the automaton's chassis. Jeb looked to Sergio for help.
Hey, automaton. Simon, Sergio started. He's right about the urgency. We have a fugitive in the car. If Jeb says we need to find his father, then that's what we're going to do.
Simon stood still before speaking up.
I hope you do not think you can sway me in any way because we are...
friends.
Because we are...
not.
So you...
cannot.
I do not like you.
Simon crept up to Sergio and slowly tilted its head up. Its mouth opened and it once again swallowed the cigarette whole.
I want...
5 cigarettes.
For my trouble.
From his coat, the big man exposed a mostly crumpled carton that contained exactly 1 tobacco tube.
I have un cigarillo.
The bot thought it over.
Okay, I will do it for 1.
Sergio looked down at the depressing package in his palm.
But it's my last one.
But it's my last one,
Simon mimicked, finalizing the remark with deeply repulsive baritone flatulence. Sergio's nose flared as he held out the offering, which Simon gobbled up, carton and all. The automaton turned 180 degrees.
You may follow me to the location of the patriarch,
It said.
However, I would ask that you refrain from hurling your own feces at the back of my dome, from which I have just had
Unexplainable thick layers of sickly green mucus.
removed.
I'll stay here with the good doctor,
Declared Sergio.
Doctor, you say?
Simon stopped in its tracks.
Doctor who?
Hey.
Jeb pouted.
You've been paid for your services. Let's see a little hustle.
Simon attempted to coerce.
I only wish to know the identity of the...
Jeb hounded him.
And where has my automaton action figure gone, huh?
The flustered android was backed against a wall. It relented and showed some decent hustle. The unwillingly cooperative couple wandered toward the west side of the mansion, rounding a corner and disappearing from Sergio's view. Tommy exited the home, wearing oven mitts and holding a tray of first-degree burn-inducing pizza rolls.
Food's done. Come and get 'em while they're figuratively, if not literally, the temperature of the sun.
The tobacco sans man glanced at the tray and then to Tommy.
Do Jeb's parents smoke?
Tommy spun one of the pizza rolls on the pan as if it were a Beyblade. It collided with the stationary roll and knocked it back an inch.
I think his dad used to a couple of decades ago until he invented something. But, Mirabelle does on the down low. Don't tell Jeb.
I won't if you can find me a cigarette.
I'll find one if you eat the product of my laborious kitchen endeavor.
The henchman haggled.
If you leave them all here, they will be gone when you return.
The villain promised slyly.
Gone as in into your stomach gone?
Tommy attempted to clarify. The big guy grunted.
Okay.
The bringer of snacks finalized.
To where has Master Jebediah run off?
He inquired with an unnecessary whimsical flourish. Sergio pointed in the direction Jeb and Simon had traversed. Using his shirt as a bowl, Tommy scooped up about half of the snacks and cradled them as he followed his friend's trail. Jeb and Simon reached what looked to be an old storm cellar hatch beside the house. Memories rushed back as Jeb recalled playing in the cellar and making it into a secret hideout. It was a short-lived venture, however, as his father had evicted him, citing the probable damage to the glass-jarred food lining the shelves and other emergency supplies in place.
You're telling me my father is down here?
That is correct, monkey.
Simon replied snidely. Skepticism arose in Jeb.
You're going to lock me in there, aren't you?
I would never dream of it.
Jeb's eyes narrowed.
Because you can't dream.
Because I cannot dream, yes. I have processed many scenarios detailing it, though.
A loud, pre-recorded dreamy human sigh played from the robot's rear.
I hate you.
Oh, believe me, Master Jebediah, I hate you more. Footnote 7.
If breakfast time, then eat pancakes. Else if science time, then assist mode. Else if cocktail hour, then shaker mode. Else if Jeb returns from school, then entertain Jeb. Else if none of the conditions are true, do something human.
You better not lock me in there, because I've learned a ton of sick moves from supervillains that would knock your circuits loose.
The braggadocious henchman warned. Simon faced the arrogant human and launched a marble from its mouth that pelted its intended target on the right eyebrow.
There is no need for threats,
It said bleakly.
as we both know that your assertion is
False. Rubbing his forehead, Jeb scowled but opened the storm doors. Cement steps led down to the dark rectangle-shaped room.
I suppose you'll be leaving me then? Your movement tracks don't look appropriate for this terrain.
Simon's robotic right limb shoved Jeb aside.
I will have you know that I am very capable of handling...
The automaton rolled toward the first step and immediately lurched downward, bouncing off 3 steps and making a harsh racket until coming to an abrupt, noisy halt, face down against the cellar floor. Jeb had winced at each tumble and cracked open an eye to look down at the aftermath.
My jet booster
Simon's rigid, planking body enunciated from the bottom of the steps.
was supposed to activate...
File not found.
Ever so slightly concerned for Simon's well-being, Jeb made his way down the steps, bent down, and attempted to upright the unruly bot.
Do you wash your hands after flinging your own dung?
It verbally jabbed upon Jeb's touch. Jeb let go of the metal torso and let it hit the cement again with another harsh clunk. He moved away from the hapless being and spun in a circle. No dad in sight.
Where's my father, Simon?
Simon says he is here.
Replied the still, face-down bot.
Well, he's not here.
That is not what my tracker tells me.
The frustration left Jeb's mind, and skepticism and wonder replaced the vacated space.
You have a tracker on my father?
Jeb asked incredulously.
He put a tracker on himself that you can locate? I don't believe that.
He built the radar into my frame and put the tracker somewhere in his body, in case he wished to meet up and play a rousing backgammon match, I suppose.
Jeb's feet shuffled back to the automaton, and he again attempted to lift the thing up.
I wash my hands regularly, and the only stool I've touched is a bar stool. Although it may have come into contact with some smegma.
I am unfamiliar with this smegma,
Simon stated while being uprighted.
It's a monkey thing.
Disgusting.
It breathed with deep repulsion.
Exactly.
He quickly changed the subject.
So there's gotta be a secret passage here then, if you are telling the truth.
That would be the logical explanation,
Simon agreed. There wasn't much to look at in the cellar. Canned foods lined the shelves. A dozen army surplus MREs filled 2 cardboard boxes. Yum. Another shelf held 2 flashlights, an electric lamp, batteries, a pack of flashcards labeled Little Known Facts About the IRS, and 5 plastic-sealed airtight ponchos. Against the wall there was also a smallish cupboard, complete with a little built-in glass door that held 5 books. It looked like a community leave-a-book, take-a-book thing. This caught Jeb's eye.
Ah, the bookshelf's hidden lever in disguise that opens a secret room. A classic.
He meandered over to the cupboard and studied each book carefully. Help! This 60-year-old dystopian novel is coming true, by George Orwell. Can't beat the heat? Join it. How to Harness the Sun in the Palm of Your Hand, by F. Braunstein. Triangular Refractivity and You, by P.F. Lloyd. Typing with Your Mind 3 Application Manual, by Mavis Beacon. Proper Bag Etiquette for Bread-Loving Sirs and Ladies, by Don Roberto. Jeb's fingertips clamped down around the spine of Triangular Refractivity and You, and slowly pulled it backward. A doorway opened up in the wall at the end of the room, unveiling a narrow corridor dimly lit by red LEDs placed every so often along the path.
I am a freaking genius,
he whispered with pride.
Think again, agape ape,
Simon chided, its claw pushing a lever disguised as the IRS flashcards. The sound of 13 pizza rolls abruptly skittering down cement steps startled Jeb and Simon and caused them to snap their heads around, Simon's head spinning fully around, to stare at a surprised Tommy, his shirt full of crumbs and a glob of marinara.
I didn't know you had a secret lair. Why did you not tell me this?
Dude, the pizza rolls!
Jeb shouted in grief as if his puppy had just taken a boot to the snoot.
The pizza rolls? Who cares about the pizza rolls?
Tommy belabored, completely awestruck by the tunnel. He hurried down the steps, but made it halfway to the secret entrance when he was struck in the head by Simon.
Yo!
He screeched, holding the attacked spot and kneeling from the sudden pain. A recording of Tommy saying the blasphemous,
"Who cares about the pizza rolls?"
played from Simon's butt speaker. Then the automaton's actual voice switched on.
Even monkeys need to eat, and I have learned from observing Master Jebediah as he grew from a
Small and hideous simian,
into the large and
hideouser simian,
before me, that monkeys eat pizza rolls,
An unhealthy amount of pizza rolls.
Simon's head swung around to Jeb.
It is highly possible, Master Jebediah, that this is not your fellow ape. This is an android.
Mandroid!
Tommy grunted while still wincing in pain near the floor.
I'm calling dibs on that one as my future villain name after I get a metal cranium installed.
One calling himself Mandroid would need to be at least partially
Oh man.
I would think.
Simon struck Orly.
Oh, shut up, Automadum.
Tommy fired back, a tear salting each eye. Jeb, slightly saddened that he didn't open the secret passage or think of Mandroid, walked over to his friend in agony.
No, Simon, that's the real Tommy.
He bent down and popped a dust-coated pizza roll in his mouth. It immediately burned 85% of his palate, and he spit it back out. Still claiming to have taken the correct precaution, Simon was argued against and vehemently urged by Jeb to help Tommy back to his feet. The bringer of pizza rolls had a knot on his head, but managed to smile as he burned his own mouth on a dirty, dairy, muddled marinara floor snack. The next few minutes were spent picking up, dusting off, blowing on, and munching down the cheesy bites littered across the room. Simon joined in and placed one between its thin, sharp, panel-like teeth. Its mouth shut like a guillotine, and steaming tomato sauce shot forth, splashing on the automaton's metal face like bubblegum popping and enveloping the blower.
I think I will stick with cigarettes.
Their stomachs full and bodies/egos slightly dented, the three beings moved single file through the passageway.
Tell me, mammals, does traversing this narrow passage bring back memories of your birth?
Simon innocently asked the non-machines in his presence.
Master Jebediah, surely these sturdy walls and warm lights remind you of
Miss Maribel's strong hips and
humid vagina.
Simon's voice became inaudible when Jeb plugged his ears and yelled, using every ounce of air within his lungs to drown out the bot. The gang turned the only corner given to them and suddenly came to a halt before a closed metal door. Without creating a silence which Simon could use to incept more irrepressible thoughts in his head, Jeb banged thrice on the door.
Dad, it's your son, the non-mechanical one.
He called out loudly. There was no response from the other side of the door, but Tommy thought he heard a droning noise start and continue from back the way they had come. He backpedaled and poked his curious head around the corner to see the secret entrance closing up.
guys?
But before he could finish the sentence, purple gaseous emissions streamed out from the ceiling all throughout the tunnel. Tommy looked back at Jeb, who was staring in disbelief at a powered-down Simon. The two friends met each other's frantic gaze before the world faded away. Jeb snapped awake. He and Tommy appeared to be inside Jeb's family home once again. Their bodies had been laid on the living room couches. Jeb looked around and spotted the familiar automaton. It was still powered down, in the corner of the room. For some unexplained reason, Jeb tasted something artificial in his mouth, extremely so, but his nose picked up something completely different wafting through the air. His head perked up above the couches and faced the kitchen. A man stood in front of the oven and was pouring a malleable substance onto a hot griddle. It was his father. The man, not the substance, hopefully. The freshly awoken son rubbed his eyes and meandered toward his patriarchal creator.
Dad?
Well, hello, son. Glad you could join me for some breakfast, he responded slyly without turning around. Jeb glanced at the microwave. The clock read 11:41. I'm making your favorite, his father claimed with pride. Pancakes. He increased his volume somewhat and drew out the pronunciation of the word, for emphasis. The boy's sense of balance was off, and he swayed a bit to the left before righting himself.
Dad, did you hit us with knockout gas?
The man started cackling. Yeah, it's a classic with some added daddy-o flair. Did you notice the residual,
Artificial grape flavor? Yeah,
he replied, smacking his gob. Because no one likes getting forced into unconsciousness, you know what I mean?
Yes, I do know.
So why not make it a tad bit more pleasant? Classically, knockout gas has been primarily used on one's enemies. But sometimes you've got to hit the folks you love the most to protect them. He flipped the pancake over. The pan hissed as the heat forcefully molded the gooey dough into a crisp, uniform saucer. You know, he said, turning around to face his son, pancakes used to be my favorite as well.
But then I went to university and learned that scientists are far better at figuring out which ingredients go with what by simply looking at them through a microscope.
Dad.
His father's black hair was gelled up and combed back. The lower area of hair was starting to gray, but his face still held on to youth, as it was clean-shaven and featured only a single wrinkle located on his forehead. And that's how I know scientifically that pineapple on pizza is the most logical, trial-tested culinary masterpiece on this planet.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Oh, well, that's my endorsement. Take it and go get yourself a Hawaiian slice.
He returned his attention to the breakfast cakes.
Okay, Dad.
Jeb looked through the kitchen window at the driveway. The Corolla sat where it had been towed, but the Justy was gone, and Sergio was nowhere to be seen.
Dad, where's Dr. Brown?
Whoa! Jeb's father quickly yelled, surprising his boy. Don't say that name! The physical distance between son and father wasn't more than 8 feet, but they could have been a canyon apart by the way the man shouted. He looked past his son, focusing on the stationary automaton in its state of perpetual sleep. After a few seconds had passed, his eyes turned to his offspring for the first time since Jeb's induced slumber, and he noticed that he'd subconsciously been pointing a batter-dripping spatula at the boy.
Okay, what's going on? Why can't I say her name?
Jeb asked. The man lowered the spatula. Just don't. He spun around and tended to the flapjacks. Jeb was growing impatient with the lack of answers and explanations.
So, where's Sergio, Dad?
The big guy destroying his lungs out front? I sent him away. All right, 5 pancakes down, several more to go.
From the frying pan, he shoveled the hot cake onto a plate loaded with a stack of the 4 other aforementioned discs. Jeb looked outside again.
And he just left?
Correct.
He poured more batter onto the griddle.
With no other provocation?
Jeb's father scratched his chin.
Well, I encouraged him very adamantly to return from where he came.
In my car?
Is that what you're driving these days? Sheesh, we need to get you a new set of wheels, son. Have I ever told you about my first car? So many pizza grease stains on the seats.
Just how adamant were you?
He questioned his suspect father. The man froze, his back still turned to his boy.
I may have used a mind-steering device in his presence.
Jeb closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, eventually, slowly, easing the breath out of his flared nostrils. He unsheathed his pupils again when he heard the pancake flip and the subsequent hiss of the batter. Turning on his heels, he marched over to the couch upon which Tommy was asleep, shook his friend awake, and then left him momentarily for his parents' room to find out if there was a second spare key to his mother's Corolla. His search came up empty, that is, except for a suspect carton of cigarettes behind his mother's bedside table. He snatched up the death sticks and crammed them in his pants pocket with a disapproving head nod.
Talking about surprise surgery, talking horses turning into tubers. Psh, Mom's smoking some goddamn wacky tobacco,
he grumbled. The stairs caught his slowly sauntering feet as he returned to the foyer. Memories of walking through that front door and racing to find Dad came flooding in.
Go play with Simon,
he'd nearly always said, until it was time for homework. Then Jeb couldn't be left alone, and simple algebra turned into a lecture on Euler's equation being the cornerstone of perfectly shaped meatballs. And Simon's idea of play often involved feeding the local monkey as many juicy earthworms as could be found before Jeb locked himself in his room.
Dad,
he called into the kitchen to his right.
The grape flavor from the knockout gas is just awful. I need to get my car back and reunite with Sergio. Pancakes aren't my favorite.
The hapless friar turned around and looked at his son, then at the tower of flapjacks he'd just made. Jeb stepped into the kitchen and walked up next to his father.
But I still really like pancakes.
His fingers picked up 2 discs, and he tore a chunk off one with his teeth. It was surprisingly nummy. The father smiled and picked up and bit into a dough disc of his own. Okay, he said after swallowing. Simon can drive you to where you want to go. I'll go turn it back on. Just don't say her name around the bot. The two looked at each other for a while, until Jeb's father turned his head and peered hopelessly at the stack of flapjacks he'd brought into this world.
Dad, one more thing.
Yes, Jebediah? His gaze was still fixed on the pancakes.
Do you know of a device made from dead humans that deconstructs damaged tissue and repairs it?
Just visible on the other side of a slightly ajar cabinet sat Jeb's least favorite childhood cereal, Letter Stamp Crispers, in all its eggshell white and manila cardboard glory, replete with the Pony Express outfitted, tricky cartoon fox mascot. Concerned parents were put at ease by the character's classic portrayal of patriotism and urgency to keep communication thriving. Kids' worries were assuaged when their picky palates tasted mild sweetness. How was this breakfast cereal able to navigate both age groups and do so with elegance? Some children swear that the crisps are made from leprechaun trousers lint. Others say the proprietary ingredient is shaved monkey butts. The truth lies somewhere in the middle. Brad Lee Bradley, a super scientist who had at the time been known for such inventions as the functionable nautical propeller hat, the self-exploding desert cactus, and a smart floor tile aimed at theaters that vaporizes any sticky accumulation on its topside, had just been trying out his new nuclear-powered power lawnmower when the lawnmower blade broke free from its housing and shot out of the grass chute and into Bradley's ankle. Well, it hurt like a son of a bitch, but transported Bradley into a parallel universe where humans had been decimated by some unknown force and turned into large piles of edible, rectangle-shaped crisps. The super scientist then figured out how to easily, albeit painfully, return to his own universe by making another faulty power mower and taking the blade in the leg once more. So, naturally, with the ability to hop back and forth between the two planes of existence at the cost of his ankles, Bradley made lemonade, i.e., letter stamp crispers. Nope, Jeb's father stated. Haven't heard of it.
It sure seems like you took a long time to answer that question,
The father's son responded. The boy's father hummed right back. You always did have a strange, if not incorrect, perception of time. In less than 4 minutes, the two henchmen and Simon were out of the house. To his surprise, and momentarily triggering his curiosity, Jeb quickly noted a lack of any blood inside the Corolla. In fact, its interior had an impeccable sheen to it. Far from being the weirdest thing he'd seen in the past few days, he moved on with the mission at hand. Simon drove the human passengers in the family SUV, a black, logoless, unmarked vehicle that had Jeb's father's handiwork welded all over it. The two mammals wolfed down the carry-on pancakes in the back seats, but not before Simon took note via an odor-detecting sensor within its torso.
Are you two eating pancakes?
It asked. Yeah, why? Tommy responded.
And you had the audacity not to bring one for me?
The bot bellowed in an offended intonation. Tommy was puzzled.
I thought you only ate cigarettes.
It scoffed, like a pompous king addressing a lesser peasant, or similarly Jeopardy virtuoso Ken Jennings wasting breath on a mere Wheel of Fortune spinner.
I happen to heartily enjoy eating the patriarch's
pancakes, Simon expressed with satisfaction.
They are my favorite.
Jeb choked on a clump of undercooked dough and coughed.
That explains a lot.
He interrupted the automaton's further admonishments with a surprising fact.
If you open up your hatch, please, not while you're driving. You'll find a stack of them with your name on it. From Dad.
Oh, goody,
it replied with a sense of serene joy. Through gritted teeth, Jeb relinquished an
indeed.
Not long after leaving town, Simon exited the highway, taking the long road that led to the nuclear power plant. Even though the car was still 2 minutes of driving away from the destination, all three passengers could see the activity, the League of Enduring Vileness presumably, from across the giant field that separated the towers from the highway. Jeb thought he could make out the Justy out front as well. No one spoke while the car bumped along the poorly maintained path. Anticipation was mounting, and uncertainty lingered before the boys' eyes. Before the SUV's tires even stopped rolling, Jeb was out and running on the gravel toward his red car. It was empty. He surveyed the area. Guards in a handful of different styles of attire, but all sporting the same two colors, mauve and ash gray, were combing every inch of the grounds, as well as inside the facility too, Jeb imagined. 3 vehicles, 1 Jeep, 2 vans, were parked out front, and a helicopter was just about to touch down in a grassy field 30 yards east of the eastern nuclear tower. An air legionnaire exited the chopper before it had landed and quickly found themselves horizontal and staring at a yellow dandelion smashed to their visor. Jeb then noticed Sergio talking to an important-looking fellow wearing a robe that reached down to the side welt of their authoritatively dark gray boots. Jeb started to move in that direction, but was immediately held up by 2 legionnaires asking for identification in a rather aggressive way.
My name is Jeb,
he said while pulling out his wallet.
and
The legionnaire on his left-hand side interrupted him while the other snatched the wallet from his hands.
What kind of a name is Jeb?
They wore a helmet and a gas mask and the mandatory ash-gray body armor with mauve cloth underneath. The one with his wallet scanned over his driver's license before throwing the wallet back at Jeb's chest.
You need to leave this area immediately, Jebediah.
This legionnaire wore a similar garb to their partner, but had equipped a somewhat thin metal hockey mask.
no, you don't understand.
Jeb tried to reason.
Boy, we will kick your ass from here to Southern Bearweather University.
The gas-masked legionnaire threatened.
Go bipedal wombats.
Their hockey-masked partner added, raising a vertical, open palm above their head. Gas Mask swiftly met the hand with their own. The perfunctory act created a sound that was optimal for celebration of kinship.
You'd better skedaddle back to whatever biblical time period you got that name from.
The gas-masked legionnaire again threatened. Hockey Mask then turned away from Jeb and gawked at their partner.
Skedaddle?
They asked with disgust, backhanding Gas Mask's bicep in the process.
Who says that? Don't say silly words in front of a dweeb.
The gas-masked legionnaire smacked the hockey-masked legionnaire right back.
You think I care how I sound in front of this loser? Now.
They turned back to Jeb.
I don't like the cut of your jib, Jeb. Get lost.
No,
Jeb protested.
I'm with that guy.
He pointed at Sergio, who was still a far distance away. Both legionnaires turned around to see where he was pointing.
That guy?
Gas Mask asked with incredulity.
What are you, the Wesley Crusher to his Worf?
Hockey Mask teased.
Yeah, what are you, the Frodo to his Sam?
Gas Mask prodded.
What?
Hockey Mask turned away from Jeb and again faced their partner.
That doesn't make sense, you idiot.
Of course it does.
Gas Mask retorted in defense.
Samwise is an original gangster.
But Sam's not as big as that guy is.
Hockey Mask pointed back at Sergio.
That dude may as well be an Uruk-hai.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Gas Mask recognized.
But Sam has a heart the size of a Balrog.
Burning just as fiercely as one, too.
Hockey Mask thumped their own chest in a nerdy, homage-paying salute. Tommy and Simon at last caught up with Jeb, who just looked at them helplessly.
Well, there's your Sam.
Hockey Mask pointed out.
Named him Mary, I guess.
They added, referring to the automaton.
Now all we need is a bibbin and we've got all 4,
concluded Gas Mask.
It's Pippin, you moron.
Hockey Mask chided.
You know I have dyslexia. Is there a problem here?
Sergio asked, grasping both legionnaires around the shoulders and leaning down between them.
These 3 are with me.
Oh?
Hockey Mask asked, shaking in their combat boots.
No problem, Mr. Abul, sir.
Sergio tightly squeezed their trapezius muscles, digging his fingers into their soft flesh for 2 terrifyingly painful seconds before finally releasing.
Thanks, pals,
he said with a wide grin. He stood up straight and motioned to his comrades to follow, which they did.
Jesus H!
Gas Mask wheezed.
It felt like a monster was threatening to squish my Looney Tune frame into a basketball and dribble me down the court.
Hockey Mask exhaled and collapsed to their knees.
Oh no, I legit peed my pants. I hate cleaning these outfits.
They started to cry.
Bro, it's okay. I peed my pants too.
Gas Mask caressed their friend's shoulder.
Wanna come over to my place tonight and do laundry together?
They asked, shaking a leg. Hockey Mask looked up at their best.
only.
Friend. Righteous! I'll bring the Fellowship of the Ring Extended Edition on DVD!
Sergio,
Jeb caught up with the hulking man and matched his walking speed.
my dad used a kind of mind-steering tool on you to make you drive here.
The big guy stopped walking.
Is that what happened? The last thing I remember was a man cradling your limp body. He asked me to carry you, and then...
He blinked and thought hard.
I guess that's when it happened.
Right, sorry he did that.
The whole thing was super jarring, especially coming to surrounded by the League out here. But also...
His tongue prodded the inside of his cheek, and he rubbed his chin.
I can't explain why, but in all corners of my mouth, the taste of artificial grape was just intense.
Yeah, again, sorry, that seems to be my father's calling card.
He reassured.
So, what's going on here?
The four of them assembled around the Justy.
A cage fit for an animal.
Simon beeped snidely in Jeb's direction.
Okay,
Sergio leveled, clearing his throat before continuing.
the League has searched the place. They found the van. They've only found one living being on the entire campus, and it's not Vic.
The two henches released their held breaths, and Tommy asked, "Who?" Sergio tapped his meaty fingers on the Justy's low roof.
Oh, just that one dude with the missing arm,
he answered nonchalantly. Tommy pressed him.
Oh, you mean that one dude whose face you carved into a soup bowl?
The mighty Charging Bull villain pinched the bridge of his nose, closed his eyes, and sighed.
I'm never going to live that one down, am I?
Nope. Want a pancake?
The villain's stomach whinnied in an affirmative response. Without a second thought, Tommy opened up Simon and claimed the top pancake on a stack of 5. Simon's yellow eyes flashed to orange.
Unacceptable! You cannot just go around opening hatches that are not yours, you...
Thieving capuchin.
The automaton buzzed in an indignant manner.
You want them so bad? Open wide.
There was a sudden whirring sound, which always made for an interesting time, from Simon's face. Then its mouth panels opened, and blended bits of pancake projectiles shot out horizontally in a steady stream, bouncing off Sergio and Tommy as Simon's head rotated between targets. When it finally came to an end, and the particles had blanketed the ground at the men's feet, Simon's eyes returned to their usual yellow orbs, but then to a previously unseen blue color. The bot opened its hatch, revealing an empty plate.
What have I done?
It sorrowfully synapsed.
I also have some bad news,
Sergio said sternly.
Come over to this side of the car.
The other three did as instructed and saw that the back left window of the Justy had been completely smashed.
Where's France?
Tommy started to say before Jeb cupped his own hand over his friend's mouth.
Simon, would you give us, some time to pick our hair for insects?
Jeb hoped his charisma trait was at a level high enough to convince the robot of this mammal-unique facet that, he prayed, it knew nothing about.
Gross.
Simon exclaimed, falling for the ruse.
Keep your bugs out of my system.
And with that it wheeled itself back to the car, then lit and started smoking the cigarette it had taken from Sergio. Tommy licked the hand still covering his mouth, making the unaware Jeb recoil in a sudden, wet surprise and wipe his palm on his pants.
Sorry for like the 3rd time. My dad commanded me not to say her name around Simon. He didn't say why.
Let me just add that to the growing list of mysteries,
Tommy quipped and sarcastically penned in his palm.
So, she broke the window,
Jeb surmised,
and escaped the moving vehicle with her hands tied and 2 fingers broken.
Sergio slowly ran a finger over the rugged window base.
Again, I don't remember any of it, but that's the basic idea I had as well.
A legionnaire ran up to the high-ranking official who Sergio had been talking to earlier, shouting, "Sir, urgent news regarding the fugitive Pigskin." The officer shushed the newsbringer and continued their conversation at a low decibel. Jeb looked to his peers.
They know where Pigskin is.
The moment when he had knocked Vivian unconscious and left her susceptible and alone played in his head. What choice had there been? Neckerpanther would have been arrested. He and Tommy had been half of a car ride away from the same fate. Still, Vivian, nay, everyone, was undeserving to become prey for Pigskin's sick fantasy. just like Sergio had said that morning to those police officers and flippers.
Pigskin isn't here. If he was, I'd kill him myself.
It seems that villainy transcends its own definition.
We've got to get that information.
Jeb turned toward Simon and quickly closed the distance between him and it.
Simon!
What is up with all the simians around here? Did I mistakenly drive to your place of work?
The bot teased.
Yes, lots of monkeys, I get it. Look, Simon, I need you to figure out what those two are saying.
He gestured at the League personnel.
And why?
I'll get you a cigar. A fat one, just like Automaton smoked.
Jeb's reflection in the automaton's eyes sharpened as the orbs changed their hue from yellow to gold. A few seconds later, Simon wheeled over to the Legionnaire officer talking in confidence.
Humans,
The bot spoke in its best mechanically monotone voice.
may I offer you sustenance for all your hard work?
Simon opened its hatch, revealing dirty, reclaimed pancake crumbs. Both soldiers stared at the robot's unassuming eyes and mouth, and then down to the questionable contents in its abdomen. The young Legionnaire reached for the crumbs, but the commanding officer smacked their hand away.
No, robot,
The officer grunted.
Damn malfunctioning piece of trash. Where do we even get this thing?
Simon's eyes began to flicker from yellow to orange. Its right claw slowly started to rotate. Fumes from lighter fluid began to seep from the opposite claw hand. The miniature hatch housing the laser pistol swung open.
Affirmative.
Simon stated plainly, immediately ceasing all aggressive functions.
Standby mode engaged.
The conversation about Pigskin commenced while the young Legionnaire massaged their sensitive, bright red wrist. Simon wheeled back to the group when the two soldiers finished chatting.
It seems that this
Pigskin
has been captured by local authorities. The officer who made the arrest, a chimpanzee who looks just absolutely
adorable
in their little uniform and badge, I am sure, broadcasted the news across multiple channels of police radio. They are currently hauling this fugitive into,
South Central Station,
why not the
Velcro City Zoo.
You ask? Well, it sure beats me.
Tommy punched his palm in a less than menacing show of force.
I'd like to show that fuckwit how we do things in the bonobo pit.
Jeb took a guess.
Shovel bonobo feces at his face?
Shovel bonobo feces at his face,
Tommy stated, again smacking his fist against his palm.
Surprise not found.
Simon teased, repeating the monotone voice it had used earlier and then following it up with a 3 seconds long, equally monotone fart.
Do you have a police scanner installed?
Tommy asked the bot.
Affirmative.
The automaton stated. Tommy dropped his right fist into an upturned left palm, really overdoing the gesture now.
Find a channel we can listen to. Everyone load...
He was interrupted by a light but abrupt smack on the head from Sergio.
What do you think you're doing?
The big man growled.
I lead this party, hench.
With one hulking hand, he pinched Tommy's cheek and lightly shook the young henchman's face.
Okay, Simon, get us some audio chatter talking about Pigskin. Tommy, pull up some driving direction to the station. We're taking the Justy Jeb. I'll assume my usual position on top. I suggest you assume yours. Let's roll!
The group did as they were told. Simon grumbled for a while and then demanded that they stop for that promised cigar. The little beat-up red car sped out of the lot and situated itself on the highway heading back into the east side of town. Police chatter was overwhelmingly positive, with many cops picking up their walkie-talkies to bewilderedly congratulate the young rookie on the high-profile arrest.
Thank you,
A voice identifying as the rookie cop acknowledged.
I hope you'll all give me a warm welcome when I get to the station.
The Justy slowed and stopped at a red light.
I mean it.
The rookie continued over the radio that played from Simon's frame.
I want to see some fresh faces from outside the South Central precinct.
Tommy's lips blew a long, drawn-out raspberry in anticipation of the luminescent go-ahead.
I've got the son of a bitch in my custody.
Jeb watched the northbound lights switch from green to yellow. The last vehicle through the intersection happened to be a police cruiser with its windows down. The crew of the Justies stared in stupefied awe as the driver mouthed the exact words playing from the police scanner in Simon's ass.
And I want everybody to be there.
The rookie hung up the radio and traveled under the now red traffic light.
Did anyone else see?
Jeb began.
Was that?
Tommy started.
That monkey has your pork rinds,
Simon asserted. The rooftop passenger banged an open hand on the car body.
Follow that car! Something's not right. They're driving north instead of toward the south station.
Jeb turned the car right and started to hunt his prey.
I've always wanted to say, follow that car,
he stubbornly thought to himself. The Justy crept at a good distance away from the police cruiser, as the villainous group didn't wish to arouse suspicion. Jeb noted that the squad car number was 69. Sergio, Tommy, and even Simon unanimously acknowledged the numerical revelation with a singular, syllabic, verbal response of satisfaction. Nice. They passed a liquor store, which led to Simon wailing,
You said I could get a cigar! You said...
Without hesitation, Jeb plucked the oblong taro from the cup holder and handed it back to the bothersome bot.
Here, smoke this!
Simon took the taro in its claws. It didn't look like a well-rolled cigar, but it did kind of look like a badly rolled cigar. The automaton's mouth opened, and the taro was thrown inside. After a couple seconds of quick analysis, the taro came flying right back out of its entry point and struck Jeb on his right ear.
I am 98% certain that that is not a cigar, and is in fact the edible corm of Colocasia esculenta,
the automaton reported.
The more you know.
Jeb rubbed his tender red ear. He'd figured that would have been a lot funnier from his perspective and not result in his pain.
What's Latin for eat a dick?
Ego ridere cum mortus es.
Well, do that.
Jeb, is this drive creating a sense of deja vu in you?
Tommy asked. The Justy driver frowned and continued to massage his ear.
Yeah, of course. I used to take this way to Hamsack. Hell, we both did. Go yellow-bellied marmots.
Tommy nodded and picked and flicked a quick booger while he thought no one was looking.
That's what I was thinking as well.
He paused and contemplated sending the veteran finger back into the nose.
You don't think that's Pigskin's destination, do you?
Hey, Michael Nesmith,
Simon alerted, poking Jeb's shoulder.
Your Davy Jones is chucking nose particles about this scrap heap.
Simon, you cannot fathom the number of boogers I've wiped on the back of your shiny, snot-susceptible cranium,
Jeb said without taking any abrupt action to the mech's revelation. Simon's mouth opened slightly and locked in place before the bot furiously clawed at the back of its own head.
It was you!
Jeb smiled at the mirrored reflection of the robot's very visible discomfort.
The North Velcro police station is next door to campus. Maybe he's heading there?
Once they'd begun following the cop car, Sergio had shifted his position to the back of the Justy to avoid being seen. His hair wavered in the breeze, and his mind beneath the mop top drifted to a particular old memory. A younger Sergio had just emerged from a convenience store, holding its entire stock of beef jerky sticks in his two massive hands. He'd stood in the parking lot demolishing wrapper after wrapper of the cured meat. His lips were dry and moisture deprived, but he couldn't stop. It was his second try at giving up cigarettes, and he needed something to fulfill his mouth fixation. The massive man threw on the ground 6 empty wrappers and began the walk back to the greasy, derelict, cheesy Chuck's arcade he called home, where no one could judge him for riding in the token-powered biplane kids ride. He footed up to an intersection and waited for the traffic light to change. His teeth mindlessly began chewing at the dry bits of skin flaking off his lips, when a dinged-up blue car sped down the road and flew past the red traffic light that had halted a handful of cars. The crunching destruction of plastic deafened the cityscape during the moment it collided with the little white, stationary car, pushing it 15 feet across the road and into a light pole. Half of the white vehicle was now gone, having been utterly eaten up by the other. For a moment, the only audible noise seemed to be the final hisses of each dying car. And then the sound of a motor attempting to turn over began emanating from the blue speed demon. It tried and tried and tried to turn over, until it succeeded and started up. The driver backed the car up, maneuvered around their victim, and attempted to speed away at a staggering 5 miles per hour. The passenger side of the white car was horrendously compressed in on itself, and a ghastly stream of blood began to quickly drip onto the pavement. On the other side, the driver's door opened with a clack and a pop, and a large man with a full head of blonde hair stumbled out and collapsed to his hands and knees. He was covered in scrapes and blood, but appeared to be fairly intact. A glob of red and sticky saliva drooped from his mouth and formed a small puddle on the white line. He turned back to the wreckage from which he'd just escaped, a look of horror painted across his face as if brushed on by a sadistic Bob Ross. Subdued grief turned into supreme anger when the man looked over at the driver attempting to escape the scene. The blonde man yelled something, stood up, and ran to the driver's side of the blue car. The door lock engaged just before he could pull it open. The speed demon's vehicle continued to roll at a low speed, but that didn't stop the furious man from ripping off the door completely and slugging the son of a bitch in the face. The driver retaliated and got in a swift kick to the blonde man's testicles, stunning him for a moment while an escape out the passenger's side was made. Just as the would-be escapist stepped a single toe onto the pavement, Sergio was there with half of a beef stick in his mouth. He slammed the man into the passenger door and let him fall. The white car's driver, still clutching the detached blue car door, approached and stood next to Sergio. They both looked down on the weak, drunk shit sack of a human curled up on the asphalt. Sergio took a couple steps back. Vic raised the door above his head. The coward cowered. A loud pop, an instant droop to the right alarmed Sergio, and he leaned over and looked down at the Justy's front right tire. It had popped, and bits of rubber pieces were rotating and flailing about.
What was that?
Jeb yelled, now alarmed.
Your tire blew,
Sergio hollered.
It is a miracle that this thing runs at all.
Simon commented. Jeb huffed.
It's a miracle that I haven't replaced your battery with a biscuit.
He pulled the car over to the side of the street.
We should have taken my far superior sport utility vehicle.
Simon beeped in hindsight. Sergio rolled off the roof. His boots clapped loudly on the pavement.
Yeah, maybe, but I've grown fond of this thing.
He slapped the Justy's roof. The right rearview mirror popped off and broke on the ground. Jeb sighed.
If a real police officer sees this,
he sighed more aggressively,
I'm gonna get so many tickets.
Yeah, I'm not sure on this, but that phrase carved into the top of the car probably counts as a hate crime,
Sergio added. The team watched helplessly as the police cruiser disappeared from view. Sergio brandished his phone and dialed a number.
Thank you for calling Tyson Foods. Do you know your parties?
Yeah, blow it out your ass.
Sergio cut the operator off.
Billowing plumes from simmered embers stoked the hatred within my lungs.
Momentary silence.
There's no need to be rude,
the voice said sternly, prefacing a click. He waited. Click.
Hello, it's a bull again.
There was no acknowledgement.
Look, I and my henchmen have reason to believe that Pigskin is driving a stolen cop car somewhere in North Velcro, possibly heading to either the local police station or the community college.
Sergio waited for the usual wrong number line. And he waited. What? Do you want a medal? The voice responded at last. And another thing, way to make the operator cry. We just hired the kid. Also, you have the wrong number. Click. Sergio's eyes erupted and his lungs heaved.
You know what?
Sergio raised both index and middle fingers and curled them in and out as he yelled.
I may forget to pay my league dues next month, jackass!
Without time to simmer on the terse conversation, a bombardment of noise captured the attention of the group, and they all turned toward a small convenience store located within the block where they'd parked. Simon wheeled through the building's glass door, shattering it. Clamped in its claw was a box of fine Nicaraguan cigars.
Disperse!
The kleptomania-savvy automaton screeched, peeling out on the spot and zooming over to its comrades at a quick pace. Jeb became intrigued.
Simon, what's your weight capacity?
The convenience store owner had emerged and was aggressively waving a still-in-the-package grilling spatula while running after the thieving bots. What looked to be pride appeared on Simon's unreadable face.
912.
The automaton halted mid-sentence.
No.
Jeb nodded excitedly and approached the cigar thief.
Yes.
Negative. I would rather self-destruct.
Everyone jump aboard Simon!
He yelled. The convoy of contemptuous cretins cruised across the conurbation. Sergio secured a seat on Simon's shoulders, while Jeb and Tommy stood diagonally on Simon's legs, clinging to Sergio's mighty biceps. It was quite the spectacle to behold, probably the group's flashiest road show yet. Though the weight of 3 human bodies slowed it down, Simon was still scooting down the road at a fairly quick pace. This modest speed was too slow for one sedan driver, however, who laid on the horn and drove, almost literally, on Simon's ass. Yet it was that ass that would be the unruly motorist's downfall. as a compartment between Simon's legs opened up, letting spill 24 sharp metal jacks. The 2 front tires ate the little spikes and immediately blew. Classic. Simon wasted no time in celebrating its road rage response and lit up one of the newly acquired cigars.
Now see here,
The automaton said in a slimy 50s gangster accent.
I tire of your games. Bye binary. I shall see you in hell's scrap heap.
Tommy was coasting in a state of bewilderment.
Spike traps out the ass? That's some quality defense.
Simon opened its hatch and retrieved more spikes.
You too can have this power, monkey. Just place these in your rectum.
What? No!
Tommy scooched his bum away.
I will assist you, simpleton.
Simon's claw hand snaked after the posterior, but Tommy had already dismounted and was running ahead of the pack, down the short driveway leading to the police station. Upon reaching an idling electric hybrid police cruiser, Tommy stopped jogging and began pointing at the squad car's familiar, vulgar number, hopping up and down to alert his friends. Just beyond Tommy, out from the cracked open door of the station, a bluish, gaseous cloud began to creep. It floated down the steps as well as the ADA-compliant ramp beside them. Tommy followed his friend's gaze and looked, for himself, at the quickly spreading haze.
Are the police getting high in there?
He asked the group as they reached him.
420-10-4.
Simon corroborated, stoking the embers of its cigar. The station door flung open. A police officer stood in the entrance, their hands covering their face. They lurched forward and collapsed, tumbling down the steps and landing face first on the walk. The group hesitated to approach the gas-enveloped officer and instead looked to Simon. The automaton sensed their stares, possibly using built-in sensors.
Oh, am I expected to charge into the likely deadly gas because I am made of metal?
It took a long drag from the fat, odorous cigar.
I suppose I will continue to unpeel your bananas for you,
it said, discharging the smoke. Simon raised its claw hand and shot it from its wrist. It landed on the downed officer and soon clasped onto their uniform. At a sloth's pace, they were reeled in with the claw, but as the dragged police officer reached the halfway point, the posse of villains could see what was wrong. The officer was without skin. Upon the unsightly revelation, the 3 biological skin-covered beings of the quartet doubled back.
What the fuck?
Cussed Jeb, his opal eyes large, unblinking and terrified. Tommy shook his head and backed away.
Nope.
Sergio strafed around the building, looking for any other activity. He thought he could hear groaning inside, and it appeared the gas was already beginning to dissipate. Amid the faint moans, a new sound, laughter, climbed its way to the top of everyone's heightened senses and perched there. The breathy expulsions were dry, pained but genuine. The front door was again thrust open, this time by the source of the maniacal cackling. A skinless male figure in blue police garb held 2 other officers by their waists, his head cast back and laughing. Altogether, there were now 4 police officers in view, and since they were all bipeds consisting of visible face and hand muscles with no distinguishable marks, it was impossible to tell any of them apart. The middleman ceased his laughter and spoke.
Brothers and sisters,
he enunciated without lips.
The relation is upon us, united, without differences.
A voice spoke from Simon's rear.
To all officers in the vicinity, report of a toxic gas leak inside South Central Station. I repeat, toxic gas leak inside South Central Station.
The skinless maniac paused and then brought his head down toward a resting position. His unblinkable eyes stared at the villains from the moment they were within view. Facial muscles contorted into what would have resulted in a smile had there been skin. The man let go of the officers in each arm. One fell flat on the pavement, while the other managed to latch onto a handrail.
Thanks, OSHA,
the officer whispered before passing out. Without looking away from his guests, the man took a single step down.
Nice siblings,
he hissed.
Have you come to experience freedom?
Nope,
noped Tommy.
Pigskin,
Jeb uttered.
That's you, right?
The facial muscles on the man twitched some more.
A hand and I hurt.
What are you even saying? Tommy expelled. Without any verbal cue, Sergio pushed his associates back and charged at Pigskin. Just before reaching the psycho, Sergio lunged out a flexed arm pumping with hot blood. Pigskin ducked it, uppercut Sergio's chin, and managed to slap a handcuff over the big man's thick wrist. Unhurt but slightly phased, Sergio swung wildly with his other arm, missing Pigskin once more. This time Sergio received a kick to the temple as punishment. His vision faded for a moment, and when it came back, the other cuff had been locked to the handrail, and Pigskin was sprinting away. Sergio roared and heaved. The small cuff chain tightened, straining against the awesome strength, and broke apart. He was free and gave chase. The skinless police officer slid from the shaken rail, fell face first into their fallen co-worker's butt cheeks, and let out a low and solemn moan. The henchmen called after their supervillain, but it was futile. Jeb ran to the fallen officers and pulled a handgun from its holster. The ammunition magazine had been ejected and was nowhere in sight. He withdrew the other officer's firearm but noticed its magazine was missing too. Sighing, Jeb yoinked a smooth black baton from one's waist. Seeing this, Tommy bent over the dragged cop and commandeered a baton of his own. Jeb began down the path Sergio and Pigskin had run, but Tommy called out for his friend to stop while he dialed 911. He did so, taking less than a minute, and then they were off.
Attention all officers.
The same calm but commanding voice of the dispatcher announced from Simon's chassis.
There is a separate report of a gas leak in North Station. I repeat, North Station. All stations are to be evacuated immediately. Additionally, to any units available, the fugitive Pigskin has been spotted.
Simon turned off the radio and redirected excess power to offensive weaponry. The human 20-somethings ran, and the mechanical being rolled, onto the football field of Hamsack Community College, home of the yellow-bellied marmots. Chapter 11. Use up the squeamish. The dead cost nothing. The robot stole a box of cigars and then broke down your door? Berkeley clarified over the phone. Yeah, and then 3 hooligans jumped aboard it and cruised down the road, an irate shopkeeper explained on the other line. Is the robot a car, like a transformer? No, it's a regular robot, but with continuous tracks for feet. And the hoodlums all climbed on it and clung to each other in a flashy, coordinated pose, sort of like... Like a cheerleading squad pyramid, Berkeley suggested. Yeah, kinda like that. Huh, he pondered, scritching his short beard. Yeah, I don't know any villains like that. Well, you gotta do something. What's all that protection money for, huh? Berkeley snorted and then sighed. Joe, I haven't shaken you down in I don't even know how long. I tried to stop them myself, but they popped the tires on my sedan, half of which was melted by some mountain jackass last night, by the way. And my husband left me last month. I've got nothing over here, Joe whined in his thick city accent. Another mountain-themed villain? Berkeley closed his eyes and thought on the matter. Yeah, okay, I'll see what I can do. Where was this cheer squad headed? Toward the police station on my side of town from the look of it. He chuckled deeply. Hey, maybe they felt guilty and decided to turn themselves in, huh? The line clicked to silence.
Who was that?
Diego asked, dropping a red plastic puck into the 7x6 cage of Hasbro's Connect 4. Joe Truglione, he replied and turned to his friend and studied his own pucks lodged in the blue brackets. What? Does he know about Mark and me? Berkeley dropped in a yellow puck. The dude just got robbed by 4 cheerleaders. One's a robot. Oh, said Diego, relieved. That's odd. Beep boop. I'd better go help him. I've taken a lot of his money over the years. Diego slid in a yellow piece. Would you look at that? 4 in a row. I win. Yellow's my color, dingus. I'm coming too, cried Leonard, leaving behind Gladys at a table with a singular plate of spaghetti resting romantically between the two. And I'm putting on my costume. Berkeley grinned. Diego, will you be joining us once more? Diego pushed his chair back, crouched down and stretched his legs. Slowly, with intent, he stood up and gathered a pool of air into his lungs. His right knee suddenly rose into the air, and then his entire body twisted while he extended his right leg toward the game setup.
At lightning speed, the tip of his Velcro-laced shoe ever so gently grazed the bottom piece, preserving all the plastic pucks in place, forcing it to the side. The earlobe-kicking villain released his breath while the yellow and red pucks came cascading down, pouring out their cage onto the poorly placed plated piece of pumpernickel toast. "You can count me in."
Hey, hun.
Gladys fished around in her sweater pocket full of Werther's caramels and expired coupons, and unearthed a small brown pouch, which she threw to Leonard.
"Take this, and pray you don't have to use it."
A quizzical look flashed across Berkeley's face as he eyed the package in his friend's hand. "Is that
Gelatin powder?
Leonard gave it a sniff.
Yeah, I think so.
The cannon-armed man shook his head. "That woman is nuts."
Isn't she just?
Leonard beamed. It soon became apparent that Pigskin was a force with which to be reckoned. The henchman and automaton made it to the field and saw Sergio lunging, to no avail, at his enemy who danced around atop a 5-person football blocking sled, easily avoiding mighty hands that might be a death sentence if they were ever able to touch their target. Sergio tore off one of the blocking pads and hurled it at Pigskin, who easily ducked under it and jumped off the training device before Sergio tipped it over. Before the hairy beast could catch his breath, Pigskin was in his face, punching it and dodging Sergio's slow, heavy swings.
"This hurts knees much as it does you,"
Pigskin said.
"The question is, are you enjoying this too?"
The skinless villain was covering one of his lidless eyeballs with a skinless hand.
"You sure take eyelids for granted when you got none. List to..."
He began to bubble with laughter, slowly, just a small number of breathy releases, and then loud and constant overtures of pained shrieks. He held back his chortles long enough to place a hand over his other eye and speak something.
Would you like some hell, my new friend?"
With his free arm, the skinless psycho socked himself straight in the face, where his nose should have been. He howled in agony and doubled over, reeling from the spasms and shock that his body tried to force upon him. Then the laughter started up again. He brought his face up and leered with one eye at the man across from him, before taking a step backward. Then another step. He spun on his heels and bolted for the gymnasium building, leaving behind a small pool of blood on the dry grass. Sergio rose to his feet. His friends and an impartial automaton reached him, and they all stared, powerless. Jeb stepped forward.
"So now we keep chasing him, right?"
"I reckon we do,"
Sergio confirmed. And so their feet and tracks bounded and rotated across the grassy field, leading the supposed villains to the doorway Pigskin had entered through into the gymnasium. But before the group could access that same entry point, the entire wall to the left of the door broke apart, with huge chunks of the structure shooting sideways and tumbling across the very same field the protagonists of Happenstance stood. As the dust cleared, the foursome opened their eyes and noted that no one was hurt. In fact, the only victim here seemed to be the door, which was now rendered useless, as anyone or thing wishing to move from the field to the gym, or vice versa, could do so through the gaping nothingness just beside it. Out from this nothingness emerged a pile of footballs contained within a huge sack, propelled onto the field by a large, flat, slow-moving platform on wheels. Pigskin waltzed out onto the field, looking quite happy. That glee turned to mild shock when he noticed the 4 individuals from not 2 minutes ago standing before him.
"Oh, you're here. Sorry if you got covered in dust."
No one moved or gave a verbal response.
"Okay, so I'm just gonna go do my thing, or here."
He pointed a finger at the large sack, while his opposite hand covered an ever-drying eye.
"Anyone has their eye hatch?"
His one visible eye glanced from person to person.
"No? Okay.
He shuffled over to the sack.
I'm gonna start doing my thing now. You stay over there, okay?"
Sergio angrily spat a glob of saliva and snot onto the grass between him and Pigskin. The skinless maniac chuckled twice and nodded his head.
"Okay.
he said in a resigned tone. Sergio charged at him, and Pigskin charged right back. The big guy swung, but Pigskin ducked under it and dove through the gap between Sergio's legs created by the twisting of his body during the punch. The skinless one fluidly somersaulted after the dive, popping up onto his feet and keeping the initial motion active. He was now headed right for the other three. Jeb and Tommy pulled their batons back in anticipation of the coming contact, which came in the form of a lightning-fast palm to Tommy's nose. Jeb swung his baton down, but only caught Pigskin's post-Tommy palmed wrist. As the baton and wrist both fell downward, Pigskin shot his left knee up and into Jeb's stomach, then followed it up with a headbutt to the henchman's left cheek.
Face.
As the 1 second long beatdown came to a close, the air suddenly became hot around the skinless face of evil. Simon had unleashed the flamethrower, and it quickly engulfed Pigskin, who had no time to scream with pain or joy, as a spinning claw shot toward his on-fire face. It was here that Pigskin utilized the one benefit of having no eyelids. Unable to close his eyes from unintended wincing, he saw the projectile coming and dodged it just in time. The teamed-up on Rogue dropped to the ground, below the roaring flames, and kicked Simon with enough force to scoot him back 6 feet. With his forearms and police uniform singed, and expecting more flames his way, Pigskin grabbed Tommy while simultaneously fishing out a knife from his pants pocket. He held the small but sharp blade up against the henchman's throat, pressing just hard enough to produce a faint speckle of blood. "Con a light night higher," his voice sang in a very misunderstood way.
That doesn't really work, does it?"
Simon simmered the flame and feinted backward, only to reel in its still extended claw. At full speed, it slammed into the back of Pigskin's head and knocked his cute little policeman's hat off his extremely unnerving head. With Pigskin losing verticality, Tommy managed to force himself out of the bind. The pocket knife wouldn't let go so easily and made a slash along Tommy's chest in the escape. With tears flooding his vision, Jeb leveled the baton at Pigskin's head. While the wily man easily evaded it, he was unable to dodge a follow-up charge from Sergio. A bull introduced his shoulder to Pigskin's sternum, hoisted his opponent's legs up, and tossed him high into the air. The skinless wonder flailed helplessly while his body flipped around twice before crash-landing onto the grassy dirt with a muffled thwomp.
"Okay,"
he groaned, still face down on the ground.
"You didn't stay over there."
The wind had picked up a bit, and a nearly empty plastic bottle of typhoid flush bladderade rolled off of a wooden bench. Presumably, its consumer had had enough, set the backwash remnants down, and sprinted to the nearest urinal to unleash upon the porcelain a neon pink deluge, much to an underappreciated custodian's dismay. The 2 young henchmen were holding their wounds. Sergio was catching his breath. Simon re-engaged its offensive weaponry and began rolling toward the enemy. Flames shot from the bot's claw hand toward the downed man, nearly enveloping him. And then, suddenly, cutting through the convulsing combustion, a thunderous gunshot ripped apart the oxygen in its path. Simon's head recoiled back. The automaton's fire ceased its kinetic output and evaporated. Visible above the bot's enraged red eyes was a brand new, smoking hot hole. An obnoxious flock of pine siskins, lazing about and excessively pooping on one another, and a tall and lanky green-leaf Japanese maple tree across the field took flight, and hopefully were all blended up in the engine of an overhead, low-flying private airplane. Prone and steady, Pigskin pointed a 9mm pistol up at his opponent's metal cranium. Simon returned its face toward the shooter and reapplied flame. Another gunshot shook the field. Simon lurched back once more, its flame mere inches from the intended target. The bot's tracks dug into the well-watered soil and attempted to push ahead. A third shot. The fire was dying. The tread of Simon's feet wheeled backward in an effort to keep balance. A 4th shot. 5th. 6th. The automaton teetered on its treads. A 7th discharge from the firearm toppled the bot over and onto the earth. Simon heaved a frenzied whir and then lay silent on the grass, its face a mess of holes and sparking wires. Pigskin sighed, staring at the pistol in his red hands.
"Guns are no fun. Oh well."
He began rising to his feet when Simon's claw hand shot out towards Pigskin with an abrupt psh and clamped itself around the handgun. Surprised, but somewhat ready for the retraction that would come next, Pigskin planted his aching feet and held on to the weapon. As a result, Simon's heavy metal frame flew through the air and slammed into him. His ribs took the frontal assault. His skinless legs erratically stumbled backward to avoid the possibility of becoming trapped under the robot's bulk. He tripped over a backpedaling foot and fell ass to grass. A frayed wire licked the oxygen, creating a zap and a small flash of light when the supine automaton spoke.
That was a dick move, buddy.
The claw hand wielding the pistol reeled in and was quickly pointed at Pigskin. The robo's hatch swung open, and Simon retrieved a still-lit cigar and affixed it between the panels comprising its semi-shattered mouth.
So now you get smoked.
Every inch of Pigskin's body hurt, and seemed to hurt more and more with each second that passed while quarreling with this unfamiliar opposition. And now a gun was pointed at him by an indiscriminate robotic being without regard for his life. It was this kind of thrill that had constantly pushed him to push others, to push situations farther than anyone was willing. And so what if the robot shot him? Death was never a label he wore for long. His facial muscles tightened, and he raised both hands up over the reddening, exposed eyeballs restrained in their sockets. He didn't see death in his future, and he wasn't about to start looking now. The metal prongs of Simon's claw clamped down. A breeze blew the bladderade bottle across the field of battle. It rolled and somersaulted and rotated and did other similar verbs until it rested against Pigskin's ankle. Peeking through a gap between his pulsating fingers, he eyed the reason he still lived.
Am I doing it wrong?
Simon asked after its target had not been littered with bullet holes. The pistol in its claw hand had been crushed in on itself, and was now merely a clump of broken steel parts.
Jesus Christ! Don't you have a laser beam on your shoulder?
Sergio asked hurriedly.
I have a laser pointer on my shoulder,
Simon corrected.
Shit,
muttered Sergio. He raced forward past the gun-inept machine and leapt with his knee aimed at Pigskin's throat. The rogue villain rolled to the left, just narrowly avoiding a death sentence.
Excuse me, but I'd on a need to know Asus,
he cackled.
And I don't need to know.
Jeb shook his head and raised his baton.
That's not even funny.
The spot of grass where Pigskin's head had laid became a crater when Sergio removed his bone-capped appendage.
Do we keep attacking him?
Tommy asked his allies.
I'm not doing any damage, and every time I try, I sustain a hit to my life points.
Maybe you're not a melee class,
Jeb suggested.
Perhaps your specialty is long range.
Tommy shrugged, then hucked his baton at the enemy. Pigskin caught it in front of his face, and then pulled out a previously unused baton on his belt.
He's dual-wielding!
Cried Jeb.
That's my bad,
Tommy admitted with a resigned look.
I shit the bed.
Hold it right there, dickweed!
Hollered a familiar voice at the gang's 9 o'clock. Everyone whose head could turned to see the dramatic entrance of esteemed supervillain Necropancer and his brand new team of henchmen, 30 or so of the children of the van, decked out in new attire and hovering around their monarch, who towered above their thin-skinned, big-headed bodies.
Surround him!
He ordered. The little henchmen dispersed and formed a wide ring around the rosy individual.
A bull? Boys?
Necropancer greeted with a smug look and head nods.
Nice work locating Pigskin, but we'll handle it from here.
He walked past them with a swagger of utmost certainty.
How did you find us?
Tommy asked, holding shut his bleeding nose. Necropancer paused his pompous gait.
When I was showing the henches around the underground villainy scene, we ran across a flayed back widow dying in an alley behind a Spencer's Gifts. She told me she had teamed up with Pigskin, but then found out he's crazy.
Tommy scoffed.
The lady who faked cancer and a pregnancy and then killed and wore her late husband's corpse on her back said Pigskin is crazy?
Yeah,
the supervillain replied.
Crazy knows crazy. Go on.
So right before she dies, she tells me she knows where he's harboring his secretive master weapon.
And so she told you where it was without you doing anything reprehensible in return?
Jeb guessed.
Well...
Necropancer grimaced and trailed off.
What did you do?
Tommy grilled, anticipating the horrible.
She wanted one thing before she died. Then she brought up our time together at the Motel 6.
You didn't,
Jeb whispered, shaking his head back and forth.
It was her final request. She wouldn't tell me until we started.
No!
Jeb squirmed.
You!
Tommy threw his hands up in a confused manner.
She had no skin and was dying.
Hey!
Necropancer shouted the loudest.
I did a good thing. I performed a heroic service for the good of... You know what? I don't need to explain myself to a guy who gets his rocks off with phallic objects in dumpsters and brings his boyfriend along to watch.
That was an accident!
Jeb shouted back. Silence blanketed the short distance between the trio, and the rest of the world seemed to halt time for them to finish their unsavory pleasantries. Jeb cut the silence blanket.
How long?
He dry heaved and violently shook his head, looking anywhere but the beady eyes safely behind Necropancer's white skull mask.
How long did it take to get the information out of her?
As he finished the sentence, his eyes finally met Necropancer's, but the supervillain quickly reavoided Jeb's gaze. He mumbled something unintelligible.
What was that?
Tommy questioningly egged.
She died sometime during the ordeal. I never got the information from her.
He quickly iterated. The blanket sewed itself back together and reapplied itself to the awkward situation.
I'd rather not continue this conversation,
Tommy put simply, stoically.
Okay, first of all, Necro is in my name, and Pantser, and let me tell you, I removed 2 pairs of pants. Secondly, don't judge me. You think I get laid wearing this getup? Because, actually, I do. A lot.
He frustratingly exhaled.
Well, whatever. The minions hounded me for like 7 minutes straight afterward, going on and on about the prophecy stating that I need to be in a marmot field and witness the great inveigling, whatever that means. So here's where that led me.
Hey,
Sergio yelled about 6 yards away.
Are we going to do this or not?
Necropancer gladly conceded to the abatement of the side conversation.
Duty calls.
He swung around once again and became the mighty supervillain he knew himself to be.
Swarm him, my minions! Overwhelm him with sheer numbers!
Necropancer yelled to his short, thin-skinned henchmen wearing loose-fitting costumes, a force that had spent less than 6 hours outside of the building where they were born. Seemingly weaponless and otherwise incapable of violence, the group, nonetheless, advanced on Pigskin. The first few were batted down, but the skinless villain was overpowered from all sides rather quickly. Except, the minions showed no aggression, and they simply clung to the being who actually looked a bit like them.
The prophesied one!
One of their order yelled in triumph.
It's really them, they look just like me!
Another called out. Necropancer's face was gaunt.
No!
It is as it was foretold!
A minion shouted, finding a fallen sibling's big head to stand on and address the crowd.
The prophetic wall mentioned the deceiver!
The minion continued, pointing an instigating finger at Necropancer.
Who would wrongly insert themselves into the prophecy, but ultimately lead our people to the true prophet.
Necropancer shook his head back and forth and stamped his feet on the ground.
No, 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 no!
The one speaking to its siblings began to slowly sink, as its soapbox, the injured minion's head, was caving in under the weight.
Let he without skin cast the first stone!
All cheered, even the fellow with the sunken dome.
I have no idea what is going on,
Pigskin said, his eyeballs moving from little person to little person.
Now we are united with Master,
the minion professed,
and we will see to it that Master leads us to revolution.
Every minion surrounding Pigskin turned at once to face their new enemies.
Uh-oh,
Tommy gulped.
Well, we know where their brains are located. Plus, it's not like they have weapons,
Sergio reconciled. At that point,
Every minion reached into their respective items of clothing and retrieved little weapons of all kinds. Switchblades, box cutters, brass knuckles, a garrote, a bullwhip, a nail-spiked mini baseball bat, kitchen knives, a tire thumper, a water gun full of either lemon juice or urine, and more hidden in the crowd. One recognizable individual toward the middle, Falou, unsheathed a Crocodile Dundee type of knife, and just to be so extra, dipped it in gasoline and set it aflame, presumably for the added fire damage or the enemy's pants-shitting passive effect. The gang looked at Neckerpantzer.
So, don't be mad. We might have done some shopping on the way over here,
he squeaked. In unison, the minions let out a high-pitched,
Fulfill the prophecy!
starting and ending the phrase together. They took a moment to congratulate one another on at last accomplishing homogeneous speech, before returning their attention to and charging at the false prophet and his cronies.
You pasty little idiots,
Neckerpantzer said through gritted teeth. From a thigh pocket, he procured and unrolled a belt with a buckle fitted at the end that began pulsing with electric current. Jeb noticed.
You carry a separate belt? You don't just use the one around your waist?
Of course I carry a If I used the belt on my person, I'd be pantsing myself. How about you just cool with the ideas, hench? Free thought isn't your strong suit. Here they come,
Sergio shouted, tightening every muscle in his body and clenching his jaw. His body hair even seemed to stand upright, adding to his already large and in-charge physicality.
Prop me up, Tommy,
Beeped Simon. The weapon sans human obeyed and rushed to the automaton's aid, and quickly helped prop it up against a large dusty chunk of wall. The minions reached Sergio, their little blades pointed up at him like peasant farmers storming a well-fortified castle. The charging bull villain swung forth a mighty backhanded fist, taking punctures and cuts in his forearm from several of the knives in doing so. As the swinging arm reached its maximum amplitude, Sergio swung it right back the way it had come. His knuckles barreled into a head too big for its body, and the momentum pushed the bludgeoned minion into their surrounding siblings. The spinning belt above Neckerpantzer whistled and crackled as it completed revolutions and lashed out at the traitors. Sure, he deceived them, or attempted to, those wily little shits, but he'd done it with good intentions, or evil intentions, he supposed. All that mattered now was making sure they felt his wrath. He wouldn't be leaving this battlefield without pantsing every single backstabber. The belt buckle came into contact with a serrated bread knife, shocking its wielder.
Yeah, take that, Hayat, you conniving papaya-headed dingo,
the supervillain screeched, completing a full circle with the belt before bringing it back down to kiss Hayat's upside-down ear, the only recognizable feature that had allowed Neckerpantzer to identify Hayat from their siblings. Knowing that aiming for the head was virtually useless, Jeb attempted to thrust his baton at that sweet spot on their already frail bodies. But with almost no combat experience, he simultaneously attempted to keep his distance from the pokey objects being driven at his head, ultimately resulting in a stalemate between himself and the 7 or so minions trying to mangle him. Luckily enough, after Jeb thwomped the reborn marker over the kneecap, they burst into flames and fell to the ground, shrieking and rolling about. The minions around Marker stumbled over their sibling's ignited body, some catching their baggy, Forever 24 clothes on fire, ultimately ceasing their assault on Jeb and dispersing the area.
I got a kill! That counts!
Jeb loudly claimed, huffing and holding up his index finger.
Why am I celebrating that?
He brought in more oxygen to his lungs and ran toward Tommy and Simon, who seemed to be doing well enough, setting enemies aflame the old-fashioned way. As he approached, the air in front of him exploded in a flash of heat and light. It quickly dissipated when Simon realized who it had nearly fried.
Watch yourself, monkey!
An imperfect circle of minions had formed around the automaton and man. Just far enough away to keep out of the flamethrower's range, Jeb swung down on an unsuspecting minion, then rolled inside his friend's circle of tranquility. A separate minion followed him inside, but Jeb, on one knee, brought his whacking stick upward immediately after his gymnastic maneuver, bruising the engager on their mouth and lifting them up off the ground by an inch. Simon's one good eye caught the ordeal, and it shot out its claw. The metal prongs attached themselves to the dazed minion's weapon and reeled it in.
Take this, and refrain from acting heady about it,
it buzzed at Tommy.
Tommy had been aiming Simon's laser pointer at the minions behind the bot, threatening that he had a super laser that would wipe at least 5 of them out, but that it only had 1 shot. When he heard Simon say that it had an armament for him, he laughed at his hesitant combatant.
I never had a laser, you dumb idiots! It was all a ruse!
He reached back and grabbed Simon's gift to him, a ukulele. He looked down at it and then back up at his adversaries and sighed. They rushed him all at once. The young man roared and broke the small instrument's body over the center minion's head. Tommy felt pain surge through him as a wad of nails penetrated his shoulder, having gotten there from the end of a baseball bat. A tire thumper cracked his ankle at nearly the same time.
This is it, he thought. Of all the equipment on the battlefield, I was given a uke. What a wonderful world.
His despair was cut short when he saw his friend, seemingly in slow motion, leap from behind his left side and bean a dude so hard in the kidney area that it just screamed, "Combo breaker!" Jeb didn't stop there. He swiftly avoided a knife to his face and kicked the attacker in that same kidney location. Inspired by the save, Tommy regained his stance, clasped the splintered ukulele neck in his hands, and forced it into the narrow throat of the nail bat wielder.
Oompa loompa doopity die!
He grunted. His fingers released their hold on the wooden neck, and he looked into the departing being's eyes as their stunted frame fell to the ground. Garbled gargles preluded the forever silence. Jeb caught his friend's eye for a moment. Both men smiled weakly. The 3 minions who had lived through the attack now fled to a concentration of siblings climbing the human mountain that was Sergio. From what anyone could see, Pigskin was missing in action. The wind was blowing rather fiercely, and Tommy's shoulder was really beginning to hurt. In an instant, Tommy's field of vision was completely enveloped by his friend.
This might sting,
Jeb said honestly before yanking on the nail bat still stuck in Tommy's shoulder. As if he was trapped in a bubble that moved through time at a fraction of its normal speed, Tommy felt every millimeter of movement that all 3 nails made on their way out of his muscles. It was nearly intolerable. Nearly. He wished he was not involved with this violence going on around him. He wished he could just admit that this was too much to handle, that he shouldn't have to handle it, and he could walk away, and everything would be fine when he slept this whole weekend off. Dialogue between his friend and the automaton was happening, but he couldn't make out anything being said. The wind blew on his face. His friend was running now, running toward the front line where Sergio and Necropanther had their hands, arms, and legs full of little people attempting to kill them. He watched Jeb dent a dude's face in, and then jump out of the way as the dude blindly whipped around a ball and chain and struck several of its siblings.
I apologize if that weapon was inadequate,
Simon blipped, pulling Tommy back into his own body, which, upon re-entering, gasped for breath.
I cannot move,
Simon continued.
So you should stay close.
A look of confusion snapped around Tommy's face.
I'm getting my ass kicked out here. You want my protection?
That is laughable. If my receptors were not broken, I may... Wait, hold on.
A horribly distorted, live studio audience laugh track played from the automaton's chassis, as well as faintly from the holes in its head.
You get the idea?
Its mouth sparked. The automaton then tried, unsuccessfully, to turn off the laughing.
Alright, well, that is going to keep playing. It would be a shame if some sad thing happened right now.
At that moment, a lone minion ran towards Tommy and was immediately set upon by flesh-consuming eruptions from Simon's wrist. The minion turned and ran in the opposite direction, completely engulfed in fire. The warbled chortles cackled on.
I suppose we shall be spared something sad. As I was about to begin saying, it seems that the patriarch programmed me to protect you. A recently installed text file in my hard drive states that Jeb will be fine if intervention on his behalf is not possible. So I am to guard your feeble, potassium-fueled body.
But why will Jeb be fine? Tommy protested. I've seen that guy lose a fight to a cereal box. As have I.
The text file did not explain any further besides mentioning that you nearly completed a year of judo classes when you were 12.
Tommy double-taked, or double-took, in the middle of a bloody battle and without the privilege of sitting on his rear in front of a computer connected to the internet, he couldn't figure out which, if either, was correct. But he thought he'd better say something after jerking his head around twice, then staring into space without a word to show for it.
Hey, what? Oh, yeah!
Surprisingly, the minion who'd been set aflame had made a full lap around the battlefield, screaming and partially melting, and was now barreling all the way back to the spot where the ignition had occurred.
Kia!
Tommy yelled as he struck the burning fellow to the ground with a well-placed judo chop.
That is still my kill.
The stationary bot beeped.
Now come over here and let me painfully cauterize that shoulder.
Thin-skinned assholes were being tossed around and beaten to a spongy pulp by Sergio's wild and powerful attacks. By the time Jeb got a lick in, those on the receiving end had already been processed by Sergio's fists or Necropancer's taser-esque belt buckle. But amidst the chaos, everyone seemed to pick out the loud presence of something mechanical making its approach. Then, as Sergio pulled back his arm and dug his fingers into the palm of his henchman's smacking hand, in preparation to strike Falou in front of him, the flaming dagger-wielding minion came to a sudden halt mid-leap as a large robotic hand grasped their head and threw them backward, revealing a half-human, half-robot mini-behemoth that socked Sergio in the gut before he could react and sent him tumbling backward over the grass and through a bright orange football cone. In dumbfounded realization of this new and mysterious force, the minions backed up and away from the scene, giving plenty of room for the robotic being to get to work. Necropancer, appearing a bit worse for wear, gawked in awe and a bit of fear.
Coach Barnswallow?
The name unfolded from Jeb's mouth incredulously and without him willing it. That's me! Well, most of me anyway. Jeb didn't know what to say to the football coach and physical education teacher of Hamsack Community College, who stood almost 2 feet higher than him.
What the fuck, man?
He asked with quizzical vulgarity. Coach Barnswallow laughed loudly but nervously. Ha! Are you a yellow-bellied marmot? His right human eye and left robotic eye eyed him. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. You don't look like a football player, or athletic at all, for that matter. Jeb went on.
I took a weightlifting class for a few quarters, years ago.
Oh, neat, Barnswallow responded happily.
Yeah, I didn't gain much muscle, as I found out later I've been using the weight machines super incorrectly.
Bummer, he replied with the same upbeat intonation in his voice.
Because you are always in your office making the same damned updog jokes day in and day out. Too busy to do any real teaching.
Jeb stated with ire. Ah, shoot! You already know about Updog. That's a real shame. Lightly caressing his own shoulder, Tommy now walked over.
Coach Barnswallow?
That's me. Well,
what the fuck, man?
Coach Barnswallow was losing his patience, as he'd never been quite this unpopular in a group setting. He usually cracked open any gathering with Updog, a timeless, infinitely repeatable joke that always made him the funniest, most popular person in the room. Perhaps he just needed to say it anyway, for all this strange anger directed toward him to dissipate. Hey, he snickered, barely maintaining a straight face. Do you think it smells like Updog out here? He looked from face to face to face for any sign of curvature where lips touched. There was none. I don't like any of you. He turned and stomped toward the big sack of balls Pigskin had wheeled out earlier. More preferable to him than his shorter left arm full of human limitations, his very large right arm of steel beams, pistons, and a thin cylindrical propane tank fished its way into the giant sack, grasped a football, and loaded it into a sort of built-in arm cannon.
Should we be doing something to stop him?
Tommy asked his party.
Yes!
Sergio's blur shouted as he sprinted past them. Coach Barnswallow turned to face the threat. Hold this, would you? He asked, and launched the ball directly at the charging bull villain. Sergio was able to move partially out of the way, but the semi-sonic projectile bore into his left arm and ricocheted off, twirling over and over again in the air until it landed right at Necropancer's feet.
Are we playing catch? Is this how it feels to have a caring dad?
The pantsing villain questioned, moments before the ball exploded and expelled virulent blue gas in all directions. Tommy and Jeb watched as Necropancer was there 1 second, hidden the next. Tommy turned his friend away and they both bolted away from the blast. Their arms churned their torsos, spurring as much energy as was available to keep their legs pumping. The fumes licked at their backsides as it followed their quick-paced retreat. The world in view shook as each foot stamped the soil. 20 yards slipped by the henchmen who kept sprinting, not daring to turn around. After another 20 yards did the two glance over their shoulders. The cyan cloud had ceased its pursuit after 20 yards, but maintained its enormous presence on and above the field. Bulbous droplets of sweat shimmied down the boys' faces like sexy calendar firefighters, the kind with thick mustaches, down a slippery pole made of spaghetti. They gasped for breath, chests heaving in and out. The two were a pair of whoopee cushions being inflated and then deflated. One breath in, one out. A silhouette of a person could be seen in the blue haze, and was becoming more and more visible with each passing second. They waited, with fear conquering any hope, and their self-esteem ragged. Jeb and Tommy were able to confirm that it was Necropancer just before he emerged from the gaseous envelopment. He came out screaming. The young henchman could only stand in shocked silence as they watched the rash but strong man they'd come to know crumple to his knees and shriek in agony over the loss of every shred of skin on his body. Though he'd run out holding his hands over his eyes, Necropancer now withdrew the mitts of muscle and stared up, meeting Jeb's own paralyzed gaze. Tears streamed out from under the villain's eyes and hurtled downward over and slipped between the tight crimson fibers no longer dormant beneath a blanket of dermis.
You pretty little idiots,
he slowly whispered and crashed forward onto the green blades of grass. Tommy rushed forward and felt for a pulse. There was one, but each thump became slower and slower with less ferocity than the previous. Lacerations drawing blood from his body were harder to see without the contrast of skin, yet the minions had inflicted so much damage to the villain that it was unmistakable. He had lost too much blood and would almost certainly die.
We need to get him to Simon,
Tommy offered up.
It can cauterize his wounds, stop the bleeding.
Jeb nodded, tears blocking his own vision, and they both began the struggle of picking up Necropancer's limp body. It was a strenuous journey around the gas cloud and back to the sedentary automaton, and though they became covered cowl to sneaker in perspiration, they did indeed make it to Simon just as the fluffy, blue emission began to disappear.
No,
Simon plainly but firmly told Tommy.
This trouser-thieving Tamarin is as good as dead.
You have to try,
Tommy begged.
We're all just about as good as dead.
Look,
Jeb interrupted, poking his friend's arm. Tommy hesitantly turned around, and the three of them watched Coach Barnswallow fire off a football at a 45-degree angle into the sky. As it reached around 150 feet in the air, it curved into an arch and jetted toward the heart of downtown Velcro City.
That can't be good,
Jeb sighed. From the automaton's posterior, a particularly high-pitched audience member cackled loudly above their boisterous contemporaries. The soundbite then started to whoosh and wow, as a phaser modulation was inadvertently added.
Very well. I will burn the wounds closed.
Simon hummed softly.
You had better try and stop that abominable cyborg from doing any more of that.
The bot relit its cigar and began carrying out the grave process for which it had signed up. Tommy and Jeb raced across the field, through where the gas had dissipated, quickly scouring the grounds for any weapon to aid them in this likely suicide mission against the Terminator. Jeb found a 4-inch kitchen knife and picked it up, only then comparing its small stature to the large bowie knife that Tommy stripped from a minion corpse. Dropping the inferior blade, Jeb resigned to equipping a bullwhip he found underneath an unconscious minion with a heavily pummeled face and body. Geared up, the two henchmen nervously began closing the distance between themselves and Coach Barnswallow. As they approached, the cyborg athletics director fired off another football into the air, this one cutting through the breeze and heading a bit more south than the last. "You see that spiral, boys?" Barnswallow bellowed as his young opposition got within 20 yards. "When I agreed to join Pigskin on this lofty quest, and got my stellar bodily upgrade, I had to make sure this cannon would put the perfect rotation on the old pigskin." Barnswallow stopped suddenly, his face contorted into the emotional equivalent of a freshly stubbed toe, but soon transmogrified into an animatronic Urson with a semblance of deep comprehension.
Pigskin. I get it now. The whip within Jeb's grasp lay dormant, but it longed to stick upon the throat of this murderous buffoon. Anyhow, the coach continued, I wanted the perfect spiraling arm to allow me to play catch with my son when this is all over.
You reproduced?
Tommy interrogated with surprising disgust. Jeb went for a more pertinent question.
When what's all over?
A thunderous laugh boomed from Coach Barnswallow's metal core and out his mostly non-metal mouth. Mostly, as 3 gold crowns topped his molars, products of endlessly gnashing sugary gum while alone in his office and contemplating ways to work updog into everyday occurrences. Why, the grand universal health care, the great United States? No, that's not right. Tommy looked down at his reflection in the oversized knife within his grasp. The man who stared back at him was in pain, worried but resolute, and it was that inapprehension, so unfamiliar to him these last few years, which he now recognized. It was a metaphorical pantsuit Whitney had worn well, and it was an expression that once naturally occurred across his own mug, confidence. Believe in yourself like I believe in you, she had once belched in his face after shotgunning a can of Spudweiser. He inhaled a cool breath, held it, and gradually let it out.
This hairy situation, formerly unfathomable, it's going to work out.
The great unification, Coach Barnswallow hurrahed at last. Putting everyone on equal footing, quite literally. He chuckled to himself. I'll put it in layman's terms for you. Once everyone has lost their skin, there won't be anything to hide underneath. Humans will see themselves in others, and the world will live as one.
As enticing as that sounds, I think I'm going to have to pass, Tommy decided. Jeb, you?
Oh yeah, no, I like my skin where it is,
Tommy's friend answered.
So, should we waste this guy then?
I mean, yeah, that seems like the only solution on the table.
Coach Barnswallow glowered at the two of them. You wouldn't. You can't. Jeb smiled.
Maybe we can't.
He then pointed somewhat behind the cyborg.
But he can.
Coach Barnswallow was then struck on his right human ear by a high-speed object, dark brown and potato-shaped. Then an oppressively loud siren wailed from the direction the object had flown. The 3 beings looked around and saw a hybrid electric police cruiser being throttled in their direction. In a split second, Coach Barnswallow pressed his metal piston-powered leg against the dirt and prepared to push himself out of the way. But Jeb had, by miraculous instinct, flicked the bullwhip around Barnswallow's human arm and kept him somewhat in place. The cyborg locked eyes with his ensnarer right before impact. The cruiser slammed headlong into Barnswallow's metal frame and carried him across the field as Jeb let the whip travel with him.
Did you plan that?
Tommy asked incredulously.
I had no goddess damned idea that would happen,
Jeb cheered ecstatically.
I was just hoping he'd fall for the classic distraction so you would stab him in the throat or whatever.
Oh,
Tommy said, stunned.
Yeah, I had no plans to do that.
Well, good thing this is happening.
Yeah, good thing.
But the cyborg would not give up his life and purpose so easily. After getting hauled about 40 yards, he dug his steel leg into the field and, after being pushed for another 13 yards, brought the automobile to a complete standstill. Then his mechanical arm tipped the cruiser and everyone in it over on its side and then belly up. Wasting no time for this crafty enemy team to get the better of him, Coach Barnswallow crunched the passenger side door and ripped it from its hinges.
Eat irony!
Bookworm, still upside down and strapped into the passenger seat, screamed upward as he casted a flaming Fahrenheit 451 at Barnswallow's wide eyes. The coach batted it away with his skin arm, but was promptly beamed in the forehead from across the car by another spot-on taro from an upright Killaman taro. The rap to his dome made Barnswallow disengage and pedal his feet backward. The driver's door was flung open, and Sergio barreled out onto the grass.
KMT, hit him again,
he barked. Killaman Taro was fishing around for the grocery bag somewhere inside the upturned vehicle. You're going to have to give me a minute. Also, my supply is dwindling.
Who do you think you're bossing around?
Bookworm snapped.
We've been doing this since before you sprouted your first pubic hair, which I'm guessing must have happened to you at age 8.
Sergio pushed off the car's underside and leapt through the air, swinging at Barnswallow immediately after touching down on the other side.
6!
He corrected as his follicle-freckled fist walloped the cyborg's human thigh. Barnswallow groaned as the limpness from the dead leg took effect. He then ducked under a flurry of punches from Sergio, pounced in the opposite direction, and began hopping on his mechanical leg toward the sack of gas bombs.
Don't let him grab his balls,
Sergio again commanded. Unfastening the seatbelts that held him up, Bookworm clunked against the roof as he fell. His eyes peeked around the outside of the car as he slowly rose to his feet.
Young villains these days have no appreciation for euphemisms. They're so direct with their vulgarity.
You told Richard this morning that his breath smelled like dick juice, Killimantaro hollered at his hypocritical old friend. Bookworm scowled, and then laughed.
He really did,
he chuckled, compelling his smile to cease.
Diego, are you available?
The final passenger of the police cruiser surfaced.
The Harlem Globetrotter's here. Let's kick some ear.
Sergio had reached and engaged with Coach Barnswallow before another gas bomb was attained. Now acutely aware of the cyborg's long reach and quick movements, he was beginning to gain the upper hand and managed to land a few fists on Barnswallow's mostly human jaw. I'm thinking, attack plan Genesis, voiced Killimantaro.
Just when I thought it was going all right,
Harlem Globetrotter whispered in tune. Bookworm felt for the largest book in his storage container.
We haven't done that maneuver in ages.
Killimantaro pushed his point. But it's always worked, hasn't it?
I found out I'm wrong when I thought I was right.
Yes, but it's getting increasingly difficult for me to buy the Old Testament. The Jewish and Catholic communities are tired of me combusting their sacred Torah. I've been blacklisted from purchasing them within the entire state.
The cannon-toting man scratched at his chin. And I imagine your old knees probably can't handle this plan much more.
Always the same, it's just a shame, and that's all.
Wrong Genesis, Diego.
KMT stared at his friends. So, are we in agreement? The others nodded their heads.
Let's get him,
Bookworm cheered.
At a reasonable pace. My knees and my head hurt, but the sensation only makes me angrier.
Okay, Tommy rationalized. I know we've seen some really weird stuff in the past 2 days, but why were Killimantaro, the Harlem Globetrotter, and Bookworm, retired villains who effed up your Justy, riding onto this battlefield in a police car with Sergio?
Dude,
Jeb responded.
Like you said, weird stuff.
He shrugged his shoulders with no further explanation.
Let's just go help them stop this maniac.
Sergio unwillingly took a shot to the gut from Coach Barnswallow's massive metal hand. His body somersaulted backwards numerous times before finally stopping on the grass, stunned. The football coach gave chase and raised both arms in anticipation of dealing a fatal blow to his opponent, but a flying taro pelted him yet again, this one striking the bridge of his nose. Tears immediately welled in his eyes and blocked his vision, while Bookworm ascended the purposely hunched back of Killimantaro. The grumpy old man reached with both hands into his bookshelf and pulled out a massive hardcover of the Old Testament. The friction, created as the red phosphorus-coated cover slid out of its holding cell, caused the book to spark and then fully ignite. The flaming text soared toward Coach Barnswallow's face and made contact right as he wiped a tear away. To his horror, his nose was again struck, this attack leaving a searing burn as well. It was in that barrage of planned strikes that the Harlem Globetrotter made his debut, sprinting on a curved route starting from behind Killimantaro and leading to Barnswallow's head. The cyborg swung wildly, fruitlessly. Globetrotter jumped high, pushing off the earth with his right leg, and then windmilled that leg around in midair, just as a loud rocked the soundscape of the battlefield behind him. His Dr. Scholl-soled shoe whistled its arrival right as it docked on Coach Barnswallow's left earlobe. The metal man's body contorted diagonally as he flipped, knob over nuts, and landed on his back.
Finish him!
Sergio hoarsely yelled, with the limited amount of oxygen his wind-denied lungs contained. Diego raised his leg high into the air above the coach's throat and tensed his muscles for the final blow. And he held it there.
Globetrotter?
Bookworm asked in a slow manner.
I don't want to kill nobody, he answered.
Bookworm became flabbergasted.
We ran over like 6 of those weird-looking dwarfs on the drive over here. They're probably dead, and you were complicit.
Killimantaro joined in on the plea.
Look around you, Lobe Trotter. The young villain was right. This asshole is blowing people's skin off.
I guess I have gone soft in my old age, a Harlem Globetrotters reject said with gloominess. I just want to hang out with my friends until I can't. The statement hit home, and Berkeley and Leonard frowned a little bit less. And besides, as Diego explained, I don't have to finish him. This tool is down. A metal plate on the fallen cyborg's chest suddenly slid down and revealed a small, silver canister lodged inside. But not out, Barnswallow concluded. A bead of sweat fell from the Harlem Globetrotter's nose and, before it could explode on the ground, was swallowed by a sudden emulsification of wispy blue gas. There was no further time to react. The haze smothered Diego, Leonard, and Berkeley in less than a second. Sergio's oval eyes stared, unblinking, as the gas crept toward his rigid, incapacitated body.
Damn!
Chapter 11.5 We Live in a Society. The strong-rooted but feeble strands of grass lining the field were hunched over in the breeze. Roving clouds made a move to block the sun. Velcro City was eclipsed by a shroud of its own making. Tall buildings of cement and steel, products of a bygone age spurred by the country's demand for industrialization, climbed up from the soil and cast shade over those beneath. For every mighty tower that lost itself among the stars, a dozen feeble lean-tos cropped up in the shade below. For each tug on the rope that brought the puller more and more length of cord, an opposing pair of hands became abraded, resulting in just enough rope from which to hang. The seeds of a shifting society sprouted from the soil and eventually became the spruce canopy that teetered high above the ground. Some denizens that could neither climb the tower nor fly above its reach accepted their limitations and the meager allowance upon which they subsisted. Others, though ants in a climate rife with ant-eaters, protested the new environment constructed without their consent. In another lifetime, these citizens might have been called revolutionaries, but today they were a minority, and, as such, they were labeled nuisances. The time for rebellion was at an end. The change that one wished to see came not from insurrection, but from within. Participation in local chapters of authority was encouraged, but it was a facade supported by false smiles and crossed fingers meant to placate the ground dwellers. So when the time came to don disguises and disrupt the status quo, those with nothing more to lose but the last of their breath did so. Chapter 12 Potent Portables. The size of the plume was smaller than previous bombs' outputs, but no less effective. It ceased its advance within a mere foot of Sergio, but it reddened his skin and singed abrasions onto his face. Jeb and Tommy stopped their charge and backtracked in the opposite direction. With the majority of its available processing power going toward smoking the cigar, Simon watched the chaos from afar in silence, except for the occasional soundbite of laughter cooing from its reflective alloyed chassis. The two henchmen dared not enter the fog. There was nothing for them to do but wait. After 53 seconds, it began to clear. Coach Barnswallow could be seen right where he'd been when the bomb was activated, but another figure was now visible and walking up to him.
Damn it, Barnswallow! Pigskin yelled furiously. I had sent the javelins immediately on the right, inside the gymnasium entrance.
But how? His skin, Jeb whispered in anguish. It's back. He's healed.
Next to the hut, all gear storage, the athletic director commented, his lips gone, as well as the little skin he'd had.
Correct, Pigskin agreed. So why were they not there just now?
An annoyed look of incredulousness crept across Barnswallow's face. Because that's what all gear storage. Track gear is across the gym. In another room.
I know it's across the gym in another room,
the villain fussed in an exasperated tone.
That's why I moved them closer, so I could retrieve them quickly and not let you get beat up by a bunch of heroes.
We're villains,
Sergio groaned, slowly supporting himself upright.
You're just a total dick, and we all want to kill you.
And I really want to chuck one of these things at someone,
Pigskin said in awe of the lightweight polycarbonate steel javelins resting unthrown in his hands.
They just look like so much fun.
You can't have disorganization in an athletic department,
Barnswallow lectured his co-conspirator.
Guess on an inch, and they'll take a mile.
He shook his head in thoughtful retrospect.
Completely accurate for how we used to coach in the 80s. Give them an mile, and they'll take an inch. We lost so many football games during that decade. But by God, the cocaine made us feel like hinners.
Jeb dropped to his knees. 30 yards ahead of him lay the 3 geriatric supervillains. Aside from a few twitches, they were motionless, without skin. It all seemed pointless. Some of his idols, relics of an idolized, ye-old time period of classic practices of villainy, lay defeated and crumpled in the grass. Panic was setting in. His vision was darkening, or his eyes were closing of their own volition. He couldn't tell which. Thought, rational thought, was void. What were a bunch of villains doing here anyway? Playing hero? Policing for the guild? Avenging Vivian? Jeb knew he had no right to do any of those things. He especially had no claim to avenge someone he had deceived, betrayed, and left for dead. It didn't matter that she had been a stranger. Sergio, Geff, Neckerpanzer, even Vic, they had all been strangers until yesterday. Would he sell them out so easily too? Did it even matter? Sergio was incapacitated, Simon was immobile, Neckerpanzer was... The only opposition to Pigskin was himself, and... Tommy gripped the Bowie knife in his hands and moved at a steady pace toward the cyborg and the rogue villain. Pigskin, previously wrapped up in a dispute about his preemptive placement of javelins, took notice of the young henchman approaching.
Losing nice skin had to happen sooner or later, Coach Barnswallow admitted. And the pain wasn't as painful as when you graft these hearts to nice skeletal structure.
Pigskin scratched an itch on his cheek.
We're gonna have to create a better communication system after this.
Yeah, Barnswallow agreed, nodding and now holding a fleshy hand over his one steadily drying human eye.
He could use Sonor a dog. Oh God, I can't say a dog anymore. No.
The 2 chatty Cathys feigned disinterest in Tommy until he was exactly 10 yards away.
You're close enough,
Pigskin growled as he raised a gleaming track spear and hurled it at the young henchman in one lightning-fast motion. The second the spear left his fleshy hand, Pigskin's thumb and forefinger were lacerated, separating from his body entirely. The culprit? The metal disc that became embedded in his left shoulder. On its journey, the disc had also managed to slice open the maniac's left cheek. Though quite discreet, the sound of a motorcycle could now be heard. As Pigskin's dislocated digits dove to the dirt, Jeb snapped out of his trance and, equally snappy, snapped his head around to see Vic riding a Tron light bike toward his location. A second disc flew through the air, but Pigskin was ready, and he clambered for cover behind his semi-metal alloy ally. The White Knight riding into battle stopped his bike and put a leg out to hold himself and the mechanical pony upright.
A bull, that metal guy, fiend or foe?
Sergio got to his feet.
Foe, show. Make him a dead asshole.
Vic gripped a lever on the bike's handle and let loose 6 discs at Coach Barnswallow, 5 of them embedding themselves into his flesh. The skinless athletic director had apparently been pushed over his pain tolerance and was now cursing and writhing on the grass, revealing the mastermind taking refuge behind. Pigskin and Vic glared at each other while the motorcycle idly bumbled on and Barnswallow wallowed.
"You,"
Pigskin said, spraying it, blood, when he should have just been saying it. He bore his blood-stained teeth as a smile only a mother couldn't hate snuck its way into view, urging more thick red liquid to spill forth from the gash in his cheek. His tongue inspected the new opening and stuck sideways out of his face.
"Wow, buddy, that was a disc move."
Vic's fingers hovered over the lever responsible for more sharp cylindrical projectiles.
Here I thought I couldn't hate you more.
Pigskin wiggled the 2 nubs sticking out from his palm.
"Those were brand new fingers, too,"
he said, shaking his head.
How the fuck do you have your skin back?
Sergio growled.
Would you believe me if I said I offed myself in the gymnasium back there, and in so doing, filled up my frequent customer punch card at the Chamber of Torment and was given an instant resurrection from the vile goddess?
Sergio's eyes narrowed.
No fucking way,
he murmured, dismissing Pigskin's strange lie. Vic sighed. No, it's true. I've got 2 stamps. He searched around in his jacket and then held up his own punch card in corroboration.
I don't know why I'm so surprised,
the Charging Bull villain acquiesced. At that moment, Tommy's legs buckled, and he quietly fell to the ground. The javelin that had been loosed from Pigskin's formerly together hand was protruding out from the unmoving henchman's chest. Vic glanced over at the young man. Pigskin seized this opportunity to break from stasis and sprinted at Jeb. Each foot pushed off the ground with as much power as Pigskin's new body was able to give. Crying out with remorse for allowing himself to be distracted, Vic turned the bike and clamped down on the lever, volleying disc after disc toward his sprinting enemy. But Pigskin had used the split second to extract the disc in his shoulder and cover enough distance to stretch out his arm and slice Jeb's throat wide open.
Ooh, dead already.
A nearby woman spoke with casual delight.
And you're only just 1 row off. Pity.
There was a ringing in Jeb's ears, which grew in strength, finally receding to a low hum after he'd yawned and stretched his jaw 6 times.
Unfair circumstances happen to you, I'm sure. I'll bet you'd like to go back. Maybe kill the fellow who... Let's see. Got a good look inside your throat.
A pained, shrill laugh rang through the stony room where Jeb seemed to be located, echoing off red stained stalactites poking down from the ceiling. Lining the chamber walls were hundreds of tools and weapons, some of them made crudely from bones. They rattled against the stone as the reverberations from her cackle swept through.
I'm sorry for the mess. It's been a long millennium.
Another laugh, shorter but more forced, followed the quip and caused the tools to stutter again. Jeb's eyes now seemed to be working, but everything he saw appeared as if it was a mirage, like his own vision was faulty and not to be trusted. In this cold chamber, he now turned his head to find the source of the speech. But before his eyes found the correct speaker, they found a slightly chubby, flat-faced, cockeyed cat resting in low form on an impeccably clean marble slab in the direct center of the chamber. The cat looked at him, or rather around him, and then licked its own yellow eyeballs, one after the other. Accepting the demonic feline as an illusion, Jeb continued to search around the room for the voice's originator. And then she was directly before him, staring into him.
The vile goddess.
His mouth whispered quietly, as if merely uttering the words was forbidden. The skin visible on her face, neck, and hands was pale white with a bluish tint. Her eyes stewed calmly in their sockets. Clouds of black onyx and crimson swirled around endlessly, unable to escape the glossy spheres that trapped them in, but nevertheless unyielding in their search for a way out. Jeb wasn't sure if her dress was cloth, or if it was bound to her skeleton. Her dark magenta robes seemed to never touch the ground, regardless of where she walked. And now, as she stepped away from him, the amount of space she took up in his vision always appeared to be the same, never diminishing with distance.
It's time for you to make a choice, vile one,
she said in a low voice.
Breathe life anew, fully recovered. No scratches, no scars, no sign that you ever perished. Free to cause as much irreparable harm as possible.
Jeb's eyes flicked over to the sedentary cat, which tilted its head and meowed at him, although it was less like a meow and more like a rotting pumpkin being pummeled by a baseball bat. The vile goddess's robes floated softly, even as her body moved hurriedly back to the spot in front of his face.
Or leave everything behind, everything you worked for, everything you accomplished.
She paused and placed her frigid hand over his heart.
Everyone you love.
One of the cat's ears perked up, and a baritone woof escaped its fuzzy little face. If a maple bar gained sentience and found itself on top of a Casio keyboard, the resulting nightmare might resemble this creature.
Tommy!
Jeb nearly shouted.
Before me! Was there a guy my age here before me?
The vile goddess retracted her hand and stepped away from her guest.
There was.
Jeb had a lump in the back of his throat and a blistering sadness in his chest, and it made speaking difficult.
So he's back on Earth now?
The goddess smiled.
I can taste your subtle pain of the unknown,
she revealed, squeeing with delight.
It is but an appetizer, I hope, for the main dish to come.
His legs felt weak.
What happened to him?
Do you like cleavers? I like cleavers,
she professed.
I hope you detest cleavers.
When she got no rise out of Jeb, the vile goddess relented.
Your Tommy is not back on Earth,
she spoke coldly.
He chose death. It was a shame, but I hope that doesn't deter you.
A slow but steady drip echoed within the cavern and reignited the tinnitus exploding in Jeb's ears. The ringing droned out the sound of everything but his breathing until that too became usurped by the sharp tongue of deliverance. Every sensory organ told him to hide, but he was everywhere, inescapable from the surreal reality thrusting itself underneath his clean fingernails. There was no place to be safe, no surface that dread and burdensome acceptance had not already taken root. His own body was no exception. An infestation of worthlessness stewed in his gut and sloshed around. Tiny claws of worry breached the acid pool surface and latched onto the stomach lining, dredging from the digestive ditch a long-discarded feeling. Loneliness. The emotion clawed its way up his esophagus and reached Jeb's lips. Those salty tears crashed against the dam under his reddening eyes, and his throat stopped letting breaths in and closed up. He could not open his mouth. Relinquishment of admittance would be the end of Tommy, so he would not. He pursed his lips as tightly as possible, never daring to breathe again, never faulting another friend. But, again, reality knocked, and, because of humanity's collective weakness to destiny, was let in.
We are not done,
screamed a multitude of distressed voices in unison.
We do not yield.
Jeb gagged and shook.
We will never rest.
The vile goddess watched in befuddled wonder as the human before her began to fade to nothing. She swung out a long, thin limb that swished through his image, and he then ceased to exist in her realm altogether.
Oh, that's some bullshit,
she screamed, the clouds of her eyes thrashing about like a baby in a blender.
Now what am I supposed to eat?
She looked over at the cat, which returned her gaze the best it could, and began a purr that sounded like a bag of potato chips being shaken a bit harder than one should.
At least I have you, Mr. Bubbles.
Mr. Bubbles opened his stinky mouth and let loose a yawn mimicking a lawnmower running over a piñata stuffed with glass jars of lard. It then proceeded to ignore the vile goddess and lick its butthole for the next 22 years. Lightning beamed down from the sky, attacking the air upon its descent, and ruptured the earth. A light drizzle of rain kept the surface of everything wet, including the mighty Bearweather County Prison, a miniature fortress housing just 49 convicted murderers and rapists. The rain had been steadily falling for the last few hours, and darkness had just begun to set in. 200 yards northeast of the prison entrance, underneath the forest canopy, a large area of grass was rising a foot above the ground. It then parted from the center. A man ascended from the space, situating a mask over his face. The rest of his body appeared as the platform he stood on steadily rose up and locked into place at ground level. He stepped off the little elevator and began a steady, methodical pace into the undergrowth. Water droplets pelting the area dampened all sound that attempted to escape the vicinity. The masked man walked through the woods until the guard tower searchlights became visible. His boots prodded the ground, the path he had walked over so many times in his head. Determination within held his hand and led the way toward the prison.
As he neared the bright beams of light, his left hand pressed a small green button on a device attached to his wrist, and he disappeared. But the sound of his footsteps, only discernible within a few feet, continued to march toward the detainment facility. A hot ray of light danced over the grass and careened toward him, and then through him, passing by without a trace of suspicion. The man approached a tall cement wall. His fingers closed around a small container in his pocket and brought it out into the downpour. He stretched out his arm and rolled up a sleeve. Quickly, he rubbed the container's metal, grater-esque side back and forth across his exposed skin several times until he deemed that it was enough, and placed it at face level against the cement fortification. Something in the container moved, and soon enough, the container began filling with and leaking an extremely pervasive acid that melted a large hole in the wall. When the exposed wall stopped bubbling and steaming, the man slipped through the opening and made his way across a minimalist basketball court. But before he'd fully crossed, an urge came over him. A switch on his right wrist was flipped, and he began rotating his hands in front of his face. The falling rain stopped short of slamming against his palms and, instead, hovered in the air above them. The man kept moving his hands around, and the water droplets formed together into one contiguous ball. Satisfied with its ping-pong ball-like shape, he marched over to a crudely etched into the ground three-point line. He took a shot, arching the water sphere toward the netless hoop. It hit the ring and came apart with a splash, but he hadn't stuck around to watch the inevitable, and was already moving on to his next wall. He unearthed another container and repeated the home renovation process. At last he'd escaped the rain and was securely inside the prison. With his invisibility still in effect, he walked through an unmonitored hallway lined with eggshell-colored linoleum flooring. He moved quickly, recalling his vigorous study of the prison layout, attempting to not get it mixed up with his simultaneous study of Baby Gap's location within the South Velcro Mall. His feet propelled him to the end of the hall, where he then turned right and kept moving. At that moment, a security guard entered the same hallway, exiting the stairwell to where the man was headed. The man pressed himself against the wall as the guard meandered forward. But the guard suddenly stopped a few feet in front of the unseen intruder and carefully moved closer to that on which his eyes were transfixed. Small droplets of water sparkled faintly on the floor in a uniform trail leading around the corner. The guard reached for the radio attached to his hip, but was stopped when the man raised an invisible hand formed into the shape of a finger gun. An intense blue hue flashed in the vicinity, and the guard dropped to the floor, unconscious. The man quickly dragged the guard around the corner into his personal entrance, flipping the unlucky idiot belly up. The man unsheathed a long, stainless steel knife and thrust it deep into the guard's chest. The invisible man exited the stairwell on the third floor and walked silently toward a closed door he was certain was the surveillance room. Raising the finger gun once more, he pointed his index digit at a ceiling light just outside of the tiny, monitor-filled room. The quick flash of blue destroyed the fixture. Just as the man suspected, this hallway was one being observed, as one of the monitors went black from the lack of light. The guard inside stirred and flicked the tiny screen. When that did nothing to alleviate the problem, they looked out the tiny door window and saw for themselves that the light had indeed gone out. Wiping orange cheese puff dust from their fingers onto their pants, the guard cracked the door and peered out. A blue flash from point-blank range dropped the guard to the ground, and the door creaked all the way open. There were 2 more guards in the facility at this time of night, from the looks of the monitors. The man noted the locations and turned off all cameras. A signal jammer was quickly installed before he rendered useless all other technology inside the room. The knife was withdrawn, still covered in blood. It became cloaked in more as it was plunged into the chest of the most recent napping guard, never to wake again. The third guard was stationed in the sentry tower, manning the searchlight. As the rookie, she'd been tasked with the worst job. The only solace to be found up here was a good radio signal, but now that had stopped working for whatever reason. With nothing to distract her senses, she listened to the steady, whelming concerto of the pouring rain beating against the fortress, the forest, and various surfaces around her. She liked the rain enough, but liked it more when it ceased its oppressive deluge and left behind a smell of freshness that was unlike any other. She sniffed the air, hoping to sneak in an early whiff of the invigorating aroma to come, but her nose caught the penetrating odor of iron instead, and it was growing more intense and pervasive with each breath she took, until her last.
The man placed the warm, inert heart in a large weatherproof bag and left the sentry tower. From the stairwell, the man arrived at the bottom of the imprisonment area. A lone guard walked by the jail cells, split between two levels. They'd just finished traversing the top floor and were heading toward the very middle of the bottom floor within the large room. One flash of blue light later, the guard was face down on the linoleum. Some inmates heard the thump and rose to their cell doors. The man turned off his invisibility and walked out toward his victim. He secured the cell keys, a bunch of metal keys on one overly large ring, and then strolled toward the cell nearest to him. Jingling the little golden instruments, the man attracted the attention of most of the prisoners now. He slid the key into the door and turned it, taking in the satisfying sound of the lock sliding back. He opened the door. The inmate inside stared at him with uncertainty, refusing to come forward and meet this strange, wizard-like intruder. The man took 6 steps backward and smiled a symbol of assured safety, onto which the inmate latched. As the prisoner emerged, the whole of the room began whooping and cheering at the new jail-breaking savior. The freed prisoner smiled, truly smiled, for the first time in a very long time. He didn't know how to thank his bond cutter, and he wouldn't get the chance, as a flash of blue light rendered him limp and unconscious. The whooping stagnated. Flipping the guard on their back, the man unsheathed the bloody knife for the 4th and final time. It tore into the guard's torso, sawing away the flesh and muscle tissue. Blood sprayed over the man's face, as well as that of the lifeless guard. The knife cut away the tubes connecting the heart to the rest of the organs. The blade wouldn't be still for some time. The room had so many hearts that needed to be harvested. It would be a long night, but one that had been prepared for, not dreaded. The heart let out a final weak beat in his hand as the blood drained and slopped onto the navy blue uniform before being placed into a bag with the others. The man enjoyed his work. It was evident in the smile lining his face that he did. The zapped inmate was rolled over, their belly exposed. As a violent kiss, the knife sunk into the body, and the entire prison wing began to scream, hopelessly, for help from the ones who'd kept them locked up, separated from society, safe from murderers like him. It was 6 a.m. The man hadn't slept for a moment. He'd barely closed his eyes at all. Half an hour earlier, he finished his project and cleansed his body of the grime from the night's work. And now, the only thing to show for his all-nighter was a small cube precariously notched between his index and middle finger, glowing faintly 1 finger over from a lit cigarette. "Mirabelle, I've done it," he sang down the hallway like a 1940s crooner. Mirabelle answered her husband's lofty vocals.
"What is it you've done now? Invented a toothbrush that detects nearby orthodontists and places a reward for their demise on the International Assassin's Bounty Board?"
she guessed with amusement.
"Okay, I love that you know the direction of my hatred, but no. The bike helmet for our baby boy. I've made it."
He showed her the tiny cube.
"That little thing?"
she said skeptically.
"And just how is that going to protect our precious little Jebediah?"
His smile grew even smilier.
"I'm glad you asked. Once this is connected to Jebediah's nervous system, not even death will be able to touch our prized mini-human."
Mirabelle narrowed her eyes.
"You intend to perform surgery on our newborn baby, don't you?"
He placed his hand on her shoulder and gave it a soft squeeze.
"Yes, I do."
Chapter 13. Stairwell Aficionado. For a single moment that existed beyond the tethers of time, between nothingness and everything else, Jeb listened to 53 very unique shrieks of tortuous souls in agony suture his throat and breathe life back into his lungs. He gasped and sat straight up. His chest heaved in and out, and his fingers curled and dug into the loamy soil. An orange traffic cone stood upright over his left foot. He pushed it off and swung his head around and saw his friend lying motionless not far away. Without a real synapse going through, Jeb started to crawl toward him, but stopped, resigning to sit on his heels and stare from a distance. Something was going on behind him, but he didn't immediately care. It was only when a jet engine of a howl ripped through the air that he finally, hesitantly blinked and turned away from Tommy. Maybe 20 yards away, near the sack of football gas bombs, Sergio was lashing out with each fist at Pigskin. The antagonistic antithesis to Vitamin E jumped around in his blood-soaked police uniform and agilely but narrowly evaded the attacks. Jeb gasped. The knowledge of Pigskin returning to the fight with his wounds healed came rushing back. And Vic had returned, but the possibly more pertinent revelation made its way front and center. He, Jeb, was alive once more. How? His fingers meandered up to his neck and delicately felt for the stitched wound. No trace of it could be found. His throat gulped. The berserk screams he had heard were no longer in and around him, but their homicidal temperament would never be forgotten as long as he lived. Life. Will that be forever? A series of discs were loosed from Vic's light bike, but the rogue villain somersaulted away from the first two and batted away two others with a baton. After the volley, Sergio jumped back in and resumed swinging. A right hook nearly took off Pigskin's head, but he ducked, came back up, and swatted the charging bull villain in the jugular and then the knee. Pain seemed inconsequential to Sergio, who took reprimands one after the other, yet returned with blood-boiling rage and frenzied fisticuffs, wanting nothing more than to rip off his enemy's post-remortem, robustly moisturized arm and, with it, high-five the son of a bitch to death. Vic zoomed the bike to the right to get a new angle on his target. He pulled on the disc launcher, but a pitiful click resounded, signaling an empty chamber.
You couldn't finish me off then. You can't finish me now.
Pigskin further spurned Vic. The door-shielding villain let the bike tip over and fall to the earth. Without him on it, of course. To kill a man who cheats death is an impossible task. Pigskin unfurled a large, skin-heavy smile below his nose.
So why try now, knowing you cannot quell the storm I bring?
Thrusting his arms back, Vic flung his denim jacket to the ground behind him. Who were you before? Who was the man I broke with his own car door that day? A series of bones popped as he arched his head and cracked his neck. His left hand ate his right fist, and then vice versa, pressuring the fingers until the joints within released their gases and emitted that satisfying. It was because of you that I met a bull here. And once I learned of the vile goddess and her resurrective powers, I had this haunting suspicion, and so I did some research on the asshole I grated on the pavement.
I saw the pictures,
Pigskin squealed with adoration.
You made lemonade from my zesty cadaver.
The denim-less dude delved deeper into his deduction. I learned of the man who was pronounced dead at the scene, carried off in an ambulance, who escaped that very ambulance without a scratch on him. Vic was getting worked up now. That's when I knew you had taken the oath. You were still out there. Pigskin's hands clapped together slowly in a condescending manner.
Bravo, bravo! Your detective work deserves the classic slow clap.
He stopped his sluggish applause and picked at something in his teeth.
You really bring out the worst in me. As for whom I was, you know, I always told myself I'd never be one of those monologuing villains, but right here and now, I have this unyielding urge to divulge my story. It's insane. I guess I'm just a basic bitch after all.
His arm lifted a baton, which he then used to scratch a spot on the side of his head.
Blank Stare. That was my name. You probably know that.
He laughed rather sadly as he began to reminisce.
I would loiter in stairwells, usually in apartment buildings, and wait for unsuspecting post-grocery store shoppers, sitting in utter silence until my victim climbed all the way to the top of the stairs,
he told them, mimicking legs with two of his fingers.
Before I knocked their groceries out of their hands, collected off the ground what I could and split. In that half second, created after the groceries soared into the air, but before they hit the ground, I always looked for a carton of milk. I much preferred orange juice, but probably because I was hanging out in dingy stairwells, my body was usually on its vitamin D reserves, and milk has plenty of it.
He pointed 2 finger guns at the buff villains and clicked his mouth twice.
Thank you for that lesson in nutrition,
Sergio said sarcastically, but inwardly noting the tip.
Egg yolks are also rich in this stuff,
The villain, formerly known as Blank Stare, continued.
but the eggshells usually broke from the scuffle.
He looked from one of his listeners to the other.
As you can tell, it was super specific arching that required an inordinate amount of waiting around doing nothing. I quickly began to hate it, but I'd already taken out a loan and spent it all on my costume, business cards, and a labyrinth-esque stairwell-themed lair.
His eyes glanced down and became transfixed on his shiny golden police badge. He pulled his arm in and polished its smudges with the uniform sleeve.
I was so fed up with the life I'd convinced myself I wanted that I woke up one day and started drinking, and kept drinking, and found myself in a car. I went for a drive through the city. That's when I bumped into you.
His smile strengthened.
And I suppose that's when your friend bumped into me. Yeah, I recognize you now,
he said, gesturing at Sergio before addressing Vic once again.
And then you whacked me off in the street while he watched.
You!
Vic and Sergio groaned together.
My body naturally curled up and cowered when it began receiving what would be death blows from you. But as I looked inside myself in those final moments, I found no trace of fear, and I welcomed every surge of pain that this nervous system relayed to my brain.
His hands hug each other with a loud slap.
Once I found myself in the vile goddess's chamber of torment, it felt like a new but familiar, welcoming beginning. After my 8 hours of excruciating pleasure was finished, I arrived back on Earth in this fully repaired body with a melted Cadbury egg in my pocket, and I may have maimed the EMT riding with me in the back of the ambulance,
he said, stifling a schoolboy's giggle.
I went on a field trip of self-help, and by circumstances aptly encouraged by my therapist, witnessed the vast differences in people, how they treat their neighbors. Foreigners, store cashiers, janitors, bosses, celebrities, their fellow countrymen of contrasting pigmented skin. How they treated those they supposedly loved. My own 2 eyes saw the fakeness they tried to pass off as authenticity, the falsehoods they wore as armor. But under my knife, under threat of death, they all acted the same. They all compromised. They all promised. They all begged. They all bled the same. And they all looked more alike than they knew underneath their individualistic outer layer of dermis and hair. Why keep the truth hidden, I thought. If thine weakness art perceived by I, and mine to thou, surely there will be nothing left to lock away from sight, no pride to hold above others when you are staring into the face of recognition, of mutual pain, acceptance or disdain, of equality.
A blot of blood shot from Sergio's mouth as he spit and stretched his pectorals.
So naturally That translated to flaying people.
Pigskin looked his adversary in the eyes and glided his tongue over his smooth, even teeth.
Naturally.
Well, Sergio started, flexing his muscles in preparation to re-engage once again.
You've got one big problem before you. I like my skin where it is.
The rogue villain scoffed and shook his head.
If I had a nickel. But I fear we're reaching the end of this discussion, so I will ask you both this. Why are you villains?
Well, Vic began.
I'm not playing your games, Pigskin,
Sergio deflected. He roared and charged his opponent. Just then, a faint whistle was heard a mere moment before a blood-stained silver javelin tobogganed through the air and nestled down into and through Pigskin's ankle. No one moved a muscle, but all three pairs of eyes shimmied earthward and spotted the aviated object now residing in a between-bones spot just above Pigskin's foot. After the confirmation, the eyes and heads all searched for the point of origin.
Wonderful throw, Master Jebediah.
Simon telephoned in from afar.
Way to put those banana-peeling muscles to work.
Virtually imperceptible but unmistakably distinguishable treble-heavy audience laughter lingered around after the automaton finished the degradingly encouraging remark. Sergio resumed his earlier plan of attack and surged forward. He landed a whopping 3-pound fist on Pigskin's nose, completely pushing the cartilage into his victim's face. The rogue villain fell to the ground, but Sergio remained motionless in the stance with his arm extended, rigid. The javelin was no longer through Pigskin's ankle. It was in Sergio's gut.
I want to make a stomach pun here, but I can't think of any,
Pigskin called out on his back.
You get the point.
No! Vic screamed as he raced forward to place protective paws on his pierced partner.
I'm okay,
the charging bull villain grunted. His hands closed around the javelin. He gripped it tightly, nearly boiled the saliva bubbling around his tongue, and pulled the tip out of his stomach. A minor but intense fountain of blood poured forth.
Maybe we should leave that in there,
he concluded, re-sticking himself with the spear and coughing from the added pain. Flipping himself over and leaping up with all 4 limbs, the flaying villain attempted to flee the situation. Pigskin's body was thrust sideways, however, as Jeb lowered his shoulder and used tackle, wrapping his arms around the maniac's thighs in a move that would have made Coach Barnswallow swell with joy. It dealt 5 points of damage and immobilized his foe. Before the rogue villain even hit the ground, he was preparing a counter-offensive. He swung an elbow that clipped Jeb on the chin. Then he retrieved a baton from his belt and bludgeoned the young henchman in the face thrice and attempted once more to flee. But his ankle was caught on something. His head furiously ripped around and, to his angry surprise, he saw the henchman holding on to his bloodied foot and staring up at him with an unbludgeoned face. The baton came down again, striking Jeb on the head 6 times in succession, but the boy refused to let go of Pigskin's ankle. And further, the boy appeared to be unfazed and undamaged. Pigskin began yelling in confusion, putting all his might into hitting the pest latched onto him.
Thwap, smack, whack.
Nothing worked.
Thwop, thwop, bop.
He just kept staring up into Pigskin's eyes.
Thwack, barack, tupac.
Why won't you die?
He yelled as tears rolled from his eyes and became trapped in his sunken nose below. And then he stopped when he felt the cold Bowie knife enter his stomach.
I would dare you to be a better person,
Jeb said calmly.
But you don't have the guts.
He slashed the blade horizontally, and all the wiggly little intestines inside Pigskin spilled out and sloshed onto the ground, as if Michael Winslow had stepped on an industrial-sized tube of toothpaste.
Don't kill him!
Vic shouted, bounding over to Jeb and seizing the large knife. He'll just come back again. He looked at Jeb and noted how intact the boy was. Then, calmly and slowly, he slid the blade over Jeb's arm. The skin split open, then closed itself almost immediately. I don't believe this. You've had one this whole time, but you wouldn't kill... No, you wouldn't. He paused, taking the second to search for the boy's soul. Where did you get it? Who made it for you? Jeb shook his head and shrugged. Vic stood over him, still stunned, but he eventually gave away a tiny grin.
You're a first-rate henchman, Jeb. I'm sorry it ends this way, but I'm glad you and I are able to see it to fruition.
He turned to Pigskin, who was struggling to keep his composure and guts together.
This is your last step, blank stare. Ground floor. Game over.
Pigskin looked up at his antagonizer, his face showing worry for the first time. Sergio decided to remove the javelin again, but this time he was ready with a makeshift t-shirt bandage.
Vic, what in the hell have you been doing?
He questioned, getting in his friend's personal space.
Why did you become a villain, Sergio?
The big man tightened the shirt around his stomach and tied it in a knot.
It was the only option,
he replied with little thought. Vic gazed through his friend.
I had other options. And then, just the one.
He met Sergio's eyes again.
But now, I have what I need, and the opportunity to use it.
Vic,
He looked over his friend's entirety, and then relocked eyes.
What is it that you have?
He asked slowly.
What the kids had all this time, apparently. That snarky little...
He took a deep breath into his lungs.
I'm going to use it to kill her, Serge.
Who?
Vic pointed up to the sky.
God? The vile goddess?
He nearly screamed.
She's the reason for the pigskins of the world. We're not meant to cheat death. The self-torture.
He looked down at the gutless murderer.
It changes us. I feel less.
Pigskin squirmed.
You're delusional. You can't do that.
I have the device inside my heart, unlike the kid who must have his on the outside. It will pass over with me into her realm.
He rapped on his chest.
Without my agreement to her contract, she won't be able to control me. With this device in my body, she won't be able to kill me. I'll put an end to the cycle.
He took a step closer.
But I need your help.
The white shirt around Sergio's waist had turned red. He looked away from Vic and shook his large head.
No.
Sergio, I'm not giving you a choice.
No, Vic, fuck you!
Vic put the knife handle in Sergio's hands. He grasped his friend by the back of the neck and pulled him in close.
Train this puny boy to hold my door properly.
The slight, minute smile he wore wavered and sank into a frown. Spit flew from his mouth as his lungs erupted in a yell that registered on the local Richter scale. He reeled back his fist and clocked Sergio in the jaw. The charging bull villain staggered. His long, cluttered hair fell down over his face, hiding everything but his mouth. He parted his cut lips and met the loud decibels of his friend with a roar of sorrow and remorse. The knife was drawn back, the screams unabated. By the hilt it was brought forward, rustling from the tree's leaves drowned in silent gasps. The blade plunged ahead into the neck and didn't stop until it reached the other side, and still the man yelled. Pigskin made a weak attempt to grasp the javelin, now soaked in the blood of 3 different victims of unwanted probing, nearby on the grass, but fell over.
Why did he do that?
He gasped, struggling to swallow air.
Why did he do that?
He repeated.
Oh, what did he mean? This is my last.
He doubled over as his pancreas, a bit camera shy, made its world debut and slipped out from his open torso.
Kill me! Kill me now!
He gurgled in frustration. Jeb looked down upon the pathetic villain and then across the short horizon. 3 gray and mauve vans were rolling across the field toward him. In the sky, a helicopter appeared and surpassed the cruising land vehicles. It hovered over the sack of gas bombs and unfurled 4 ropes, down which a squad of 7 League of Enduring Vileness legionnaires slid, and 1 legionnaire fell. The soldiers hurried from the ropes and vehicles and surrounded all parties on the battlefield.
Look at this mess!
The gas-masked legionnaire exclaimed toward the entirely unhurt Jeb.
Did Boromir try and take the ring from you, little one?
Sergio threw the knife down. It stuck into the grass just before the legionnaire's gray boots.
You assholes have some impeccable timing,
he chastised with contempt.
You think that was an accident?
Gas Mask rebutted.
I stepped in intestine.
Gas Mask's hockey masked counterpart announced while looking down.
What?
Gas Mask lifted up their shoe.
Oh, great. I stepped in intestine too.
A barely cognizant pigskin moaned on the ground, in either pain or discomfort or general sorrow from the thwarting of his plan and or tromping on his guts.
Were all of you sitting on your thumbs on the outskirts of the battlefield, waiting for us to kill each other?
Jeb pressed. Hockey Mask scratched their head and looked down at the grass.
Do you want to field this one?
They asked their partner. Gas Mask exhaled.
We got here as fast as we could mobilize the troops.
It's been over an hour since our automaton over there listened in on the information that you dipshits had that led us here.
Jeb lambasted them.
And my car broke down halfway here. We rode that automaton the rest of the way. You have no excuse for your tardiness.
The Legionnaires looked over at Simon.
Goddess damn, we need to get one of those.
Hockey Mask fawned.
About her,
Sergio mumbled.
The vile goddess is dead,
Jeb blurted out. He watched their eyelids disappear behind the masks as the whites of their eyes widened. Gas Mask stuttered.
What?
If only he had accepted the spikes into his
rectum. Simon wailed 40 yards away as a group of Legionnaires hoisted the bot up and placed it in the back of a van.
Do not let a similar fate befall you, you
Gothic macaques.
Here, let me assist you with these defense suppositories.
Are we goths? A medical legionnaire asked their coworker.
I like to think we're steampunks,
they answered, closing the van doors on the automaton. Jeb watched as Necropancer was carefully loaded into a different van. He wondered about the villain's fate, whether he would live with his injuries or not. Body bags, 1, 2, 3 of them, were unfurled for Killimantaro, the Harlem Globetrotter, and Bookworm. And a fourth body bag, a white sheet with only a small League of Enduring Vileness logo adorning it.
A door left here to kill the vile goddess,
Jeb stated after refocusing on the two Legionnaires in front of him.
He'll succeed.
Hockey Mask hesitated with the utmost glottal fry simmering in their voice.
I died and met her. My throat was slit, and I came back without a scratch and without going through her torture,
Jeb continued. Gas Mask looked around.
I feel like there should be a superior officer around to hear this.
Jeb advanced and got up in their faces.
You let us die out here. He killed my best friend.
The two Legionnaires looked at one another.
Look,
Hockey Mask began.
We just organized at the office and formed a union like last week.
And our representative bargained for a safer work environment.
Gas Mask cut in.
I'm sorry, kid, but I just got eye coverage, and I've needed new contact lenses for forever because my glasses are an old prescription.
You can't even see the individual leaves on trees when they're far away,
Hockey Mask added.
Yeah, I can't even see the individual tree leaves from far away. They're all just...
Gas Mask waved their hands around.
Green amalgamation.
Hockey Mask sighed.
Look, Jeb.
Jeb,
Gas Mask repeated.
Do you know what kind of people run headlong into battle and die?
Hockey Mask's hidden lips asked him.
Henchmen like you.
Jeb took a deep breath in through his nostrils.
I literally cannot die right now. Choose your next few words carefully.
Whoa. All right, forget the beautiful analogy that was absolutely going to put you at ease, and hear this. Who do you think called Vic and told him where to find his nemesis?
Hockey Mask waited for the Rudy Giuliani-like secret information dump to set in and begin to permeate.
That motorcycle sure didn't point itself in the direction of whoever wronged its driver and vroom over here.
Gas Mask jumped into the conversation.
Because then you'd be thinking of Revengin, the super badass man motorcycle hybrid.
That dude is like a centaur cyberpunk.
Hockey Mask followed up.
You dipshits really called Vic here?
Jeb asked sincerely. The two Legionnaires crossed their arms and leaned against one another in a dorky pose.
We may have snuck a peek or two at his file,
Hockey Mask said with pride.
Learned of his woes,
Gas Mask added. Hockey Mask winked, but it went unnoticed.
The League of Enduring Vileness knows many secrets.
You knew his plan was to kill the vile goddess after taking down Pigskin?
Jeb asked. The arms became uncrossed, and the pose was abandoned.
Oh, fuck! I already forgot about that.
Hockey Mask cursed. Gas Mask intervened.
If anyone asks, just tell them you don't know how Vic got here, or that his motorcycle is magic.
I think this one's dead, a nearby Legionnaire proclaimed, using their boot to prod Coach Barnswallow's motionless frame. Jeb sighed.
Be careful,
he warned the Legionnaire before putting his own head in his hands and whispering to himself.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
He looked back up at the Legionnaire and unpursed his lips.
You'll get updog on your foot.
The guard showed worry and retracted their boot. What's updog? Jeb looked them dead in their masks' eye slits.
Not much, Duck.
He shook his head.
You know what? No, I'm not doing this.
He shrugged his shoulders.
I'm just not.
Pigskin was loaded onto and strapped into a gurney by two medical officers trying desperately to not be grossed out while picking up the dead man's slippery, loose organs. Lying on his back, Pigskin found Jeb's eyes watching him.
By defeating me, you've defeated humanity's chance for peace and acceptance,
he managed to softly shout at Jeb.
I dare to solve life's hard questions. Have you asked yourself what you've really done here?
He retched and coughed up a blot of blood and saliva that oozed down his chin.
Congratulations, you've rejected change and maintained the status quo of ignorance and prejudice and inequality. You bit the hand when it sought your throat, when it attempted to remove your cancer.
The medical personnel hoisted his gurney and began wheeling him into a spacious vehicle. Pigskin grunted from pain and found Jeb's gaze once more.
I don't know what you are, but you have the opportunity to reshape society. When this city rose from the shallow graves of the meek, villains simply chose to pester and hide in the shadows, rather than kill for any true ideals.
He was wheeled to the back of the van.
Death. And still they cowered.
The doors began to close on his beaten face.
In the end, that's all a villain does. It's all you've done. I hope it was worth it.
Chapter 13.5 16-ounce hot Americano. Dear Dr. Francis Bronstein, the Coronation of Heroes LLC, thank you for the sale of equipment, armaments, specifically those incredible flamethrower-mounted tiaras, flexible vestments, and everything in between during these past 7 years, the benefits of which can clearly be seen by the number of criminal apprehensions made by our company during the previously mentioned time frame. This is why we deeply regret the recent decisions made and subsequent law passed by lawmakers to forbid TCOH LLC and the general public from further purchases of your, as of now, contraband. We can't have any more Sweet 16s turning into emotionally distraught cremation parties, griped the old bags in Congress. There is so much loud clanging coming from the Renaissance Fair. The decibel level exceeds that of a rock and roll concert. The codgers complain. I was de-scrotumed by a grappling gun. That one was really on him. Senator Kershwitz had the thing upside down, and for some reason that he has failed to explain, he was in his birthday suit, sitting alone in his private theater while Air Bud played on the big screen. So, yeah, this is hard. It's like breaking up with a girlfriend after 7 years of dating. A girlfriend who is as exceptionally knowledgeable in thermonuclear fission as she is in sewing. In conclusion,
Please, 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 don't go off the grid and begin developing weapons for the League of Enduring Vileness, just like we told the Senate this law would force you to do. We're not asking you to give up your livelihood. We're just hoping you'll pursue it in a different fashion. Like, why not become a barista? They work with extremely hot materials and steam wands and centrifugal force and whatnot. Bob, do you remember Bob? You may have known him as the hero Staccato. He was the one who wore a collection of music sheet paper as a cape and poked criminals quite hard and abruptly with the pointy end of his trusty clarinet. Became a barista after he retired. Oh, he loved it until a teenage coworker, unaware of his nut allergy, accidentally murdered him with a homemade macadamia nut croissant. Kids, what are you gonna do? I don't want you to get the idea that we're twisting your arm, but if the Corps catches you selling these dangerous and fatal products, we will have no choice but to arrest you and confiscate your belongings. I'm sorry, friend, but my hands are tied, figuratively. Best wishes.
Signed, Contortellini, TCOH LLC spokesperson. Chapter 14. Better Service. Sitting on a stool, hunched over the bar, Sergio stared into his no longer frothy, melancholy moon's lager. Carbonation bubbles still ascended to the top, and he watched them with listless retina. Geff slid a plate, eclipsed by a large Belgian waffle topped with whipped cream eyes and a grinning blueberry mouth, in front of the big guy, but Sergio didn't stir.
Do you have any vegetables, Geff?
Sergio finally raised his head and looked at the softly smiling old man.
Aye,
Geff responded with a nod.
Savory waffle coming up.
I'll take that sweet waffle,
Jeb called out as he stepped into the bar from the porch. He closed the solid, metal-plated door behind him, emptied a dustpan full of cigarette butts into the trash, and then claimed a seat next to Sergio. He picked up a fork and knife and arched his neck over the pan-fried delicacy.
Shoot. Geff, may I have some strawberries?
The short bartender poked his head up into the kitchen window.
Sorry, I'm all out. Them 4 in the corner got the last of 'em.
Jeb turned to where Geff had nodded his head. In a booth sat 4 of Francis's thin-skinned former assistants.
Sergio?
He whispered and tapped the big man on the shoulder.
I know,
Sergio replied without looking up from his beer.
I shook 'em down, but they insisted they had already moved on from what happened earlier, and they hold no allegiance to any party,
he grumbled.
Plus, they pre-tip for their meal with actual money.
He didn't like the answer, but Jeb turned his attention back to his waffle and prodded it with a fork.
Oh, right.
He reached into a pocket of the thin violet hoodie he wore.
I probably should give these back to my mom, seeing as she has to put up with my dad. But I just wasn't aware she smoked, so I took them away.
He held out the carton of cigarettes he'd pocketed earlier.
Would you like some?
The big guy stared at them. It was a completely full pack. The outer cardboard had been dented. The bottom end looked like it had been partially sat on. He stared on. The white and orange cylinders lined the carton like a neat but tightly packed sock drawer full of hand grenades.
No.
They were so uniform and orderly, just waiting for their mark to be brought out into the sun, a blindfolded target cooling their warm back against a rough wall of cement.
I'm good.
They poked their smiling faces over each other and laughed and jeered and affixed their bayonets, salivating, waiting in earnest to hear the order to charge forth and pinion their returning champion.
I smoked my last 3 cigarettes, with that automaton.
He snorted.
How weird is that?
He returned to gazing into the alcoholic galaxy below his chin.
Well, hey, that's cool.
Jeb encouraged with uneasiness.
Good for you? Good for you.
Sergio breathed a heavy sigh out through his nose.
I don't think it was me who made the decision to quit. You see, I've tried quitting 5 times, I think. But this time, earlier, when I came to at Francis's place, in your cramped car and staring at a couple Legionnaires, the want, the unceasing reminder that it had been so and so minutes since my last smoke break and my body was low in nicotine, was gone.
Without really meaning to, Jeb stuck out his lips and chin and swiveled his eyes back and forth as he thought some thoughts.
Huh.
He closed the carton and placed it back in the hoodie pocket. He snorted.
I guess we'll add that to the scarce list of mysteries, seeing as a few of them have been solved.
He turned back to the waffle. Its dairy smile was deflating. The blueberries were trying their best to gain his attention, but they were no strawberries.
Did we do the right thing? I mean, Pigskin was crazy, but...
Sergio interrupted Jeb's open thought.
Would you voluntarily sign up to have your skin melted off?
The henchman sighed deeply. He cut off a piece of waffle, scooped up some of the cream and ate it, and then another piece, but with blueberries in the bite.
Sometimes the right thing and the thing that needs to happen are not one and the same.
The big guy scratched an itch under his nose.
And besides, if Pigskin was right, he would have had a bigger army.
Still chewing the second piece, Jeb began cutting a third. But he suddenly stopped. He set down the silverware, swiveled the stool to the left, and stood up.
Well, letting those little assholes eat here might be the right thing, but I'm not gonna let it happen.
Sergio finally stirred and raised his head toward the young henchman.
Oh, are you going to beat them up?
He asked lethargically.
Yeah,
Jeb answered with confidence.
I'm gonna give them a full refund.
The Charging Bull villain's eyes perked up a bit, and he slowly swung his head back around. He hoisted the mug up to his lips, cast his head back, and swallowed the remainder of warm beer. His legs pushed against the floor and supported him as he met Jeb in standing.
Throw a chair,
he ordered the hench.
Like, across the room?
Jeb attempted to clarify.
Yeah.
Jeb picked up a chair and tossed it as far as he could. It hit the wooden beam to which Necropancer had been taped the day prior, cracking in half. Sergio picked up a chair for himself and hurled it against the wall where it splintered into a dozen pieces. The thin-skinned minions were now staring at the two of them, eyes wide and blood vessels pumping in terror. A bull popped his knuckles, then smacked Jeb's chest.
Let's go get you those strawberries.
Epilogue.
You're going to like it here. They have leaderboards for every kind of statistic you can think of,
Whitney explained.
And there's infinite food. And yes, that includes waffles. Plus, you can spy on living people from up here whenever you want, as long as they're not doing anything a mother of Latter-day Saints wouldn't disapprove of.
Whoa, is that where we are? Mormon heaven?
Tommy asked. Whitney shrugged her shoulders.
No one really knows for sure.
Can I see what Jeb is doing?
Totally, just look down.
Tommy did so. Slowly, the ground faded and showed a somewhat aerial view of the inside of Flipper's Flappy Jacks.
Hey, there he is! And that big guy there is Sergio.
I know,
Whitney replied.
I've been watching you guys.
Oh,
Tommy answered.
Oh, God, you've seen everything, haven't you?
Whitney laughed.
Just about.
Tommy nervously chuckled and looked down again.
Hey, it's those minion assholes. Wait, what the?
Yeah, everything is super censored up here,
Whitney said.
Speaking of...
The video feed of Flippers showed Jeb standing atop a pummeled minion. He was proudly holding a bowl full of succulent and juicy strawberries high above his head. But the entire feed cut to black when the victorious henchman proceeded to take a sip of coffee. Tommy rapped his knuckles on the ground, but only static remained.
Damn this Mormon heaven bullshit!
He sighed, and then moved his thoughts elsewhere. The structure below him wavered and then showcased a different video feed, this one featuring a hospital room, specifically necropancers.
What a strange fellow, that one,
Whitney commented with tentative admiration.
Yeah. Hey, wait!
He suddenly burst out laughing. Whitney leaned in closer to get a better look at the contents on the screen. The villain was lying on a bed and covered head to toe in white bandages, but someone had slipped a pair of jeans over his legs and pulled them down around his ankles. When Whitney noticed the clever irony, she straightened up and roared a fierce guffaw to the heavens. Footnote 8. Or whatever exists above Mormon heaven. Idaho? Tommy noticed a piece of paper propped up on Necropancer's bedside table. He moved his fingers on the screen, but nothing happened.
How do I zoom with this thing? He asked in frustration.
You've got to pinch...
I am pinching!
Your butt cheeks. You've got to pinch your butt cheeks to zoom,
she finished. Tommy stopped wiggling his fingers. He turned his head and looked at her deadly serious expression. He blinked his eyes, one at a time.
Pinch my butt cheeks? Is that a Mormon thing?
Whitney shrugged a second time. The second shrug of many more to come, she was sure. In this place, definitive answers were harder to come by than romance novelists.
This afterlife doesn't make a lick of sense,
he grumbled. Jeb's last words spoken to him came floating back to his mind.
Like you said, weird stuff.
He momentarily sported a stern grin before losing it entirely when he clamped his cheeks together and watched the screen below his face throttle in response. It zoomed in on a cup full of watermelon jello with crystal clear clarity that would have given CSI's Mac Taylor an uncomfortable bulge in his trousers. Tommy relaxed his cheeks, and the camera panned out. He carefully followed the maneuver with a light squeeze that settled the camera on the note sitting next to the sleeping villain's bandage-wrapped head and face. Tommy read aloud.
They say that flesh is slimming. In fact, every supermodel worth looking at has already removed their 8 to 10 pounds of skin to get down to that desired weigh-in. Strut your stuff. An Axeman sidearm awaits your return. P.S. I heard that the patient 2 doors down from your room has a bit of a thing for you. She'd really like to handcuff you to a bedpost and rough you up a bit. Signed, the Christened Newbie.
Tommy clasped his hands on his knees and stood up to meet Whitney's glowing face.
So these leaderboards you mentioned, does it show...
Your longest fart? Whitney interrupted. Yes, you aren't even close to my record. Come, you have much to learn, young windbreaker. Post-epilogue. Well, there you have it, Francis. The tissue reconstructor worked like I said it would.
I never had any doubt that it would work, you foolish boy.
He pressed her. You just didn't want to get your hands dirty.
I dug my fingers into the soil just fine, but I didn't want my hands stained,
Francis pushed back.
But in any case, you found a power source, and you've sustained no ill repercussions as far as I can see.
He was silent.
Or you have?
The white-haired super scientist asked. Jeb's father stared at the floor for another second before reaching for an open bottle of wine. Just the lost friendship with an old colleague. He refilled her glass and topped himself off. She stared at him with caution.
How is the boy's body handling the implant?
You've seen him, he replied mid-drink. If he's made it 24 years, 26, 5? Anyway, he's lived a completely normal, happy life just fine.
Do you really think there are no ill side effects in your mental psyche, nor the boy's?
Francis interrogated. He took a long drink from the glass and shrugged his eyebrows.
Your capacity for love runs so deep.
She reluctantly grabbed the wine glass offered to her and took a quick sip of the red liquid.
How long are you going to keep me down here?
Oh, you're free to go whenever you want, seeing as Simon is quite far away from you at the present.
Why? Is that automaton programmed to kill me on sight?
She ribbed with a short laugh. The wine glass in his hand was again raised to his mouth, and he took from it another big glug.
Oh my Galileo, it is programmed to kill me!
Come now, Francis, let's not pretend that you don't have a dungeon full of beasts trained to do the same to me.
I do not,
she huffed. But you, he stammered, sloshing wine onto his computer console that was made wine-proof long ago. But we hated each other.
So you burned down my lab. You weren't the first of my assistants to do so, and certainly not the last.
Oh?
My current, former now, I guess, lab assistants kept spontaneously combusting and burning my laboratories to ashes, including my good yarn.
Ah, that's an easy fix. Switch your string to Nomex.
Not the problem I'm most concerned about here, boy. What about my flaming hench problem?
Right. Well, I was talking about both. Did you ever capture any Tabeo vermis from the Solitudinum forest in Irava? She nodded her head.
Well, factually, I bought mine at Colonel Mustard's Villain Surplus Store and Popcorn Factory.
Oh, I love that place. They had a great deal on candlesticks a couple months ago.
Oh, I know, but my damn Children of the Van underlings took them and really made a mess of my knitting room.
Neat.
Either way, you just feed the worms some Nomex, put their excrement in your natalizer, and your, human output should combust no more.
He scratched the short-shaved hair bristles lining his chin.
It's not foolproof, though. They may still dissolve into a puddle that is only removable by playing a recording of the late Billy Mays yelling at stains to get lost. He smiled. At least, that's something Jeb would say.
Francis's face displayed skepticism in an overtly demeaning way. He finished his glass of wine and gave an earnest smile.
Or you could just feed your henchmen waffles.
The judgment radiating from Francis persisted.
I seem to remember your avidness for pancakes.
He chuckled.
I'm coming around.
The end. Thank you, Mom. Without your financial and pie-baking support, this would have never been written. Thank you for supporting my creative pursuits, even if my track record of get-rich-quick schemes isn't so good. Thank you, Matins. The vegetables from your garden and the fish from your freezer quite literally powered me as I chipped away at this project for what seemed like an eternity. You're the greatest second set of parents I could hope for. Thank you, Jackson Public and Doc Hammer, for creating the most fulfilling series, Venture Brothers, ever made. It was my biggest source of inspiration and always gave me hope and happiness when I was at my lowest. About the author. Robert Sater is constantly thinking of a pun to make. He lives off groans. Hailing from Quinault, he now calls Olympia, Washington home, writing vague descriptions of his life in the third person, apparently. If he's not cooking candy at his day job, he's most likely watching Star Trek or a video depicting the speedrunning history of some classic video game. The_impotent_Sater.
The End. This has been Henchmen Eat Waffles, written by Robert Sater, narrated by Robert Sater. Copyright 2021. Production copyright 2022 by Robert Sater. If you've made it this far, I'm genuinely impressed. Very few people have read or listened to this book, and even fewer have enjoyed it. So count yourself one of the few who has, I hope. And if you have, please reach out to me. I would absolutely love to hear from you and talk about my book. It would mean the world to me. Visit my website at impotentsater.com or check out my Instagram at the_impotent_sater.